Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It has come around to this. A circle that has come 360 degrees. From 1998, when Dom Peynos conceived that we would have a race here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta that was a smaller version of his beloved Le Mans 24 hours. Dr. Peynos had in his mind the opportunity to bring world sports car racing together, and not just in the US, but right across the globe. And for the first few years of the ALMS, there was no need for a world championship, simply because the ALMS was the de facto world championship. As the years went by and things changed, as they always do, the ALMS left us and was replaced by current IMSA and what has become the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. But the legacy of Dr. Dom Peynos, taken up by Mr. France and Scott Atherton and Pierre Fillon, was to bring that sports car world together. And we saw that happen just a few years ago, to the point where the top class now can race here in America and, of course, at Le Mans and in the WEC. The challenge for this weekend is 12 corners. It's 2.54 miles, and it's a car count that is extraordinary and has never been bettered here at Motul Petit Le Mans, with 52 cars taking the start of the race. Action areas at turn 1 through turn 6 and 7, and in the braking areas at the bottom of the hill at turn 10. Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhaugh in the Global Broadcast Centre. Shea Adam, Nick Damon and Joe Bradley will be in the booth. And drama even before we have got started, as we've got reports of the number 85 Rasmus Lind JDC Miller Motorsports car off the circuit at turn 3, and we're waiting to see if that has continued. Yes, it has. The bright yellow car, you can see now moving, but it has got damage to the rear suspension. Rasmus Lind, this is shades of Alan McNish when he was on his way to the grid, but not to the warm-up lap. My goodness me, Rasmus Lind has binned it. Coming over the top of the hill of 5, we saw Lawrence Vanto do exactly the same thing yesterday. In fact, it was even earlier than that. That was coming up through turn 3. He's only at turn 5 now. We may not be able to get this race started, as the first formation lap between the BMW X50M, behind the BMW X50M, has been completed. As they go across the line, Rasmus Lind is still forcing his way around. Well, drama aplenty, as we've come to expect at Petit Le Mans, Motul Petit Le Mans, before things have even got underway.
Yeah, and with the split start, he's ahead of all the GT cars, I think, isn't he? And so he's got to, they've got to, yeah, slow down even more, I think, than they would have done. It looks like he's going to be able to get that car into the pit lane, but what a disastrous start to the weekend for Rasmus Lind.
We've got 2 cars that, when the green flag does fly, or indeed once the race gets underway, even if it's behind the safety car, will be confirmed as champions as Rasmus Lind comes into the pit. Shea Adam down in the pit lane. 2 teams on tenterhooks at the moment.
The number 14 Vassar Sullivan Lexus, both crews for the 14 and the 12, standing up on the wall, waiting eagerly to see their car cross that line when the green flag flies, because that will mean the culmination of a season's work has resulted in a championship. Same thing is going on down at the 74 for Riley and Gar Robinson. So we have 2 teams that are very eager to get this thing going.
The JDC car came in. Rasmus Lind took it straight behind the wall, though. Trundled down the pit lane, straight behind the wall. They're going to need a new wing and wire, and the question is whether he's damaged the rear suspension. So definitely not the start that anyone would want, but repairable. But that's them out of contention unless some weird things happen. The rest of the P3 Championship standings.
Nick Damon and Shea Adam on duty in the pit lane to start with.
Yeah, there was definitely damage to the rear suspension. The car was crabbing all the way down, all the way back here, so they're going to have to probably replace that corner and the rear, of course, the bodywork.
And another issue. This is at turn 6. This is Ari Baylog in the Tower Motorsports car. And the two-tone blue car. Now, is that a bit of zigging when he should have been zagging? Oh, he just got his foot on the throttle. The back end spun up, left Michelin tyre marks on the road, and he spun up and hit the wall driver's right. Going into turn 6, I'm pretty sure now that this is going to be a delayed start to the race. So now he's got to try and get that car into the bit. Well, we're going to go green. We are going to go green, and it's an early jump by Louis Delatraz. He gets away very quickly. Now, was there a change of lane there by Sebastian Bourdais in second place? He was left for dead, but he's come back really quickly, goes round the outside of turn 1, and the gold-fronted Cadillac has come back from a 2-length deficit as they went green. Also forcing their way up the inside is Tom Blomqvist up into 3rd position. That start will be reviewed. It was pretty patchy. Maybe it was Delatraz that changed lanes. Here come the GTs. It was Heart of Racing on pole position for Aston Martin, and Ian James, as they go through the first corner, is just about held on to that. So the two teams that Shea was talking about have taken the green flag, and they can start now to, well, they can stop worrying and start, Shea, thinking about the rest of this 10-hour race.
Yep, now is when the excitement begins, because Ben Barniket is a 2023 IMSA champion, and now all that's left to go defend the race win.
Meantime, Nick Damon is with the other team that's just won, and they seemed a little more phlegmatic.
Well, two of the mechanics exchanged a very limp fist bump, and that was it. And the rest of them carried on.
We've got another issue, and it's the Tower car again. And that's at the top of turn... That's at the top of turn 3, I think. That continued through, having been off at turn 6, and I wonder if something's broken on that car. There's damage to the left rear. This surely now will be a safety car, having been off coming to the green. It's now off at the top of the hill at turn 3, where the TDS car left its mark on the tyre barrier wall, literally. We're still green at the moment, and again, that's a spin up of the rear tyres for that machine. And that's both ends of the car. Well, if it wasn't damaged in that first off, it certainly has been now. And the full course yellow has come out. Lap 2, I think that would be. Hindhoff wins the full course caution lottery. And so Ari Baylog off twice in the first 2 laps. This will be a short yellow. Gives us an opportunity to speak to some champions. Shea Adam.
Congratulations, champion Ben Barniket. Now the easy part. You focus on revisiting Victory Lane. Hear what you did 12 months ago. All the pressure's off. How does it feel?
Yeah, no, it feels amazing. I've got to say a huge thank you to everyone here at Braselton, Lexus Racing. They've done a phenomenal job all year, giving us everything we need. But, not only like to thank them, I'd like to thank my family, especially my dad and my mom, who gave so much sacrifice when I was young. It's hard to believe what that I'm here, as a GTD Pro champion now, when you start out with your dream as a kid. And the Racing Steps Foundation gave me a huge break to fund my junior career. And, a lot of people, the list is endless, but, those guys really deserve a mention. And to Jack as well, he was the one who brought me into this Lexus family, really. He was given an open choice of who he wanted, and he picked me, and I was very lucky and fortunate that he did. So, yeah. Pressure's off now. Like you said, go and do what we did 12 months ago. That was where this championship started. That was where we got our momentum. And go and do it all again and fuel us for the next title, hopefully.
And tell me about the special thing that you've done for your helmet for today's race.
Yeah, so on my race helmet, I've got each and every member of the crew, from the tyre guy, the videographers, you know, all the way to engineers, team owners, just got them to sign my helmet. I'm going to race with them on it today. They've been a massive part of this journey. I couldn't have done it without each and every individual, so it's an honour to run with them on my helmet. And then after the race, I'll be able to pull that in the cabinet, and every time I'm in my house, it'll be a reminder of what we achieved, and a huge milestone for me. So very grateful for everyone, and everyone at IMSA putting on a great show, yourself, all the lucky interviews throughout the year, and yeah, just keep on churning. You know, it's the first title, but I hope it's not the last.
And the other champions in LMP3 at 74 is the Riley car. And of course, we've got Philippe Fraga and Josh Burden. Felipe, congratulations. There was very little reaction. I saw one minor fist bump, but you are champions.
Yeah, actually, Gar is champion alone because we missed some races. But yeah, congrats to Riley and to Gar, everyone in the program, Josh. Yeah, we already say congrats, but now we want to win this race.
Josh, we've seen a number of incidents already. Has Gar been on the radio saying this is a very tricky, slippery track?
Yeah, ultimately it is the beginning of a 10-hour race, and there was a lot of rain overnight, so it's definitely greasy out there. Yeah, just about staying out of trouble at the moment, so we're there in the final couple of hours.
Congratulations to the 74 team. Low-key victory, but a victory nonetheless.
Take a championship's a championship. I take no pleasure in saying that I predicted lap 2, to be honest, Jeremy, but that was an untidy start.
Yeah, not very impressive, to be honest. I mean, look, it is tricky out there. Ari Baylog, you know, he's got very little experience in racing, quite frankly. I mean, he's been racing for 3 or 4 years, but this is his first time in an LMP2 car. That's kind of excusable. For Rasmus Lind, however, he's a professional driver. He's been doing Indy Next this past year. He's got a fair bit of experience in LMP3 cars, and that's just not the sort of mistake you would expect somebody of his experience to make, quite frankly. So yeah, really disappointing way to start this race, and particularly after being so clean through the practice sessions, particularly the night practice the other night. Goodness gracious, it was clean all the way through. There was one incident where a wheel fell off one of the cars, number 59 car, but that wheel sort of ended up in a gravel trap, and there was never another full course caution to get it out of the way. The car was fine out of the way, so it wasn't that big of an issue. But it's been super clean so far, so yeah, I guess it was coming, wasn't it? But hopefully now we can get these early jitters out of the way and settle down into a proper race. But it's a great start there by Sebastian Bourdais. Also in LMP2, Stephen Thomas drove around the outside of Ben Keating, those two great rivals, to take the lead in the class in car number 11. Glenn Van Berlo maintained the lead in LMP3 for Andretti Autosport, and in GTD, no real change there amongst the top several cars. The Ian James holding on to the overall GT lead, just ahead of Jack Hawksworth, who's, as we just heard, happy from his teammate, happy to take the start of this race.
Jeremy Shaw, John Hindhaugh in the booth, and good to have your company wherever you are in the world. 98.1 is Road Atlanta FM, XM 207 if you are suitably equipped and driving around. And of course on RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels via IMSARadio.com. And we've also got some video on there if you're outside the US. That if you go to IMSARadio.com, I know IMSA Radio and having World Fate Telly, but you know, it's an integrated service and has been for the last 9 years. So you should be getting used to it by now. Go to the top left, there's a drop-down menu, hit IMSA Live Video. And if you're outside the US, as I said, you get commercial-free and subscription-free coverage all the way through. Our colleagues at NBC Sport, Townsend Bell, Calvin Fish and Lee Diffrey are on duty for you here in the US, working the safety car laps following that incident, with the sunshine now beating down on the front straight at least. Actually, there's a couple of little places that are still under shadow. Surprising me not at all that the start is under review. That is standard operational practice, but we thought we saw a couple of cars maybe out of line. You're not allowed to break line until you've crossed the start stripe. Really, really odd mistake there by Arie Berlog. Did it twice. Once going down to turn 6, then came round, took the green flag and spun up the back wheels over the brow at coming up to turn 2. And that's done significant damage to that number 8 Tower Motorsport Orica.
Yeah, and he's already out of that car.
I mean, he'd already done the same thing, going down to turn 6, Jeremy, and sort of got away with it. I mean, maybe giving them the benefit of the doubt. Did something break on the left rear there? So he was coming over the brow because he'd given it a fairly hefty clout. So he comes through. There's certainly not as much Michelin rubber being laid down behind him, but he was on the grass pretty quick, and at that point, he's a passenger. Rasmus Lind, by the way, for JDC Miller Motorsport, has left the pit lane. So they've repaired the back of that car. He's dropped 3 laps, but that's something we're going to have to follow now and see if that yellow car can fight its way through, the 85 car. That was the other car that crashed before we got to the green flag. So Shea Adam is in the pit lane, waiting to find out what's going to happen. Scott McLaughlin, of course, and Kevin Simpson, the other 2 drivers to Arie Berlog. Scott McLaughlin, I'm really looking forward to this race. And right now, if they do get that car fixed, at the very least, his Petit Le Mans debut is going to be delayed, and any chance in LMP2 of a decent victory seems to have been shattered, along with the rear bodywork on the wall at driver's left at turn 3.
Yeah, damaged front and rear, I think, on that car. So it's going to be, it's coming back on the flatbed now, and it's going to be a major repair job. I think it's the sort of thing you can probably get done, perhaps in, if you're lucky, 45 minutes or so. But yeah, completely out of contention and just really disappointing. Obviously for Arie and for those 2. Regular IndyCar drivers for next season, in terms of Kevin Simpson moving up from Indy next this year, and Scotty McLaughlin, of course, he's become a real star over the last several years in the IndyCar series. Right, hopefully that car's
I thought they were too far away, Jeremy, from getting back around.
No, that flatbed should, I think it was, where is it?
Well, there's an opportunity for it to drop off the circuit.
True.
Normally at turn 5, 6 at the cutout there, and come back on the infield roads.
Yeah.
I don't have a transponder on that, so I can't spot this. You realise how many cars you've got here on the circuit, Jeremy, when the safety car is going down towards turn 6. And in line astern behind the safety car, the last car in line is not yet through turn 1. Yeah. So it's pretty much half the circuit is covered by cars when you go back to green. And the lights have gone out on the BMW X50M safety car. V8 twin turbo, 4.4 litres, all-wheel drive, very comfortable interior. He had a quick squiz around in one of them earlier in the week, and as safety vehicles go, safety cars go, that's a very nice way to spend your 10 hours if you're the safety car drivers. No doubt locked into XM 207 listening to us now, or 98.1 Road Atlanta FM. Hello to all of our safety crews, and we thank you in advance for all your hard work for this race and for what you've already done for us all this season. So Sebastian Bourdais then will bring the field back to green at Motul Petit Le Mans. It's the 26th running. The backsides, all the viewing platforms and grandstands are absolutely packed, and we go back to green, and Bourdais made a decent jump there as he heads up towards turn 1. There's a 6 or 7 car gap between himself and Louis Delatraz in second place, who's got Tom Blomqvist for company. So the black and blue number 10, left-handed down through the S's now, with the white and pink Acura, the number 60 car, which would have been a title contender Had it not been for the disqualification and the removal of points from Daytona after their tyre infractions. Penalties coming through for the start. Augusto Farfus for BMW Team RLL and Nick Tandy in the number 6 for changing lanes at the start. That's a drive-through. I've got to say, I did think it was untidy, but I thought there were others that were very marginal there. The stewards have taken their time to review it.
Yeah, it's tricky here because the final corner before the start-finish line, the start-finish line is right after the corner exit, and if you're accelerating before the corner, I mean, it's so tempting to cut that corner, and really unfortunate, I think, for those
straight
two.
into the pit lane now, and yeah, you can see that they'd pulled over to take the apex of the final corner, Jeremy, exactly what you'd said.
Whereas the pole sitter on the inside of the racetrack, Louis Delatras, he left a full car width on the outside. There wasn't a car there, but he left that lane, and that's the important thing there. The other guys behind didn't. It's just an instinctive reaction to take the racing line through there, and unfortunately they got caught out by it.
Also coming into the pit lane, who was that came in? Shea Adam is watching.
It's the Harrison Contracting Acura, the Racer's Edge Motorsports car, number 93, all the way down the pit lane. They've got one of the best boxes on the lane because they are all the way down. The car sounds okay, but they're topping it off with fuel. Engine off and the hood is coming off. This is not good.
We'll get back to Shea in a moment. There's a battle at the front of the GT field where one of the GT cars, this is Ian James, who qualified ahead of all the GTD pros, and fighting their way back from being at the back of the grid. What an early run it's been for the Lamborghinis, and now Dorian Pan is side by side. He's going down to turn 10, round the outside of one of the Lexus. That's the battle for second place in the green number background cars. That's GTD, rather GTD Pro, and Dorian Pan, who for the most of qualifying was the fastest Lamborghini. And she is showing that she's not here to do anything else than get to the front. The Iron Dames doing a fantastic job here in the Michelin Endurance Cup this season. Still Ian James leading in Aston Martin. We've got more drive-throughs coming. The 66 NSX for Gradient. That's a drive-through for changing lanes at the GT start of the race. Also, the 47 Cetilar Ferrari for changing lanes at the start of the race. And I think there was one more as well that flashed through there as well. The 61 as well, changing lanes. That's Miguel Molina for AF Corsa in the 296. So those are the penalties for changing lanes there. That's effectively a false start. Meanwhile, Dorian Pan, nothing false about that move, goes up and passes the leading GTD Pro car of Jack Hawksworth, who's now got the Corvette behind it. Last race for that Corvette, remember, that's the GTLM car, which was engineered into GT3-ish specification. Brand new car coming for next year, and here come the prototypes coming through the field. These are the two cars that have already taken their drive-through. Cetilar Ferrari reported as off-track as well, and there's damage to the left rear. Oh, it's been a horrible weekend for the blue and tricolore-coloured Cetilar Ferrari. That's a tyre that is down, but I had a report of it off track before we picked up on that, and it's coming at the moment. It's still got about a third of the lap to go, and that Cetilar Ferrari has had no luck but bad luck, just coming through the final chicane at the moment for Antonio Fueco. Well, and part now, the tyres come apart now as the battle for the lead of GT continues, and this is the GT overall as well as the GT standard. Ian James being defensive on the inside. Dorian Pan in the bright pink Lamborghini tries to go around the outside. They'll have to avoid the tyre carcass, which is on driver's right, which they've just done. Will be going full course yellow any second now to have that retrieved. And for the moment, Ian James just about hangs on. Aston Martin from Lamborghini in GTD. In GTD Pro, the next two cars are battling it out, and that's Hawksworth for Vasser Sullivan and Corvette Racing's Antonio Garcia, and then a slew of cars all in behind them. This is quality stuff. This reminds me of the GTE and GT Le Mans days. And Ian James, talk about life in the old dog yet. I say that with much respect for Ian. He's done loads of racing this year, and at the very centre of all of the exciting news from Heart of Racing, developing the Aston Martin Valkyrie track car into a racing car, and he's leading this race now. I'll keep an eye on that. Nick Damon can tell us about the Cetilar Ferrari.
Yeah, it came in relatively unscathed, actually. Obviously, it's lost the tyre, but the carcass came away, but it hasn't done much damage to the actual vehicle itself. It's taken a kind of an element off the side of the rear deck. I mean, it's not enough to replace that whole rear deck, which they can do in the 296. It's got a bit of broken carbon fibre, but they put it on, a bit of extra fuel, and span away as quickly as possible. So not a disaster, but a problem.
The 93 is a serious problem as the full course caution is now out. The pits are closed, so this will not be a short yellow. This will be a regular yellow because of the proximity to the previous yellow. But for this Acura, the team told me one of the worst words you ever want to hear in racing, intermittent problem. It looks like they're working in around the power steering pump, so that's not very enjoyable for Kyle Marcelli. He remains in the pits.
Thank you very much indeed, Shea. This is for the Antonio Fuoco tyre carcass, which made its bid for freedom. There is just a little bit of damage to the left rear. Now, what happened to Antonio Fuoco? He was passing the court of AMG and got clobbered not once but twice there, as there was a bit of rubbing, and that has undoubtedly cut the tyre sidewall. And Antonio doing his best to get the car back, and he's actually done a pretty good job of not damaging the bodywork. It was only at turn 10 the following lap. It gave up about halfway around the lap, and then he had to get all the way back round, and almost at the scene of the crime the first time around, just in the 10B, the right-handed part of the chicane. One and two.
Yeah, he asked for that, quite frankly. I mean, he's moving way over to the left-hand side of the track to try and defend from the Mercedes that was already there. I mean, where's Mercedes supposed to go? He made that move too late, I'm afraid, from my book.
I'm sure the stewards will be looking at that one.
Yeah, it's kind of self-policing, really, isn't it? He's incurred that damage. I don't think Mercedes did anything wrong. He was right over to the left-hand side of the racetrack, going into the left-handed turn there, and the contact between them was kind of before the braking area, where Fuoco was just trying to sort of squeeze him all the way to the inside of the track, where there's the optimum line, of course, is the opposite side of the racetrack.
So second full course caution, safety car out again, and this will allow the pits to open. It also, I think there might be a wave by here as well. Actually,
yeah.
I think so. Fuoco will get a wave by.
There's quite a few of the GT cars had been lapped by the overall race leader, but not by their class leader. So those cars that are in between the safety car and the class leader in GTD or GTD Pro, they're able to pull alongside, go past the safety car and take up position at the back of the field.
It's good news for Augusto Farfus and Nick Tandy, because having taken their penalties for being out of line at the start, before we go back to green, there will be wave back in front in the GTP split. So they will take they'll not have to pass all of the LMP3s and 2s that they are behind at the moment. Those two are in lockstep as they go across the line right in front of us. That's where our global broadcast centre is at the moment. Got to say hello to Felix and Eva Tandy at the moment, who are at home with the grandparents. And that means that Brittany has been allowed out. And in fact, she's in our global broadcast centre now, seeing where the hard work is done. And nice to say that the family is tuned in. And I know that Felix and Eva are listening in. Joe, let's quickly remind you that the GTPs will come in this time around. Let's welcome to the pit lane, Joe Bradley. Good morning. No, good afternoon now, Joe. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon indeed, and the great news is the sun has come out, and it's getting quite warm here. So that that patchy bit of track that we saw causing so many problems there, just to get this race started, I think they'll be virtually disappeared now. And the weather forecast that I've seen is for consistent, beautiful ambient temperatures all the way to the checkered flag. So great news.
And welcome to the 26th broadcast. Joe was here in 1998. Few changes since then, Joe, but the character of the track and indeed the event, that hasn't really changed at all, except it's been times by about 100%. Do I see Richard Dean down there with you, Joe?
Yes, you do. I've just come across him in the pit lane. Now, Richard called me a detective, but I'd say this was a bit of a research mission. Plans for United Autosport in this series next year?
Yeah, you could say that. I think we're a bit beyond research now. We're sort of final details. So, you know, we've got the two entries that were announced at the State of the Series announcement on Friday. So we've got the two entries, and, you know, we're doing a partnership here with Junior 3, who are actively involved in this race, and, you know, really happy with that, and got our drivers all lined up. So just finishing details and absorbing the atmosphere.
Was it how easy was the decision to come here? You're not. I mean, you guys were you at the very first Petit Le Mans, by the way? I mean, you're not unfamiliar with this territory, are you?
Yeah, I mean, I've raced myself at Petit, so yeah. And then as United Autosports, we've taken part P2, and we're sporadically taking part in a few IMSA races. We've done Daytona, Sebring, Watkins Glen, Petit, but we've never done a full season. So next year, full season. We're committed to 2 years as well. So new base in Charlotte, full steam ahead, and I'm excited for it.
Thanks, Richard.
Prototype pit stops are going on now, and it's a very lonely safety car because he's only got two fellow competitors out on the track. The 01 Cadillac did not pit, and neither did the 10 Koenig Minolta Acura. Everybody is in for fuel only. First car to get back going is the number 60 MSR Acura, but beating them out of the lane by dint of having the best box from being championship leaders before the weekend began, that was the number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. So they got back out on the track and actually gained quite a few positions. In terms of LMP2, first car back out, it's one Mr. Ben Keating once again from PR1. He leads out TDS Racing Stephen Thomas.
So that's interesting. So bit of a different strategy ploy there, Jeremy, by Cadillac and Sebastian Bourdais, Louis Delatraz and the Erics. Two very quick drivers in two very quick cars. That was first and second qualifiers have stayed out. All the other GTPs have come in, and most of the LMP2 and LMP3 fields as well. Cameron Shields stayed out for Performance Tech in LMP3. Dennis Anderson stayed out in LMP2 for High Class Racing, the red and white car. So they're doing something a tiny bit different. We're coming up to half an hour having been completed in a race so far that has not got into its stride. We're already, sad to say, in our second full course yellow, which has had 6 laps, taken up 6 laps already. What will be the advantage of staying out then, Jeremy, for the Cadillac and the Acura? See who we've got coming in for GTs first of all. That looks like the Heart of Racing car coming in. But that's the 27, not the leader. That is the overall leading car. Ian James into the pit lane. Shea Adam is watching, and in fact it brings with it a number of other cars as well. Shea?
I'm really intrigued by this one. Yeah, I don't know why they're bringing him in. It's fuel only, so they're just going to top him off. But Ian was already out front of everybody. Seems strange to give up the track position, but also into the pit lane, we've got the 70 Inception McLaren, just fuel for them. The number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW is in. That is fuel. And Corey Lewis climbing aboard, so Madison Snow getting a bit of a break now. The number 9 Pfaff Motorsport Porsche is in the lane. They look like they are out of their pit box, though. That will be refueling outside of the pit box. That is a penalty. Windward was in for fuel only. They're the first car to leave, then Pfaff, then the WeatherTech Mercedes, and we wait as they're doing fuel and 4 tires for the number 63 Iron Lynx Lamborghini. This was the car that was moved back after qualifying yesterday, after Mirko Bortolotti got out of the car in qualifying. That's a no-no. It was a stall for Corey Lewis leaving his box, which means that the number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW is now behind both of the Wright Motorsports Porsches, but still ahead of that 63 Lamborghini and also the 44 Magnus Aston Martin.
Joe Bradley at the end of the pit lane, not seeing any driver changes. Tops off. Anybody taking tyres there, Joe?
No, I didn't see anybody take tyres or driver changes, just all fuel. I was trapped today all racing. That Porsche just took on fuel and that car's blasted out. And I was looking up and down the pit lane trying to monitor exactly what you've just asked there, John, and I just saw fuel only.
Thank you, Joe. And Shea. Now, there was a driver change at Paul Miller Racing. And there was a collision between the AF Corsa Ferrari coming into its pit and the Inception McLaren going out. And that's why the number 1 stalled, because it had to get on the brakes to avoid the 2 cars ahead of it. Actually, if it was Corey... no, it must have been... Madison who started that. So there was a driver change there, and we've got another spinner. This time it is the Kelly Moss number 92, the Porsche that's gone around at turn 5, and again just proving, even without a change of tyres, David Brulé struggling with grip on the way out. Surprise you not at all to know that the incident on pit lane is being looked at. I would suspect that one, I'm afraid, is going to go down to the Inception McLaren, pulling out in front of the Ferrari. Both of the cars are running, but there was a bit of damage to the left rear of the number 61 AF Corsa machine. Phew-wee! Can I just remind you, we've got 9 hours and 28 minutes left of this, Jeremy.
Well,
untidy. Yeah,
there were various very close calls in pit lane over the last few, over the practice sessions as well this weekend, and a lot of teams were concerned about that. There were a few releases that were somewhat dodgy. Number 92 car coming into the pit lane now. Is that David Brulé still? He had at least a half spin out on the racetrack. I don't think he hit anything though.
No, he did not, but it was a nasty split. The pace car lights are out. What they might do is stick a new set of Michelins on there and just put the last bit of fuel into it as they try to get him out without losing too much time. Probably reporting flat spots on the tyres. And, yeah, exactly what is being reported to me by Joe Bradley. So, we are...
And the big gainer in that round of pit stops, John, was number 31 car. Really quick stop for Pipo Derani. Just a splash of fuel there. Clearly less fuel than most of the other contenders because he leapt from a 7th to 3rd for the restart.
An incredible sight coming down the backstretch. I don't call it a back straight because it's curved. Just to see the cars in the sunshine weaving left and right. So it will be Sebastian Bourdais once again as the white BMW X50M pulls into the pit lane, and a brilliant jump away again by Sebastian Bourdais, and again Louis Delatraz has to defend, but it's Pipo Derani who's having to do even more defending as top block list in the pink and white. Acura goes up the inside, up into 3rd position. Not a stellar start by the Brazilian Derani as through goes Felipe Nasr and Connor De Filippi as well. So Durrani restarting third, already back in sixth. I think he was slightly held up by Louis Delatraz, who didn't get the best start in the Konica Minolta Acura, or the best restart, should I say. Drive-through penalty for the incident on pit road to the Inception McLaren. I think that one was one of the easier decisions that race control will have to make today. We wish them the best of luck. Jobs that nobody's want to do in motor racing, race control and scheduling the calendar. Ladies and gentlemen up there, thank you for your service this year, as always, and thank you for the information you feed back to us as well to help us make sense of what is going on the racetrack. 9 hours and 25 and a half minutes to go, and we're back under green. Let's see how quickly we can break these GTPs away. David Brulé is going to be the first car to go a lap down in this green flag session, as Sebastian Bourdais has pulled out nearly a second and a half on the rest of the field. Louis Delatraz now has Tom Blomqvist in the Acura's second and third. Then it's Connor De Filippi, Felipe Nasr, Pipo Durrani, Mike Rockenfeller, Neil Jarney. Nick Tandy's got ahead of Augusto Farfus, so he's made up a position. In comes the Gradient 66. Now this is for the drive-through for Catherine Legge for being out of line at the start. She didn't get the chance to do that. And also the Inception car for the contact on pit lane. Actually, I'm thinking that Cat might have actually stretched that a little bit far in terms of that. Meantime, coming out from behind the wall, I saw a flash of yellow. So that will be the JDC Miller Motorsport car that had the incident earlier on, coming back onto pit lane. Now we've got a penalty for the number 9 GTD, and that is Patrick Pilet for Pfaff Motorsport. Shea Adams spotted the car being about a couple of feet outside of the box. They worked on the car, and that's a drive-through for the Canadian team and Patrick Pilet. My goodness me. In our Porsche Keys to Race, no penalties. Had more penalties in the first half an hour than I can remember in quite a long time, Jeremy. End of season, sort of end of term thought. Here's Pilet into the pit lane for that drive-through, for working outside the box. It's just untidy. It is. That's the word I keep using, but it's the only one I can think of.
Yeah, fair comment. I think the cool temperatures don't help. The cars slide around even more. There's penalties at the start, going through that the final corner, you turn 12 to take the green flag. The cars are going to be sliding around even more than usual. There's the race leaders there. They're closing up again as those two cars have just served their penalties. GTD cars are about to be engulfed as they head into turn 1. Interesting, in LMP2, Ben Keating having led at the initial start, took the lead back. From Stephen Thomas, who took the lead right away from the green flag. Ben Keating took the restart, the most recent restart, in third, already back up into the lead in LMP2.
Dorian Pan continues to lead the whole GTD field and sets the fastest lap of the GTD race at a 1:27.42. She stayed out. Jack Hawksworth is about a second and a half behind her in the first of the Lexus. He's got Antonio Garcia fighting him for GTD Pro lead. Those are the cars with the red number backgrounds. Meantime, side-by-side action with Pipo Durrani trying to hold position. And Felipe Nasr gives his countryman just a little nudge there as they were going into turn 10A. These guys know each other very, very well indeed. And through goes the Porsche number 7. That's the one with the black rear fin and the black pinstripes on the front of the car. So Dorian Pan leading GTD, as I mentioned. Then Hawksworth and Garcia in GTD Pro. Aaron Teelitz for the GTD version or entered RCF GT. The cars are all the same, by the way, GTD and GTD Pro. It is the driver lineup that decides which category they go into. We're at that stage of the race where if I look on my tracker now, I cannot find a spare piece of circuit anywhere. Dorian Pan faster again at 20.6 for the young French driver. And now 2 seconds to the good in that bright pink Iron Dames Lamborghini. In the Michelin Endurance Cup races this year, Rahel Frey telling us earlier in the week that she's hopeful they might be able to extend that programme in IMSA next year. Also hopeful to be in the WEC next year with this Lamborghini GT3. Lamborghini with their LMDH, their GTP car. Not quite going to be ready is what we're hearing for Daytona, so you might not see that Lamborghini. Testing actually this week. It's been testing this week. The SC63. What a start, Jeremy Shaw, for Dorian Pan. What a talent this young French driver is to be driving away from Jack Hawksworth and Antonio Garcia in that Lamborghini. It's looked good all weekend, but the drivers have got to execute, and Dorian Pan doing a cracking job. Leader in traffic now. Yeah,
very impressive, Dorian. She was yesterday in the qualifying session. Again, in the early stages of this race, the Lamborghinis have been looking strong all the way through the weekend. Mirko Bertolotti, by the way, has moved himself from, where did he start? 51st, I think, didn't he, on the grid? No, he did start last, 52nd, all the way up now into the 34th position, and 11th out of the 7 GT cars.
Now here's one of those that we're going to keep an eye on. This is a penalty for the WeatherTech number 59 car for failing to adhere to the controlled powertrain parameters. Now this is on the GTP cars. The cars are allowed a certain amount of power through the back wheels onto the track, and that is measured by a torque sensor on the drive shaft as Tower Motorsport comes out from behind the wall after a crack. So both of the cars who had their early problems are back out on the track. So that power going to the track is measured by a torque sensor on the drive shafts coming out of the gearbox. Now, whether you are being driven entirely by the internal combustion engine or partially by hybrid and partially by internal combustion engine, you have a upper limit of power. If you go above that, you are going to get a penalty. That's a warning for Tower right now. It will be being monitored in real time by IMSA. They have their own wiring loom in the car to service those sensors. Now, we've seen issue in the FIA WEC at Portimao. One of the sensors failed for the Toyota GR 10, and that car had to come into the pits and have a drive shaft changed because they have to have constant measurement of that power. So the hybrid is not an overboost, it's not an overtake, it supplements the engine power, but for however many horsepower you put in from the hybrid, the internal combustion engine bleeds that power off. So let's say it's 550 horsepower, then you can never go over 550 horsepower. Does that explain it? I get a thumbs up from in here. That's good. So that's what we're talking about going on there, and that's happening in real time. Battle for the front of GTD Pro, going up the top of the hill of turn 2. Jack Hawksworth in the middle of the road, across the blue and yellow curves in the Lexus. Lexus bringing a new car along, but not going to be ready for next year. And the opportunity then for the RCF to run in the FIA WEC, waiting with bated breath for end of January, beginning of February to see what the FIA WEC entry list looks like. But IMSA's entry list, full. I'm sorry, no room at the inn for next year, with 57 cars for the Michelin Endurance Cup and a full grid of 48 for the full season entries. Extraordinary time to be in sports car racing, and we should count ourselves lucky. These literally are the glory days of sports car racing. Never been anything quite like it, certainly not in my lifetime. Never thought I'd see the regulations come together, and it has brought in an abundance, a cornucopia of delights for us, both visual and oral. The sounds of these cars, just as much of the part of what we enjoy in endurance racing, is watching them going around the track. Now, lap times, Jeremy. Sebastian Bourdais has the fastest lap of the race with an 11.3. We've slackened off that a little bit in traffic, but still keeping a decent pace up here.
Yeah, he's running low 12s since the restart until he hit the traffic. 15.6 last time around. And I think as lapping cars, 12s and 13s is probably going to be the most regular lap time, but if they have any clear lap at all, 11s and 12s. So it's going to be back and forth now all the way through to the end of this race. Bourdais pulled out a couple or 3 seconds now over Louis Delatraz, and then a similar gap back to the first of the cars that did make a pit stop. That'll be Tom Blomqvist in car number 60, who is, and then all sorts of battles further back. There is, whoops.
Oh, that is a battle between the third and fourth place cars, Tom Blomqvist and Conor De Filippi. Filippi had to take to the grass and the gravel, and through goes Felipe Nasr, taking opportunity there. So Porsche number 7 now up to 4th position. Tom Blomqvist holds on to 3rd, and Conor De Filippi goes back to 5th. Still Pipo Derani just in 6th position ahead of Mike Rockenfeller for the bright yellow JDC Miller Motorsports car. Nick Tandy and Augusto Farfus have had their drive-throughs, they've done those, and they're in 8th and 9th, under 10 seconds away from the lead, and the 59 Proton WeatherTech Porsche sitting in 10th position. Now, the good news is for both of the cars that had the problems earlier on, the Tower car number 8 and the JDC car, both back out on circuit. The Tower car most recently. Scott McLaughlin is with Joe Bradley.
Scott, what was the extent of the challenge there?
Well, thankfully we hit tyre wall, so just the left rear suspension, replaced that, some bodywork and bits and pieces, but thankfully the hit wasn't too bad. But unfortunately we're a few laps down, many laps down, but just got to keep fighting in endurance racing, and hopefully it comes our way.
Does that kind of take the pressure off? There's, you've got nothing to lose now.
Yeah, I just want to go out there, have some fun now. Hopefully lay some pretty fast lap times and just see what happens.
Enjoy the track. Thanks, Scotty.
So, Scott McLaughlin, a bit happier than he was at the start of the race. At least he knows he's going to get a run at this. Nice to see some of our friends here. One of the things I love about coming to Petit Le Mans, Motul Petit Le Mans and Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, is the opportunity to catch up with people that we don't sometimes see throughout the rest of the year. Nice bit of driving, by the way, from Conor De Filippi, who managed to get back on the track.
He was nosing ahead, wasn't he, of Tom Blomqvist?
Yes.
That battle for 3rd position, but just carried a little bit too much speed into the corner. I don't think there was any contact between the two, and ran through the gravel.
Correct. We've got another penalty, crowd strike by Algarve Pro Racing, George Kurtz. That was a pass under yellow. Yeah, just seeing a lot of people that we don't see always at the other races. Andy Blackmore here this weekend, the livery designer extraordinaire. 23% of the grid Andy Blackmore designs here. Meantime, in GT, going through the S's, the Aston Martin fighting the number 1 BMW. That is Corey Lewis in that car, and Ian James in the 27 Aston. Ian led the race from pole position, took the opportunity of an early stop under yellow. Corey Lewis has taken over the number 1 red, white and black BMW of Paul Miller Racing from a very short stint for Madison at the start. Madison Snow at the start. Madison qualified the car, so had to start it. That's the regulation. Also hearing that the number 93 car that had damage for Kyle Marcelli, the Racers Edge Motorsport NSX, that car's out from behind the wall. That must have sneaked out without me seeing that, because the brake, they have to come into the pit lane and pit in, and then drive back to their pit before going back out onto the circuit, even if all they do is stop at their pit. And I have to say, I missed that one sneaking out. Bright sunshine, 21 Celsius in the air, 26 on the track. That is 79 Fahrenheit on the track and 70 in the air. 98.1 Road Atlanta FM, XM, Sirius XM, excuse me, 207 and around the world on RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels. And if you do want a bit of visual, and it's lovely here at the moment, then go either to IMSA.tv or to the menu at the top left of IMSA Radio's homepage, and on that drop-down menu you will see IMSA live video. Simple as that. Battle through the traffic for BMW and Porsche. So that will be Nick Tandy and Augusto Farfus, who are scrapping coming out of turn 9. They came into the pit lane to serve their start infringement penalties together, but the other way around. So Nick Tandy's managed to get past the number 24 of Augusto Farfus. Nick going down into turn 10 at the moment, has traffic under the Fox Factory Bridge. You go under the red and white parts of the flags under there. That's where you aim for. Then you drop off the edge of the world and just hope the track hasn't moved since the last time you came around. Off at the top of the circuit. Oh, this is championship implications. Ben Keating, the 92 car. So George Kurtz fighting for the championship with Ben Keating and fighting for that Le Mans entry, of course. He's going to have to do a drive-through. And now the 52, Brent Keating, who was leading in LMP2, has had a spin at the top of the circuit.
I mean, I was just about to point out, John, that he had a 16-second lead over the second-place car. Well, not anymore, but he still does have the lead. There is Stephen Thomas now right behind him. But in the, 14 laps we've had of green flag racing since the restart, and he jumped from third to first at the restart, then just pulled away. Looks like he just got on a pound a little bit too soon there.
Turn 6, Jeremy. Yeah, he had the
loops it around, but still able, remarkably, to keep the lead in the class. That's a rare mistake from Ben Keating.
I'm looking back into the archives of the last time we saw that. I cannot honestly think. I think probably here last year, the last time I saw him make a mistake. Now we've got a proper scrap on between the Wins-coloured car, the blue and orange, and the next prototype back is yellow and red. And Ben just lost that on his own. He'd just gone past the bright green Lamborghini, and that's an odd one for Ben. He is very well used to driving these cars, and I'm absolutely stunned by that. I am. And we'll get a chat with him, I'm sure, when he gets out of the car. He's in front of the Forte Racing US Racetronics car that happened, but I'm fairly sure that unless there was a heck of a thump from further back up the circuit, and I don't think there was, I think that was just rear wheels and the Michelin's losing grip for Ben Keating. In the GTD category, Dorian Pan leads. Next GT back is Jack Hawksworth, who leads GTD Pro in the number 14 Vassar Sullivan car. Antonio Garcia keeping him honest at about 3/4 of a second. 120.633 for Dorian Pan. Is that quicker? It's only 0.2 slower than the other Lamborghini of Iron Lynx, Mirko Bortolotti. So that the Lamborghinis, Jeremy, continuing to show pace here in the race as they did all week.
Yeah, those cars have been fast, haven't they? They look really, really strong. It's taken Bortolotti no time at all to work his way toward the front of the pack there in that number 63 car. But Dorian Pin, she's just doing a super job. She's pulled out, last time I looked, it was over 5 seconds. It's now 6.9 back to Jack Hawksworth, who's the second-placed GT car. Of course, the Iron Dames car is running in GTD, not GTD Pro. So it's that car, the Lamborghini, leads ahead of the Lexus, and Chevrolet moved up into third position. Antonio Garcia, still after all these years, looking for his first win here at Petit Le Mans. Behind him is Aaron Tielitz, and second of the Lexus and then the best of the Ferraris. That's Daniel Serra in car number 62, and Alex Riberas in the hard racing Aston car number 23.
And a warning for Ben Keating for an unsafe re-entry after that spin. But only a warning right now, but he's going to have to keep his nose clean.
It was an unsafe exit.
It certainly was. But it woke him up. Let's take a VP Fuel in-race update with just under an hour completed. Sebastian Bourdais leads the race after a little bit of a fractious and fractured first 55 minutes with the BMW X50M safety car on the circuit 3 times. 3 seconds the lead for the gold and grey number 01 Cadillac Racing V Series R. Louis Delatraz, the pole sitter, in second in the number 10 black and a blue Konica Minolta Acura. I'm pausing because we've got side-by-side action going down to 10A. Whelen Cadillac and BMW. Pipo Derani and Conor De Filippi back at it again, and Nick Tandy closes in on them as they battle for 6th, 7th and 8th position. Behind them is Mike Rockefeller in the bright yellow Porsche. Here comes Tandy up the inside into turn 1. He'll take 1 position here and gets right up onto the back of Pipo Derani, who's slightly blocked by Corey Lewis in the number 1 BMW GTD car. Tandy squeezes round the outside, starts to attack the Brazilian ahead of him. Mike Rockefeller right in this fight as well. We'll get back to the VP Racing update in a moment, but let's stay with the action going through to turn 5. Farfus now looking at the red and white rear of the Porsche number 6. They jink left to avoid the Aston Martin of Heart of Racing. Farfus thinks about the inside at turn 6, that banked corner. Now to turn 7, clean exit, that's what he'd be thinking. Oh, he took a little bit too much curb, Augusto. And the Porsche just ekes out maybe half a car's length, and Mike Rockefeller starts to come into play here. He's in the slipstream of the BMW ahead of him. In the all-yellow JDC Miller Motorsport Porsche, he's closing, but he's not going to be close enough to challenge Pipo Derani then in the holds his position of 5th. Derani defended last time down the hill into the final corner, and my goodness me, Augusto Farfus dropping the rear left Michelin onto the dirt as he turned in for the final corner. Talk about using every inch of the racetrack there. So I'll keep an eye on that. Let me finish this rundown. Cadillac 01, Konica Minolta Acura number 10, then the number 60 Acura, then Felipe Nasr for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Pipo Derani in a little bit of isolation at the moment on his own, with Nick Tandy trying to close him down, and he is doing so in the number 6 Porsche in 6th. Then Conor De Filippi and Mike Rockefeller and Augusto Farfus and Neil Jarney for BMW JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche, BMW Proton Porsche in the top 10. Ben Keating, despite that spin and that time lost, continues to lead and has pulled out 3 seconds from the TDS Racing twins, Stephen Thomas and John Falbe, 11 and 35. John Falbe's just in his fastest lap of a 15.4. In LMP3, Cameron Shields for Performance Tech, number 38, leads by round about 8 seconds from Bijoy Garg for Junior 3 Racing, and Jared Andretti is third in the 36 black and white car, 2 seconds further back. Dorian Pan, 7 seconds ahead of every other GTD or GTD Pro car. Iron Dames, Lamborghini Huracan, the number 83, leads it. Then it's the Pro battle. Vassar Sullivan and Jack Hawkes was in the 14 car. Antonio Garcia for Corvette in the number 3 is about a second back now. Second in GTD, and the 4th of the GT cars is the second Lexus. That's the number 12 of Aaron Telitz. Then Daniel Serra for Risi Competition in their Ferrari 296 GT3. They loaned a subframe to Chetelaar to get them back on the track earlier on this week. Great Ferrari teamwork there. Behind them, it's Heart of Racing with Alex Riberas in the Pro car for Aston Martin. Team Korthoff, Mike Ski, number 32, third in GTD. Next up, then Misha Goldberg for Lamborghini, the 78 bright green Forte car. Then Phil for Winward, running in a different colourway this weekend as Dennis Anderson comes out of the pit lane in the number 20 High Class Racing prototype, LMP2. Yeah, Phil Ellis and Winward Racing running black and pink for breast cancer awareness and raising money for that foundation as well this weekend, trying to raise at least $57,000 from each of their two. $5,700. Hey, 57,000. Somebody could donate for that very good cause from each of their cars.
Yeah, such a cool initiative.
Very cool.
And particularly having both those cars having won their respective races last time in Indianapolis. To change a winning formula, to change the colours of a winning car, I always find that tricky. Race teams, superstitious.
Highly
race
superstitious.
Teams, yeah, just a little bit.
I used to be superstitious, but not on wood now. I've given that up. And that's your VP Racing in-race update at the end of the first hour, with Sebastian Bourdais leading by 3/4 of a second.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point, 3/4 of a second. And right behind then now is Tom Blomqvist. I mean, only, 5 laps ago, there was 3 seconds between first and second, another 3 seconds between second and third. Now, they're pretty much nose to tail. So all of a sudden, as we're not that far away from our next pit, so, a little way to go yet, but we're getting well into a stint now, and those 3 cars have been closing up. Tom Blomqvist has been getting closer to Louis Delatraz closer to Bourdais.
If you are just joining us, welcome along to the 26th running of our WeatherTech IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship finale. It is Motul Petit Le Mans, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Never looked any better. The grass is green. The sky with some clouds, and the wind blowing in the opposite direction, actually, as it has been most of the week. It's blowing behind the cars as they go down the front straight. It was on the car's nose as they went to turn 1 for most of the week, but we've got sunshine here at the moment, a pleasant 22 Celsius in the air. Track temperature now up to 27. That's 72 Fahrenheit in the air and 81 Fahrenheit. No rain forecast today,
apart from the early part.
I am confident.
No more rain being forecast.
I am absolutely confident that we are going to go well today. 465 laps, by the way, is the distance record. So you can split that down into hours if you will. We've had an untidy first 60 minutes, so we'll be a little bit behind here, but these GTPs are pretty quick, and if they get some long green flag runs, then they'll start clocking the laps up pretty quickly.
Yeah, the most cautions we've had in this race, I think it was 13. The fewest was in the very first race back in 98, when there were only 3, I think.
78 laps of caution, I think, is the biggest we've had in 2021.
Correct. Last year there were 65 laps of yellow, because we had 40 starters last year. We had 43 starters last year, so 9 more this year. 43 both in 21 and 22. And that's a 52 car field this year.
Equals the most we've started, I think.
Yeah, it does. That's right. Back from 2011, there were 52 starters in this race. 51 cars in 2014. The average number of cautions in this race is 7.8 if you go back to 25 years the race has been run, and an average of 52 laps during the entire event. Yeah, exactly.
Top three together on the backstretch and going for the lead. Louis Delatraz, who put the car on pole position with a stunning one lap, wonderful lap. Goes through down the inside at 10A. Trying not to get too excited because we've still got 8 hours, call it 9 hours to go. Yeah. But that was a stunning move again by Delatraz. Used the draft, no pass flaps here, no DRS. Good old-fashioned drafting down the back straight. And Delatraz back to the lead, which he lost at about corner number 1 the first time around. Still in third position. Oh no, now up to second for Tom Blomqvist. Side by side down the S's, the two prototypes. They are 2.1 metres wide. That was very tight indeed as Bourdais claimed second place back with the gold-fronted Cadillac. You'll notice that the normally pristine white paintwork on the nose of the number 60, if you're here at the circuit or have access to our global TV, World Feed TV, it looks like people have scrolled all over it. That's because people have scrolled all over it. All of the team have signed it, and in a tradition that goes back a few years, the spectators here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta were invited to put their name and their message. It's the last time we'll see the car in these colours. For the moment, Mike Shank telling us it's a pause, not a step away in the sports car programme. And Elio telling us that as well. Elio Castro-Neves, part of that team. And we wish MSR the very best in their expanded IndyCar programme for next year. There will, however, still be two Acuras in the field as Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Global will run a second car in this championship next year. And Louis Delatraz will pair up with Jordan Taylor, who's having his last run in the Corvette. So again, bittersweet for a number of people up and down the pit lane. Through turn 1, the GTD red Acura. This is the 93 car of Kyle Marcelli, races edge car. And Shea Adam has an update. Easy for me to say.
When that car came back out from behind the wall, I went up and checked with the crew. I said, did you find what the intermittent problem was? They said no, but we changed everything that we could think of. So Kyle Marcelli is still back out there. Let's hope that the steering doesn't give out for him. Let's hope that maybe it was steering that was the issue.
A couple of laps off the ultimate pace of the rest of the GT field, but there is an opportunity to gain laps here with pass around. That is the IMSA and the American way. Gaggle of GT cars together with some prototypes on the long back straight, and that includes the battle for the lead in that category at the moment, which is now where, Antonio Garcia's got through on Jack Hawksworth. I was just about to say, where's Jack Hawksworth? Because I can see Antonio Garcia's view and there's no yellow in front of him. He's got a clear track. So where's Jack Hawksworth?
He's right behind, he's not far behind him. He just made the pass.
Yeah, there he is. There's the yellow coming past in front of us now. So on that lap.
Previous lap, previous lap, I think.
So new leader at the front of the GTD Pro field. However, they are still 10.5 seconds behind Dorian Pan at the Lamborghini.
Wow, and she pulled
Not been here before.
Yeah, that's remarkable. And Daniel Serra right there in third position in GTD Pro as well, pretty close behind the Lexus.
What I find incredible about the Iron Dames, all of them, but particularly Dorian, in this early stint, all the heavy traffic, a tricky racetrack. She's never driven here before in a race, and they haven't even tested there. And the two Lamborghinis have been mighty this week. from Iron Links and Iron Dibs.
They have, and the number 78 car, Misha Goldberger, he's right there as well. He's in 4th position in GTD.
Yeah.
Is Misha in that Forte Racing powered by US Electronics car. I was talking to those guys this morning. They've been talking to Patrick Liddy, who's joined the regular pairing of Misha Goldberger and Laura Spinelli. They've been struggling with the balance of that car a little bit, but it clearly is working very, very well in the early stages of this race, and Misha is working his way up nicely.
Shea Adam is noticing one or two people getting a little bit twitchy. And I know why now. I've got a Konica Minolta Acura coming past my window, and it's not on the track, Shea.
Well, that's a relief because the crew has been waiting up on the wall for a lap for this car to come in. Louis Deladra is bringing the car down the pit lane. They've got the fuel nozzle ready to go. They've got tires up on the wall as well, but I don't think those are going to be utilized because they're not completely up on the wall and the mechanics are not holding them. So that's sort of an emergency store of tires. Use if you see anything wrong on the ones that are already on there. Yep, just energy replenishment, fuel, and energy replenishment for the driver as well. New drinks bottle for Louis. Now, Ricky Taylor told me the other day something about if you want to think about the energy being replenished in the car in terms of calories, it makes it a lot easier to stomach, pun intended. He figured it was about 27 pizzas that they use per stint. No, it's more like 300 pizzas per stint, but 27 large Papa John's pepperoni pizzas per lap is what this Acura eats. Just waiting on the energy at this point. Very clean stop from Wayne Taylor's Boys and Girls.
And what Shea's talking about there is that there is a value, a calorific value, if you will, of energy. And remember what we were saying earlier on about the balance between the hybrid power and the internal combustion engine power. That means that you may have refilled your fuel tank, but you haven't hit your full energy target because you've been using your hybrid efficiently. So then there's a little bit of time added on at the end to balance that out. The idea is not that the hybrid boosts the performance of the car, neither does it make it much more efficient in that respect. It is another tool in the toolbox. So the stop time has to be balanced between petrol, gasoline for the ICE, and energy replenishment for the hybrid.
And that of course, is the first stop of the race for the number 10 car. And the number 01 yet to make its first pit stop. So retakes the lead here, does Sebastian Bourdais, but his first pit stop must be coming up pretty darn soon.
2 laps is what I'm hearing from the pit lane.
That's pretty good then.
Very, very annoying for everybody in that the Cadillac is not only fast, but it's efficient as well.
Yeah. And
still has the fastest lap of the race.
Interesting, last time around for the race, he did 1 minute 17.7. We're doing 12s and 13s regularly, but 1:17.7, so 4 or 5 seconds lost to traffic on that lap. And it was a similar story when he lost the lead a little earlier to the number 10 car.
And the leader in GTD Pro is into the pit lane as well as Antonio Garcia comes in. This will be fuel and tires for the Spaniard. Staying aboard, still looking for his first victory in Petit Le Mans. He's been second 3 times, and he's joined by a teammate, Tommy Milner, who also has never won Petit Le Mans. Jordan Taylor knows how to get it done, though, so hopefully for the Corvette racing fans all around the world, Antonio and Tommy can finally get their first victory. It was 4 tires, windshield clean. They're not doing tear-offs yet at this stage of the race. There were only 8 on the car, or at least it went to the number 8 is what I saw when they were on the grid. Waiting on fuel, another perfect stop from Corvette Racing.
And the first of our LMP3 runners in. It's the number 38, the Performance State Motorsport car. In for tyres and fuel. Currently leading LMP3, certainly was when he came in the pits. Not sure how that'll pan out, but he's back in the race.
And we're going to have a full course yellow with a huge crash at the bottom of the hill. Cars involved include the 023 Ferrari, the number 6 Porsche of Nick Tandy. We've got one of the Ferrari 296s in there as well. And there's at least one other car that 7-0 involved in there, I'm being told as well. That's the Inception McLaren that I saw. Actually, not one of the Ferraris in there. Dorian Pan in the pit lane. Came in while the pits were closed, but has driven straight through, so she won't get a penalty. High Class Racing, number 20, in there as well. And this has brought out our 4th full course yellow.
Third,
is it? Sorry, Jeremy. Yep. Okay. And good news is that we've got a very damaged McLaren. That's not the good news. The good news is that the driver is out of the car, and that car got a penalty earlier on in the pit lane. That's Brendan Eribe. Already Penske and the Porsche Penske Motorsport team are in getting ready to get involved. There was a Ferrari involved in that, the 023 Ferrari. Joe Bradley has that one. Nick Tandy is trying to tell the marshals that he just needs pulling out and he'll get the car back to the pit lane, where the Porsche mechanics are already trying to fix it. All right, let's see if we can pick the bones out of what happened here. Oh, was it a tap from
the 20 car,
high class car onto the 70?
I think it was
Inception.
It was one
McLaren.
of the GTV cars for sure.
And they then came back across the road. Tandy got picked up because he was braking in front of that, and the two cars that spinning weren't.
He was coming around the outside of them.
So he comes through. Oh yes. So
jolly lucky he didn't take out the other Porsche as well, actually.
Yeah, absolutely right. Race control would be looking at that. Inception McLaren. The high class car goes through. Porsche goes through. And then we just lose the picture for a moment from the onboard. That will be through the G loading. The 023 Ferrari, very fortunate to miss that, as Nick Tandy literally had nowhere to go, got clipped from behind.
He was pretty much past it, and just, as the car spun around, he would have known nothing about that whatsoever.
BMW was Augusto Farfus just in behind that, and masterful avoidance there. Yeah. Just had a car and a half's length to be able to go through. Still trying to work out how this started. Oh yeah, it was the high class car that moved across onto the 023, was it? Yes, it was. And then that picked up the Inception car, and then that picked up the Penske Porsche Motorsport. Joe Bradley's had that Ferrari, or has that Ferrari, into the pit lane.
Yeah, he came in, John, very, very quickly after that accident. That's why I was suspecting he was guilty by association, but no, he was involved. Front of the car was slightly damaged. All it's done is put a front bumper on and a new bonnet, and it's gone straight back out. Not really any extensive sort of damage that would delay the car.
Shea Adam is down at Penske Porsche Motorsport. Nick Tandy's been told he's got to get out of the car by the AMR safety crew. He's out. He's on his feet. He's saying, well, I think you could have just pushed me out of there and I would have driven it back. And Porsche, Penske Motorsport, Shea, already getting ready, getting set up to fix that car.
Yeah, they don't know that Nick's out of the car. They're holding an engine cover on the wall. They've got a new tail on the wall as well. It's right below where Mr. Penske normally sits. And now they're bringing the engine cover out onto the pit lane. They're going to maneuver it so that they can take it back behind the wall. This car is going to go back to the garage. I hope that they can get it fixed. Remember, this is one of our championship contenders.
Nick having a discussion with the AMR safety crew there, because he wanted to stay with the car and have them pull it out. He's not happy. The car comes back. What's the rules on outside assistance here, Jeremy?
There aren't any, basically.
Right, so if it gets back to the paddock and they fix it, it can come back out again, yeah?
Yeah, sensible. My book.
Nick being taken back to a different type of Porsche. He's in the back of the new AMR rapid response vehicle. Great to see the V8 engine back in the 2024 Cayman S. 4-litre twin-turbo, 468 horsepower for the S, which gets that beautiful V8 engine back again. I thought we'd seen the last of that, but Porsche deciding to get that back into the Cayman S for 2024. And if you see a Dolomite Silver version of that going around, give it a wave, because it's like to be Nick and Joe.
God, that was really unfortunate.
It was the lightest of touches between the high-class racing prototype, which just pitched the 23 Ferrari round. That picked up the Inception McLaren, and Nick Tandy gets hit from behind on the right rear and pitched into the wall. Who was in the 20 at the time? Was it Dennis Anderson? Yes, it was. So. Yeah. It's the big hit was the biggest hit there, Jeremy, was on the Inception McLaren and Brendan Iribe. That was driver's side onto a concrete wall. And Augusto Farfus was so good at avoiding that. If Nick had been half a second before, half a second afterwards, he'd have been through that.
Yeah.
And that is when I know racing drivers will say there's no such thing as luck. You make your own luck. That's a luck situation.
Yeah. Yeah, he was, as you say, so close to being free of that. But by the same token, number 7 car that was, directly ahead of him, almost got collected as well. I mean, it could have been absolutely...
That could have been carnage, yeah.
Yeah, disastrous for that Penske team. Of course, going for the championship is the Porsche teams.
Just a note there. I'm looking at the Porsche and the Inception cars. They took quite big hits. The Porsche number 6, the G-force sensor light is on. That's why Nick would have been asked out of the car, and he'll have to go and have his mandatory check at the medical. We've swapped ends. Joe Bradley is at the GTP end, and he's got the leader with him.
And it's a very, very busy pit lane as we anticipated. The leader, the 01 Cadillac comes. Sebastian Bourdais looking like he's not getting out of the car. Tyres have gone on. We're now fueling. Just behind him on pit road is the number 5 Porsche. No driver change there as well. I look to my right. I've got the Meyer Shank racing car just to my right. Again, no driver changes at this point, just fuel and tyres.
Alexander Sims behind the wheel of the number 31. This was the first car off the pit lane when they did those initial stops. Let's see if they can jump everyone once again. First car rolling is the number 60 from Meyer Shank, but the first car back off the lane, yeah, it's the 60, the Acura with the best advantage here, then the 7 Porsche, and then the 31 Cadillac.
So that's the GTP, the front end of the field. Ben Keating in, taking fuel, waiting for that to be completed. He did hold on to the lead after that spin and pulled out a little gap again to Stephen Thomas, around about 3 seconds as they crossed the line. And as he goes out, let's see how that goes. Jared Andretti and Andretti Autosport, the 36, have jumped to the front of that, ahead of Ben Keating. Jared Andretti's a P3 car, John. Don't worry, I just saw that getting out in front of Ben. So I think Ben was still out in front of Stephen Thomas. Yes, he was. So of those cars that pitted, Ben still in the lead as the clean-up continues down at turn number 10. The full complement of machines. Now, Dennis Anderson still in that number 20 car. Difficult to see, but they've lifted it straight up. The lights are still on that car as the GT cars come in, led by, well, presumably led by Dorian Pan. She will have come in first of all.
No, she wouldn't, because she made that drive through effectively.
She
came into the pits but drove straight through, so lost about 5 or 6 positions.
Let's go to share, Adam. So down in the pit lane, it is a driver change at Lexus for the number 14 car. And just a confirmation that Dennis Anderson still is in the number 20 car. Joe Bradley is at Aston Martin Racing.
Both cars in, the 23 in the GTD Pro and also the 27 in the GTD. We've also got the 62 Ferrari in. Everything is... And now we've got a flurry of cars out off the apron and heading out. And I think the winner of that one was the WeatherTech Mercedes, first out of this GTD pit stop phase.
Huge number of cars going through, and the Porsche on the flatbed going down the front straight probably was asked not to come into the pits because the pit lane was full. I don't know, because the pit lane was open, but that's an odd one, as that flatbed and the Porsche goes through. He can't get into the pits from the other end, so he's going to have to do a lap effectively now with that Porsche on board, isn't he? See if I can pick up the transponder for the 6. And still the clear-up goes on. Considerable, and the concern will be for debris as well, because the initial impact was a couple of 100 yards away from the corner, and in fact we've got the jet blower and the sweepers out there at the moment. So when this shakes out, I think we've got Louis Delatraz back in the lead, have we?
It's going to be, he did not stop. He'd made his pit stop right before the caution period, so was at the back of the train, therefore stayed out and moves to the front of the train when everybody else makes their pit stops. So of everybody else, good stop there by Meyer Shank Racing to get up into second position. The loser there, interestingly, was Sebastian Bourdais, but of course he needed a lot more energy than everybody else because that was his first stop of the race. Everybody else, other than Louis Delatraz, who made his stop previously, had already made a pit stop earlier in the race, so they needed less.
We'll give you a VP Racing in-race update in a moment after we've welcomed Nick Damon back to the pit lane.
Yeah, I mean, just before I get here, you will kind of ruin the race, don't you, with a massive accident. One of the cars involved, the 20, the high-class racing LMP2 car, was just finishing off getting some service. They're currently now sweeping away 2/3 of a gravel trap, which it left as they cleaned out the innards of the car. But it did seem actually to be remarkably unscathed apart from that, so a plus point for them. The 85 JD Miller Motorsports, that's the P3 car, goes past me as well, and into the pits comes the P2 number 8 car that's had all those problems prior to this already. So they are all rotating through now, but the track still obviously needs to get cleared away entirely.
It's also a bit of restructuring of the line behind the safety car. Sheldon von der Linde is being asked to move ahead of Alexander Sims in the 31. So let's do a quick update. This is how they should restart behind once the BMW X50M pulls off. Louis Delatraz leading for Konica Minolta Acura in the black and blue number 10 from the white and pink number 60 Acura. Tom Blomqvist aboard that, as he has been from the start. Those are two starting drivers, as is Felipe Nasr in third in the number 7 Porsche, some of the black pinstripes and the black fin. Then it's Alexander Sims who's taken over the number 31 red and grey Cadillac. But he's going to be asked to allow Sheldon von der Linde to go through in the BMW Team RLL hybrid that he's taken over from Conor De Filippi. So it's going to be 25 and 31, 4th and 5th. Then Sebastian Bourdais for Cadillac in the gold-fronted car. In fact, that change has just happened as they came across the line in front of us. And then it will be Mike Rockenfeller in the all-yellow JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche 963, the number 5. He's been in since the start too. Marco Wittmann has taken over from Augusto Farfus in the number 24. He's in 8th. Jimmy Bruni has taken over the 59 Proton Competition Porsche. In LMP2, Ben Keating in the wins PR1 Matheson's Motorsports number 52 car ahead of TDS number 11, Stephen Thomas. Those two both been in from the start. In third, Emmanuel Collard. In 88, the AF Corsa LMP2. Then John Falb, he's also been in from the start for the TDS 35 car. George Kurtz, CrowdStrike Racing. Now, I don't know if he managed to take his penalty before we got through that situation. Yes, he's been down the pit lane 3 times, so I would say probably yes. And topping out the top 6 in LMP2, Dwight Merriman for Era Motorsport in the 18. In LMP3, Cameron Shields leads for Performance Tech Motorsport in the 38. Ligier, then Andretti Autosport, and it is Jared Andretti in the number 36 car ahead of Bijoy Garg for Junior 3 Racing in third. In GTD Pro, Antonio Garcia took the lead of the GTD Pro class just before the caution came out, and with that slight misstep by the Iron Dames, now is the best of the GTD cars. He's got Gilles Gounon in the WeatherTech Racing number 75 AMG GT3, 79, excuse me, in second place. Then it's the lead of the GTD field. Russell Ward has taken over the black and pink Winward Racing 57 ahead of Corey Lewis, who replaced Madison Snow quite early on in the piece. I think the first, maybe the second of the pit, of the full course yellows, actually, Corey got into that car. Then it's the 2 Lexus, the Pro car with Carl Kirkwood on board and Frankie Montecalvo in the AM car. That's how they stand in the VP Racing Fuel in race update. And some big movers there, Jeremy, particularly in GTD.
Yeah, particularly in GTD, and those top 3 cars that you talked about, the number, well, actually not the Corvette, but the other cars behind that, number 79, 57 and 1, those cars had already made a stop earlier, so this stop was considerably shorter. That's what enabled them to leapfrog their way forward.
As the Porsche comes back the pit lane, Nick Tandy is there to help unload it, so he's obviously been cleared. Let's hear from some of the drivers who started the race. Jack Hawksworth, champion with Joe Bradley.
Right, mate, you've got 2 lads from the north of England now, so you might need to translate Hindhoff. Jack, that looked even more chaotic than we expected.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. The driving standards are so poor, so poor. Like, I mean, I can only speak the GT class, but what was going on there in the first hour of the race was just so stupid. It's a 10-hour race, and you know there's going to be caution, so I don't know what was going on. Yeah, mad. So I'm glad we're still in the fight, and we still got the car and all 4 corners on it and all dive planes and everything, so happy with that, and yeah, continue on. But I could not believe what the driving, the people around me, I didn't understand it, but whatever. At the end, it was like it was the end of the race or something.
Crazy, I know. Championship in the bag, you guys have got a simple mindset now, you've got to win it. Yeah, mega, obviously, super. Once we get to the end of the race, we'll talk about the championship and everything, but right now we're full focus on this, and yeah, obviously we're in the hunt, and we're just going to keep trucking and see what we can do. Cheers, mate.
So that was quite a damning comment from Jack Hawksworth there. Nick Damon.
Very quick one. The 92, which is the Kelly Moss Bruce Wincare Porsche, it's been in 3 times in the last 3 laps. First time it came in, it got down to its pit box, moved 2 meters to the right to say hello, I'm here, and then didn't stop and carried on going again. Second time it seemed to get a full pit stop including tyres. Just coming for a third time with some more fuel, so they seem very, very attached to the whole let's be in the pit part of things.
Who is in that car at the moment? I wonder if what they are doing... Let me just scroll down my timing screen. You said that was the... Which car did you say that was, Nick?
The 92. Julian Andlau is in it now. I'm not sure whether he may have got in it last lap.
Right, OK. Yeah, that might be just... That's why they brought it in for the driver change, just trying to get the AM drivers' time up a little bit. We're back to green flag racing, 8.5 hours still to go. He said 8.5 minutes there, because that's what it sort of feels like. And a much better restart than the start for Louis Delatraz, and he's got Tom Blomqvist and Felipe Nasser behind him. News of a penalty for the 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari, working outside of the pit stop, of the pit box. And that will be a drive-through for Giuseppe Risi's team, very unlike them. And also, more than an emergency service in a closed pit. Oh, now this will be a long one. This will be a very long one indeed. And this is for the 35 LMP2 car of TDS Racing. That's John Falb and his car. So a moment or two ago, down into 10. An attempted pass for the lead in GTD Pro from the number 79 of Jules Gounon, ends up with him losing a couple of places. And that means that Russell Ward has gone through to the second spot of all the GTDs. He's leading the green number panelled cars. That's the GTD, effectively Pro-Am category, the Pro class led by the Corvette at the moment. So everybody with that sort of end-of-term feeling. Jack Hawksworth said that he felt the driving standards early on was very poor. Stop plus 60 seconds, by the way, for the John Falb TTS racing car. They've come in straight away, and too much fuel added to that car. Stop plus 60. You're only allowed 5 seconds of emergency service. They've got that car in and serving that penalty as quickly as possible, just in case another yellow comes out. I think that's fairly sensible. You can't serve penalties under full course yellows. Pick up some of the battles on the track at the moment. Russell Ward leads Corey Lewis in GTD. They're just going down to the braking area at turn in and turn 10A and B. Ahead of them is the battle for GTD Pro, and that accident that happened there relatively recently, which set the wheels in motion for the last appearance of the safety car. Incident responsibility has been placed firmly at the feet of Dennis Anderson, and that will be a stop plus 120 seconds for the car 20. Wow. Now that's interesting, because normally contact would be a drive-through or a short stop and hold. Is that penalising the...
That's making a statement, isn't it?
See, I'm not sure I agree with that, and I'll tell you why. And I'll tell you why. If it's incident responsibility, you penalise the act, not the consequences. Yeah. And because 4 cars were taken out, should it be any more penalty than if you took 1 car out? Or if you tapped 1 car?
Yeah, I mean, look,
sure.
It's not as if he did it on purpose.
Well,
I mean, he didn't take out the guy, he made a mistake and should be penalised for it. Yeah. But is that any different, as you suggested there, to any other mistake?
If you bump someone from behind and take the place on a bump and run, I'm not sure.
Anyhow, it was a bad mistake that has ruined the race for one of the championship contenders, that's for sure.
Isn't that true? Pit lane speed violation is a little easier. That's an absolute drive-through penalty for the AF Corsa number 88 Orica. I'm not saying it shouldn't be a penalty, by the way. I think you've got to make a statement, and that is a very big statement to make. What we now, if this is like a referee in a football match now, we've got 8 hours and 22 minutes to go, and is other contact going to be penalised in the same way?
I mean, everybody knew coming here is going to be tight out there. It's going to be. We've heard all sorts of descriptions of how treacherous it is out there with so many cars on a racetrack. So it's been drummed into drivers at all the various meetings and the team managers meetings. You just got to take care, and the drivers have done all the way through the practice sessions. We've seen remarkably few incidents, or at least incidents that have had consequences. There's been various sort of comings together and very, very, very near misses. But you know, in the early stage of this race, we've already had a couple of incidents that probably could have been avoided. Some great racing going on here in GTD.
So we've now got another penalty. This is for Paul Miller Racing, as there's a little bit of rubbing. 3 wide underneath the Fox Factory 120 bridge, and almost a huge incident there as the Lamborghini was leaning on the Aston Martin. My goodness me. Now, how's that going to be looked at? That was the Forte Patrick Liddy driven car with Marco Sorensen, and right in there as well, I think was Patrick Gallagher for Turner Motorsport. Yes, he was. And that was coming 3 wide under the Fox Factory Bridge. Nobody wanted to give way. And that was extremely dangerous. Now, it hasn't resulted in anybody going off the track. We're also hearing, by the way, as I said, a penalty for the number 1 BMW from Paul Miller Racing. Failed to meet the minimum full refueling time. That will be a drive-through. I'm glad I put no penalties on Porsche keys to the race. There's barely anybody who hasn't been penalised yet. We still to get to the darkness. That's when it's going to count. Tyres have not been an issue yet, but then again, we've not had a full stint of green flag running in terms of tyres. And we're still a little ways away from the Michelin Endurance Cup first points. So back timing to that with all these yellow flags might be a little bit interesting. GTD battle, absolutely superb, as one would expect. The leader's coming through it at the moment. Louis Delatraz by half a second at the line, but he's taken a decent bit of gap from Tom Blomqvist as he's got the better of the traffic. That's been brilliant driving from Delatraz. What a last few years Louis Delatraz has had. Really put himself front and centre as far as prototype driving is concerned. Did some P2 work as well, which caught the eye of a number of people, and rewarded with this accurate drive with Konica Minolta. Wayne Taylor racing with Andretti Global. Tom Blomqvist trying to get back to him, and Felipe Nasser sniffing the opportunity there in the number 7 car. Still in with a chance of the championship, that number 7 car. The 6 was the better placed of the 2 Porsche Penske Motorsports, and here's the run down to turn 1 as Nasser goes to the outside. He'll come back and go up the hill, try and get alongside Tom Blomqvist before the braking area for turn 2. Can't manage that. More traffic. And Blomqvist goes past the Pfaff Porsche in the first part of the S's. Nasser can't get by, so Sheldon van der Linde is right there in the BMW now. Traffic gives, traffic takes away. And the flashing of the headlights from Sheldon van der Linde, I'm sure, absolutely appreciated by Felipe Nasser in the GTP car he's trying to pass.
Always works that, doesn't it?
Always. Oh yeah, hang on, I'll just pull over and wave you by. Fastest lap last time around by George Kurtz, who's now back up to 2nd position ahead of Stephen Thomas. And there's just 8 seconds between the top 3, all championship contenders, or at least all contenders for that Le Mans spot in Ben Keating, George Kurtz and Stephen Thomas.
Yeah, tied for that Jim Truman Award coming into this weekend. George Kurtz has just overtaken Stephen Thomas just a lap or so ago, and as you say, just turned his best lap having done so. But Ben Keating had a little bit of traffic on that last lap, but the gap was 9 seconds on the previous lap, so he reduced it by a couple on that lap. Did George Kurtz getting close a little bit to Ben Keating, but Stephen Thomas now again down to 3rd place.
Down in the paddock with the remains of the McLaren with teammate to Brendan Uribe, the section McLaren. It's Freddie Sherlock. Freddie, a lot of damage for being completely innocent in the incident.
Yeah, really unfortunate, but I'm just super glad that Brandon is all right. I mean, we're all super passionate about racing, but I mean, first of all, we're just really glad to see everybody could walk away from this. It's not nice to see watching these big crashes happening.
Do you just see it as a racing incident, no real blame for anyone?
I mean, the problem is just P2 in the front just squeezed the GT car a bit in front of Brendan. And it's just a problem when there's such a big speed difference. And when the GT cars can actually brake super late compared to the LMPs, but he was just not aware that there was still a GT car on the right-hand side, and then he just squeezed him off. And then the GT car was just a passenger. Then he hit Brandon and also the Porsche GTP. So it's just really unfortunate that people like that have to retire from this cool event here. So we really wanted to win this one. It just means that we have to come back next year and hopefully do that.
Thank you, Freddie Shandoff there, the secretary number 7. Just so you know, it is 3 corners damaged, and a couple of those corners really badly damaged. They're taking it apart, but this is the chassis is okay, but anything else that sticks in the chassis, not so much.
Thank you, Nick. Frederick Shandoff there. And here's an interesting point on that penalty. From the rain line at IMSA Radio, totally fine with it. It wasn't for position, it wasn't within the same class, and it wasn't necessary. Plenty of room for him to carry on in a straight line. Horrible racecraft, worthy of the penalty. Don't disagree with that at all, rain line. But that was a stop in 120 seconds. Write that down, and let's see what other penalties get handed out during the race to see if it's consistent. That's all I'm saying. He hit one car, it had big consequences. So the next time somebody gets hit, will they get a drive-through, will they get a stop in 10, or will they get the same penalty, the stop in 120 seconds? And that is my only point for that. Unless you're giving out extra seconds for how many cars you take out, that means that you're penalising the consequence and not the action. As into the pit lane comes Corey Lewis to serve the drive-through for Paul Miller Racing. And this was short filling the car, or short fuel time for the car for what should have been a full fuel stop. And so that will push it down.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been a full fuel stop because they'd already stopped earlier on, hadn't they? So
I think that's what they may have been talking about, to be honest, Jeremy, because that car didn't come in straight away after the yellow. So I think they may have been putting their case to race control there.
Yeah, but it's not. At each stop, it's not I mean, all the pit stops for all the cars are supposed to take 40 seconds, I think it is nowadays, to refill the cars from empty. But that is prorated, so to speak. So if you're only going half a tank of fuel, it should take 20 seconds. So if it was a little bit less than that, then that's why the penalty would have been assessed.
Nick Damon and Joe Bradley in the pit lane as we have completed another 15 minutes of racing. 8 hours and 13 and a half minutes to go. The traffic is still, I mean, the concentration that must be required here is outstanding. Be there in the dark, that was our another Porsche keys to the race. Sunset is 7:05. Official dark starts at 7:30. The big news, one of the title contenders at GTP is out of the race at the moment. The car is back behind the wall. Nick Tandy was at the wheel. Our Nick Damon is with him at Porsche Penske Motorsport at their trailer.
Oh, Nick, well, I suppose it rhymes with Nick, it's sick, isn't it, I suppose? That's all you can say.
Yeah, I saw a replay as I was sitting there, trying to get us out of the gravel. But, yeah, wrong place, wrong time.
Actually, a well-known driver who is actually a multiple winner of this event and is Scottish and quite short has said there's no such thing as luck in motorsport. Well, that was just bad luck in motorsport, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. You know, just another 5 mil from the side of the P2 touching the GT, or if I was a tenth behind or a tenth in front, they wouldn't have caught the rear. But what can we say?
Quick question: are you okay? I mean, obviously you're feeling absolutely gutted, but are you actually physically okay? Because they did ask you to get out of the car. We wondered why they asked you to get out.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. So I'm fine. The car I drive. We have a a medical light that goes off in the car if it triggers a warning situation, which didn't go off. The hybrid system was safe, so I was trying to get the car pulled out onto the grass so I could bring it back to pit lane. But yeah, there was a lot going on. The car stuck in the two cars together, so I understand the track worker situation. They're obviously there to make sure we're safe and everyone else on the track is safe first and foremost. But I mean, it's in the tent now, full of gravel. It's repairable. Whether it's worth doing anything, I don't know, but bit of a shame.
Oh, yeah, desperate bad luck. Generally, we all feel for you. Everyone listening feels for you. It's just one of those things that makes you love and hate endurance racing.
Well, exactly. It's part of racing. You get good days, you get bad days. It makes it bitter that, we should have come here and won a championship by starting the race effectively if things had gone different in other situations, but we gave it our best shot, and that's all we can do, really.
Nick, thanks for talking to us. Thank you very much, mate. Cheers. A very, very understanding, disappointed man, and they are working feverishly. I suppose they'll make a decision about where to put the car back on the track again, but they are going to repair it enough. It is all, I suppose, down to that loss of the win at Watkins Glen for a slightly worn-out plank, which was not of a performance advantage, but of course broke the rules, John.
The number 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin is still out on track, and the driver that will take over that car is David Pittard. I'm with David now. David, I've just seen you do some stretching and stuff, and I just wanted to ask you, you're about to get behind the wheel of that Aston Martin, so what is the preparation process that you're going through right now?
Yeah, it's a funny thing. Everyone always says, oh, you just sat down driving a car, pushing some pedals, but the intensity out there, especially on an event like Petit Le Mans, 52 cars out on track with such huge speed differentials out there, you've got to be on it on top form. And in IMSA, you can't ease yourself in for a couple of laps on such a short lap either. You've got to be on it from as soon as you drop the clutch, basically. So for me, it's about just raising my pulse a little bit. That gets the adrenaline going, and so yeah, like I said, I can nail my marks as soon as I leave the box and to return to the box.
Thanks, Dave. I'll leave you to downward dog.
I've been doing it wrong all these years. I always try and get me breathing down and get me pulse rate down before I get in the car. I should be jumping around and drinking a cup of coffee. Thank you very much. Battle for the lead on the back straight, coming through GTD traffic. I suspect we'll be saying that quite a few times in the next 8 hours and 9 minutes. Louis Delatraz side by side. Whoa! And the touch there from the number 1 machine, and that is Corey Lewis into the wall, and that was a contact with the number 60 Sirius XM Auto Nation Acura as they were battling for the lead. Oh my goodness me, Tom Blomqvist straight into the pit lane. Now, how's that going to be seen by race control? Faster cars coming through battling GTs. It is the responsibility of the faster car to find a way through without affecting the other cars. A stop plus 120 seconds is the benchmark that's been set for putting people off track. Joe Bradley.
Well, Tom Blomqvist has already made it to his pit apron. He's taking on tyres and fuel. He's not getting out of the car, and I'm on the right-hand side of the car. Can't speak for the left-hand side of the car. You guys might be able to shed some light on that. That's probably where the damage is. I'm trapped behind the tyre mechanics now. He's dropping down the order that we can see. The fueling is done. The car is staying stationary, and the rear deck is coming off.
And Joe, we have a full course yellow for that number 1 BMW in the barriers just before the Fox Factory Bridge. Well, look, I think the damage is on the left rear. So the leader had gone through, and okay, so that's interesting, because I think that was the GT car running into the back of the prototype. And that's not normally what happens here. And that's what got Blomqvist squirrely. And then as the car came back the other way, fact, they got blocked by... Who was that? Was that number 20 again? Yes, it was. Yeah. It's the number 20 high-class racing car that was in front of Tom Blomqvist, which made him check up. That's fine, because he's passing as well. So the leader gets through. Then it's side by side, Blomqvist and the 20 car. Blomqvist gets clipped from the rear, and the high-class car is the car that slowed Blomqvist down. But I don't see that was anything wrong there. He was just taking his line. And then the BMW ran into the back of the number 60. And I'm pretty sure it was Corey Lewis that was in that car. Yes, it was. And that pushed the car sideways, which then ran into him, that banged him into the tyre wall. Joe Bradley, how's the damage control exercise coming, or the damage assessment exercise coming on down at Michelin Racing?
Well, I think it's bigger than they anticipated. Tom brought the car in, as I said. He sat there in the car for quite a while. He's now gotten out. He's handed the car over to, I think it's Helio Castroneves. He's tweaked a track control bar at the rear of the car. That's the bar, the piece of suspension that controls the toe in and toe out of the rear wheel. And that's kind of standard practice. When you have a sideways impact on the rear end, that's the first thing that really tweaks. And that's exactly what's happened here.
Nick Damon is also in the pit lane.
I am. I'm back, and I just hopped off from the wall. Very convenient now. Inception Racing aren't there anymore, so there's a lovely open slot with a nice ladder up to stand on the wall and watch the cars coming in. And the first car I saw coming just 2 pits down, which is the 04, the CrowdStrike LMP2 car. George Kurtz at the wheel. They came in. Now, I think they may have beaten the yellow flag, because they certainly came in and took a complete full tank of fuel. No tyres. Clean up fuel tank of fuel back out again. So that could be a very good way of them moving right up the field to the front of P2.
He was slightly behind it. Full course yellow was called by race control at 33 minutes and 20 seconds past the hour, and George Kurtz came in at 33 minutes and 21 past the hour. Now, if he was at the commit line, that's fine. That will be being looked at if he'd already got to the commit line, because obviously as the pits close, Marcus Sorensen entered a closed pits, but I think he just drove straight through. So we'll have to wait from race control.
Number 9
to work
and
that.
79 also came in, I think, trying to beat the yellow. Don't know whether they made it or not.
Well, I can tell you that.
79 and 9.
79 would have been
And
Gilles
13.
Gounon, and Kevin Estra was in the Porsche number 9.
Yep.
Race control called full course yellow at 33.20. Gounon was in before that, and so was Kevin Estra. So they're fine. George Kurtz right on the bubble. Joe Bradley.
Yeah, job done, and Helio Castroneves rejoins the race. Very, very quick job. It was just the tolling, the bar that's basically just 2 bolts. So very, very speedy work from MSR Racing.
Not the end to the championship season. Another championship winning season for Paul Miller Racing that they wanted. Jeremy came here with a championship with the championship under their belts, and that car's going to have to get some remedial work, I'm afraid, from Paul Miller.
Right, so we're down to 8 cars on the lead lap now then, with that number 60 car finally leaving the pit lane. Helio Castroneves aboard that car now, but it'll be, I think, 2 laps down. Yeah. Plenty of time to make up that ground.
Let's go to Tom Blomqvist and see what he's seeing as the GTP cars come in. Nick and the rest of us will watch that as Tom talks to Joe Bradley.
Explain what happened there. Very crowded track. We can all see that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's obviously there's so many cars, 50 odd. Yeah, I got a little tap from behind. You know, it was all carnage there with the traffic. I was trying to, you know, drive back past the P2 guy. I think one of the GTs hit me on behind. which gave me a big tank slapper, and then I think he tried to go left, and the car, when I was correcting the car, he hit my back again and bent the rear left tow rod. So yeah, we had to come in and change that. Guys did a good job. I think we only lost 2 laps, so it's not over yet.
Cracking job. I mean, give us an idea. I mean, it's way past the open top sports car days. These GTP closed top cars, your vision is very impaired.
Is what?
Your vision very impaired in these cars.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, kind of, but I think that was just, obviously you're trying to look forward and look back. I think it was a bit of a, the BMW or whoever it was, obviously didn't expect me to go where I was going to go. I mean, we were at super slow speed, and then that first contact that I had from him, got me sideways, and then collected. We hit each other again, and I think that's what broke my car. And obviously, I don't know what happened to him, but yeah.
Thank you, Joe. Incident at pit out has caused some significant damage to the 31 Whelen Cadillac. Left rear damage there. There was a BMW involved there as well. I think the red light was on at the end of pit lane, and that's it confused what was going on. Yeah. Oh, and they ran through it. So the 31 ran through it and then realised it had to stop, and the BMW was driving through it and didn't stop at all. It was the number 25 BMW with Alexander Sims in the 31. Sims had run the red light anyway. He was over the line, but then he was obviously being shouted at to stop. He's the last pit stall there, and he was trying to get out ahead of the number 25 BMW of Sheldon van der Linde. They clearly were saying to him, stop, stop, stop. He ran the red light. The red light's behind him. And then van der Linde was never going to stop and drove straight into the back of him. So it could be double penalties here. More penalties than a European Cup final here this weekend already. In comes the GT field, and Joe Bradley and Nick Damon have the latest. Here's Joe.
I've got the number 3 Corvette, and also just gone by me is the number 14 Lexus Corvette, though they're changing driver. So tyres, fresh set of Michelin's going on, fueling going on, and now the new driver being put in that car down to the number 14, which is blocked by the number 12. So very busy as we expected. That's a beautiful soundbite of a Corvette there.
Well, at this end, we've had a lot of cars coming in, mostly doing full service. A couple of fuel, and the 47 Cetilar Ferrari is just done fuel. There's been a problem with the 97 BMW, the Macintosh car that had a kind of, it was ready to go, and they stopped and had a bit of a conversation about it. So whether they had a slight issue, it was running, just didn't go anywhere, was a bit surprising. The red Ferrari had the recent Ferrari actually held up the Cetilar Ferrari for a while, but on the whole, it's quite opposite. We already have a situation where the GTDs aren't on the same strategies, because we had some doing tyres, some doing fuel, and I didn't see many driver changes, so we're obviously not on that rotation just yet.
Well, we've just had 2 hours of racing behind the BMW safety car again. So it is Cadillac Racing that leads. No, it's not, because I'd have to scroll back up to the top of the screen. More mouse action required there. Alexander Sims with Whelen Engineering leads in this 31 car, but that car is damaged. And I expect to see that car come back into the pit lane. It needs a new rear deck. So he pulls out, Alex pulled out of his pits. He's desperate to beat Sheldon van der Linde. He runs through the red light, realises he's done so or is told so, jams on the brakes. Sheldon van der Linde wasn't stopping either, so he's run the red light as well. So they're both going to get a penalty for running the red light, and then you're going to have to give Sheldon van der Linde a penalty for running into the back of the 31 car. Oh dear, oh dear. These are professional race drivers, ladies and gentlemen. Joe Bradley, you've got Alexander Sims coming back down towards you.
Yeah, Alex Sims has already made it round to the pits in that Whelen liveried Cadillac. Comes to a halt. Let's have a good look at, the left-hand rear corner completely demolished. That'll be a rear deck. I'm not sure whether that's tweaked the suspension that we've witnessed before. Certainly the MSR Acura had been tweaked, but this is a rear knock. 4 new tyres going on. The deck's still there. They'll put the tyres on first. Now they'll concentrate on the rear deck coming off. So we've got the T-bar that's into action. That's basically a quick release device. Off comes the rear wing. So it's not the engine cover part I'm talking about. It's the actual rear deck part, which has the diffuser on the bottom of it and the rear wing on the top. Kicked into place. Quite agriculturally, actually, not quite seating right. They're not happy with it. Now, when it is seated right, they put the T-bar back into action, and it's basically a 90-degree turn or a 180-degree turn from that. Very, very quick release. They're happy with the suspension. This car's about to go back onto the track. It's off the jacks, and it's away. So that's all it was, just a rear deck damage.
Modular design on the back there. This time the light is green. Alexander Sims goes out. Meanwhile, at Porsche Penske Motorsport in the paddock, the floor is coming off the Nick Tandy number 6963, and a small beach of gravel from under there as well. They were looking at the right front suspension as well on that car. That car came into the championship as the better placed of the two Porsche Penske Motorsports machines as far as the championship was concerned. That is down and out now. I'm sure if they can get it back, they will, because they'll want the miles under the Michelin tyres. As into the pit lane comes the 25.
The leader.
This is the car with Scott as the leader. This is Sheldon von der Linde. Now, this is the car that ran into the back of Alexander Sims as the prototype clash split is going on. Let's go to Nick Damon for an interview. Where are you, Nick?
I'm with the 96 Tenor BMW, and it's Patrick Gallagher just got out of it. Patrick, I've only got one question to ask you. Just how crazy is it out there?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly crazy when the prototypes are coming through. I mean, I'm kind of surprised at how many GTD guys are just bouncing off of each other this early into the race, but, I don't know why I'm shocked. It's been like that all year, so... Yeah, guys at Turner Motorsports have our BMW M4 rolling good. We'll see if we can't get a good result for Liqui Moly and Belhaven today. Obviously a long way to go, and we're just plugging away, waiting for the nighttime, and hopefully we'll get to the front.
Do you think there's more pressure on some of these drivers because it's one of the Blue Ribbon races, one of the big races of the year?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, once you get into the rhythm of the race, no, you're just doing your thing, but certainly that first hour, everyone's been ready to go all week, and at a track like this where it's real narrow and fast and you got, so many cars out there, I do think, it kind of calms down after that first stint and people settle into a groove. But, a good thing for the fans' sake sitting out there with probably 4 hours to go, it'll ramp right back up.
Has the constant yellows been a problem? You haven't been able to get into a rhythm because it's been constant stop and go.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't in the car very long. I think I did half a tank there, and then I got fully in, and I'll get back in after that. But it's tough to get into a rhythm in a way, but that's just the nature of this place, and you're going to have yellows with this many cars here, and you got to be ready to rip at any moment. It's really no different.
Is there an issue? This is suddenly today, after a very overcast week and rain as well, we've got glorious sunshine. I mean, is this putting cars out of their windows?
I don't think so. I think everyone's set up for the night regardless, so maybe it puts them a little bit out of the window during the day, but everyone up and down the pit lane is obviously setting up for the nighttime finish, so maybe a little bit, but our car was pretty good, and we'll see where we end up.
Thanks, Pat.
Yep. Very good point. Joe Bradley?
Yeah, the 25, the BMW has been in, the matching pair, so to speak, and it's just the front section that was replaced. You know what? They're very, very robust front ends on these BMWs. There was barely a scratch. There was a scratch, of course, and they've changed it. They'll go in and inspect it to see if there's any of the dive planes missing. There didn't seem to be any, but you can never be sure. And it was a matter of, 2 bolts, again, T-bar, 2 of them, off, on with the new one, and it's back out.
Joe and Nick in the pit lane. Well, Jeremy, we had a tight championship in GTP. That's, by my count, it's not massive arithmetic or quadratic equations, I reckon we're down a couple of major contenders there.
Yeah, I mean, one certainly is pretty much out of the reckoning now. That would be number 6 car. The problems then also for number 31 car that came into the weekend, or into the week, leading the points. Currently second in the points table because of the pole position for number 10 car yesterday that earned him 35 championship points to the... Where did the wheel engineering car qualified 8th, didn't it? So they leapfrogged ahead of the number 10 car, leapfrogged ahead number 31 car in the points table coming into the race. But yeah, at least the 31 car is still in there on the lead lap, no problems there. Just particularly galling, having come out in the lead there.
Yeah, what do you make of that? I mean, there's a mistake by Sims to start with because he runs the red light.
Yeah.
He then tries to stop the car, pulls the car up. And then Van der Linde, also running the red light, smacks straight into the back of him.
Pretty unfortunate that neither of them was paying attention to the red light. But for Alexander Sims, look, he's already gone past the red light, so I guess with the benefit of hindsight, I'm sure he wishes he'd got a bit further up the track and then pulled out of the way in case anybody else was doing the same thing. But look, in the heat of the moment, you realise you made a mistake, you're going to get on the brakes. Unfortunately, the guy behind him had made the same mistake. Just really unfortunate. Not sure that you can really blame Van der Linde for hitting the number 31 car, but you can blame him for running the red light.
Yes.
Yikes. So
Work
really
that one out, race control.
Yeah, have fun
Get
with
the
that
coffee pot on up there. You're going to be busy
So,
again.
as a result of all that, guess who's back in the lead? The car that led in the early stages, number 01 Cadillac, still with Sebastian Bourdais at the wheel. He's remaining aboard that car. He's done over 2 hours now already, and will be out front again for the restart. So we've had now 4 different cars leading the race: the 01, the 10, and then the 31 and the 25 very briefly.
Yes.
Before they came in to have some remedial damage after that little incident in the pit lane. So the 6th change of lead sees Sebastian Bourdais and that Cadillac Racing number 01 car back out in front.
23 laps has been led by the BMW X50M safety car since the green flag, that is. Obviously they did a couple more before that for over 1 hour of the just over 2 hours that we've had so far. Now, it's not great. It's not a great advertisement really at the moment.
True.
And a lot of that has been, or some of that has been through contact car to car, where we saw some incidents and even some red flags during practice and qualifying in the early part of the week. That tend to be driver mistakes in difficult conditions. We've seen much more car-to-car contact in the start of this race. You're listening to IMSA Radio around the circuit on 98.1 Road Atlanta FM, around the world on RS2 and here in the US on XM207, as well as on the World Feed TV.
And when all the other leaders came into the pits in GTP, the number 60 car was able to stay out and get one of its laps back. So Luke Castroneves now in car number 60 is just 1 lap down to the leaders, and having been behind all the LMP2 cars, is now ahead of them all. Right. So that's really good news for Meyershank Racing after that little drama just a little while ago that cost it 2 laps, but now just 1 lap down, and with plenty of time to have opportunities to make up that 1 lost lap.
We're going to go back green in a second, Jeremy, just talking about championship contenders that are out. Paul Miller Racing, of course, have won a championship, but they were in for other ones, and that's going to put dent in their championship aspirations as well in this race.
Yeah, true.
In the GT category. The BMW safety car rolls to a stop right in front of us so that we can get a really good look at the 22-inch rims that it rides on. Here comes Sebastian Bourdais. Goes across the start-finish line to take the green flag and has pulled out a decent margin to Marco Wittmann, who is the BMW driver in second place. Third now, Mike Rockefeller for JDC Miller Motorsports in the Porsche, ahead of Matt Campbell in the remaining Porsche Penske Motorsport number 7, still with a chance of the championship, that car. Then Ricky Taylor in the Konica Minolta Acura, Paul Sitting car. Jimmy Bruni for Proton's Porsche, the WeatherTech car in the 59, and then Alexander Sims for Whelen Engineering, with I'm sure a penalty coming in a moment. A couple of fueling penalties that have been assessed. That is the AWA number 13, Ori Fadani, and that then takes the second place LMP2 car down the pit lane, plus the number 38 Brian Thienes Performance Tech Motorsport car. Same answer for that one, so that's the 4th place car. Heavens above. 31. Number 31, Whelen car, number 25 BMW, and the 36 car running the red light at pit exit. That's a stop at 60 for those cars. Wow.
So that is more than a lap.
Yeah. And also for, what's the third one there? Was the number 36 car. So that's Jared Andretti's car. So that's another. So second, third, did I say, sorry, third, fourth and fifth, I think, in LMP3 have all got penalties of one sort or another. And the 27 car, more than an emergency service in a closed pit, and that's a stop in 60. We're not going to have enough room in the penalty box. Already the 2 GTP cars have come in to be joined by the Aston Martin of Heart of Racing. So the three cars parked up in the penalty box. We've actually got the Whelen Engineering Cadillac is parked, I think, in its own box rather than the penalty box, and then everybody else is lined up behind it. So if either of the Lexus, the Vassar Sullivan Lexus come in, they are not going to have anywhere to park. That is very, very tight at the end of pit lane. Let's now another penalty. This for the number 88 car, the AF Corsa LMP2. This is the Francois Perraudot, Mathieu Vaxvier, Emmanuel Collard car, spinning the wheels whilst on the jacks. That's just a drive-through though, so we don't have to add them to the car park at the end of pit lane. Let's get back to some, shall we get back to some racing? I feel like I'm doing a bingo card of penalties at the moment. If someone hasn't got a line or all 4 corners at the moment, I'll be very surprised. It's like the meat raffle down at the local working men's club. Sebastian Bourdais leading.
Look who's in second position.
Mike Rockefeller has
cool is that?
Just gone through. And Matt Campbell is in third ahead of Marco Wittmann. So Wittmann's lost a couple of places there. As when we restarted, Marco was in second place ahead of the 2 Porsches. Yeah. Alex Quinn goes through in 8th position overall as the best LMP2 car. A lap off the lead, but that's a 13.9 for the LMP2. They slowed down LMP2 a few years ago, so that's a decent lap time from Alex.
Yeah, so he's just taken over from Ben Keating and has regained the lead from George Kurtz, who stayed at the wheel, I think, of the number 04 car. Yes, he did the APR, CrowdStrike by APR entry. So Alex Quinn, the youngster there, has moved back into the lead, number 52 PR1 Matheson Motorsports car. But now, all of a sudden, we've only got 6 GTP cars on the lead lap because the number 31 and 25 are finally underway again, but are a full lap down to the rest of the GTP leaders.
So now another penalty for the BMW number 25, just serving its penalty. In fact, it's just served its penalty at the BMW for running the red light, and has got the instant responsibility for the contact with the 31.
Yeah.
So that'll come down. That's just a drive-through, and a warning for another car there. That was, I think, the number 78 Forte US Racetronics. So that was instant responsibility warning, just a warning there to say I haven't been keeping as much of a note as I should have of all these penalties. It's probably a good job I would have run out of paper. So just to recap, Alexander Sims out of the pits from that last pit stop, was in the lead, ran the red light, realised it, stopped, slammed on the brakes. It was Sheldon van der Linde, also ran the red light, didn't slam on the brakes quite as quickly, and therefore ran into the back of the number 31 Whelen Cadillac. A comedy of errors. Just play the Benny Hill music and that'll get on the show reel at the end of the season. Just goes to prove what stresses and strains and pressures these pro drivers are under in these big races. They are racing for championships. They are potentially always racing for their careers, particularly as works drivers. It's all on the line. Another spin for the high-class racing number 20. That's coming out of turn 7, I think. And that car just reversing back to the wall. It's been an incident-packed.
Dennis Anderson.
Still Dennis, is it?
Yeah.
He's already had 2 minutes parked in the penalty box. So he's probably read a chapter of whatever book he's going through at the moment. Gets first gear and carefully, without spinning the Michelins too much, gets back out. So he's looped it coming out of turn 7. The car looking a little less than pristine now, that red-white machine.
And honour restored for the Penske Porsche factory team, because Matty Campbell has managed to find a way past Mike Rockenfeller, so up into second position now for Matt Campbell. And right behind Sebastian Bourdais as they complete their 87th lap. Those three leaders pretty much nose to tail. Short gap back to Marco Wittmann in 4th position. He's got Ricky Taylor hot on his heels, having finally taken over from Louis Delatraz, who drove a tremendous opening stint. And then Jimmy Bruni is in the 6th position, as we see Sheldon. Is that Sheldon van der Linde?
Yeah, it's the drive-through for running into the back of Alexander Sims as they both ran the red light at the end of pit lane. Shea Adam back in the pit lane and has taken over from Joe Bradley, I believe. So it's Nick and Shea in the pit lane at the moment. Not sure how they managed to get the radio mic pack belt in between those two. That was a bit like having the driver change from Pat Long to Jörg Bergmeister, wasn't it? Let's be honest. Put that to one side for the moment. Bobbing, weaving into turn 1, and Matt Campbell goes for the lead, gets the right rear Michelin on the grass and goes through into the lead. And a Porsche leads Petit Le Mans. And it's Matt Campbell in the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport car. Picked his way through the traffic. Mike Rockenfeller following him through and beginning to pressure Sebastian Bourdais. Mike Rockenfeller announced as a Ford performance driver in GT3 next year with Harry Tinknell in the GTD Pro category here in IMSA. A long chat with Mike earlier in the week, actually, at a Porsche event, and thoroughly enjoying being back involved. He's done some test and development, of course, for the Hendrick NASCAR to Le Mans programme. Let's go down to Shea Adam, down at Paul Miller Racing. It's not been a good 40 minutes or so for the car that wears the number 1 on the side, Shea.
No, and the good news is they are still the 2023 GTD champions. But Brian, there's work going on in the background. This is Team Never Quit.
Yeah, I mean, I think these guys refuse to quit. It's a shame that we have to be in this position right now. You know, I felt like we were having a pretty good race. Obviously, it's very early. obviously a lot of things can happen, but you know, we're in the lead. I think unfortunately had a pit stop infraction, had a drive-through, but that definitely wouldn't have taken us out of this race. This unfortunately does. You know, I think when you look at the race so far, it's unfortunate what we've seen. You know, we've seen a lot of yellow flags. I would say not the highest of driving standards, and I think that that's disappointing. It's disappointing because we're a professional series that's supposed to put on professional racing, and it doesn't look like that right now. You know, the worst part of this whole thing is sitting here watching the guys fix the car and not being out there. So I feel so bad for them. You know, today was their kind of day to shine and to enjoy it and to embrace it, and instead we're stuck in the garage repairing it. So I'm super hopeful that we'll be able to get back out and at least run some more laps and finish the race, because I know that's what the fans came for, is to watch a bunch of cars go around. So fingers crossed they get things back together.
You guys took Madison out of the car very early on, about 40 minutes into the race, and put Corey in. What was the thinking behind that?
Well, I mean, it was a strategic move for us. It's so early in the race, and we were still in the running for the Endurance Championship. So with undercutting early, it kind of timed us to the 4-hour mark. So as soon as that yellow came, it gave us the opportunity to do that. And then it actually worked out even more to our favor, because as the second yellow came, we were much more full on fuel than the rest of the field. So then not only were we able to kind of like fill into our window, but we were also able to jump to the front just behind the 57 car. So things were working according to plan, and it's something we had talked about from the very beginning. The only kind of bullet we had left in the gun here was the Endurance Championship, and you know, we wanted it pretty badly, and we were going to do anything we could to get there. So that was the risk there.
Looks like the record of 5 wins is where it's going to stand on the season. Thanks, Brian. Now, Nick is down with another car that looked very strong earlier on. That's the Aaron Dames Lamborghini.
Yeah, the car which led the whole of the GTD class, both normal and pro, early on, has come into the pit lane. Looked pretty normal. They came in, they took a full slug of fuel, they changed all the tyres. No driver change, but then a problem on the rear right. The wheel did not go back on again. The engineer was looking, they were staring, and then the sign you never want to see in an American racetrack, the finger of fate, or the arm of fate, pointing back towards the paddock and to go behind the wall. And once they got the wheel all the way behind the wall, it's quite obvious there's been a suspension failure in that rear right. It's not sitting at all correctly. This is not, I wouldn't think this is going to be work of a long amount of work, but they're going to need to change something they can't change on the pit lane, probably a tow arm or perhaps even a top link. But yeah, bad news for that Lamborghini that was going so well.
So suspension problems for the number 83 Lamborghini from Iron Dames. And Jeremy, that car was a rocket ship with Dorian Pan earlier on.
It certainly was. They had a tremendous opening stint to this race, a great qualifying yesterday as well. So really disappointing for that another crowd favourite team here, I think, no doubt about that. The car looks great. The girls are doing a super job. Have done all week long. Yeah, they had that minor miscue where they came into the pits earlier on, just as the pits were closing, so had to drive through it. It cost them the lead in the class. Since then, still running strongly, but now this problem is going to set them back a long way.
Yes. So right rear suspension, as reported by Nick. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll get our colleagues at Charlotte to pass that along to our TV booth. Although that's only next door to me, I'm not quick enough to write that down and stick it on the window. So at the front of the field, Matt Campbell leads by 3/4 of a second from Sebastian Bourdais. It's Porsche Penske Motorsport number 7, the 963, leading the new GTP category. From Cadillac's V-Series R number 01, the gold-fronted car, Sebastian Bourdais, been in that seat since the start of the race. Mike Rockenfeller for JDC Miller Motorsports, Jeremy, in third, and the top 3 separated by 1.6 seconds. Marco Wittmann only another 3 or 4 seconds behind. Where is he? Coming down the hill now and comes through. Yeah, 6 seconds away from the lead, and he's got just 0.2 of a second on the Konica Minolta Acura, and then Jimmy Bruni's another 4 seconds further back.
Yeah, so it's still, you know, those top three pretty much running in tandem here as they work their way through slower traffic, and against a good example of the patience that has to be shown by these GTP cars. Much quicker than that LMP3 heading into turn 5, but they had to just be patient, wait till the LMP3 car came out of the corner, and then jump on the throttle and blast past them.
Ricky Taylor right with Marco Wittmann through turns 5, 6 and 7. Now onto the long back stretch. 2 little kinks in that, 2 little rises, and then the big drop down the hill to turn 10A and 10B. The BMW then holding on to 4th position. Marco Wittmann having taken over the car from Augusto Farfus. 2 cars recently behind the wall. We mentioned the Iron Dames, also the Andretti Autosport car going behind the wall. We'll keep an eye on that in the paddock with our intrepid pit lane team. Last year's winner then behind the wall for Andretti Autosport, and their season of bad luck, Jeremy, continues.
It does, doesn't it, Vic? And they've been running really strongly. Jared led the early stages. He fell back and around the pit stops, but was working his way through again, and yeah, that'll be disappointing for that team. So we're down to now 5 cars. One of them actually is on the off the lead lap in LMP3.
There's just no respite for the drivers here. You get through a clump of traffic, and then you hit another clump of traffic, and if you're lucky, you get 2 or 3 corners where if you're one of the slower categories, I'm not sure you're getting a clear lap at all. And if you're one of the quicker cars, I'm not sure you're getting a full lap online at all. They have had the sweepers out during the yellow flags. The battle for 4th goes underneath us. I'm trying to rack my brain to remember what happened to the Andretti 36 car. I think they did take a penalty at one stage, but I can't remember what else happened. So we'll task one of our pit lane reporters to head to there. Shea Adam is at the pit box. That car's gone behind the wall, Shea. Has everybody gone with it? Oh, hang on 1 second. Battle for the lead and a pass for the lead, I think. Pass for the 4th place, rather, I think, with Koenig and Minolta's Acura using the traffic. But is the BMW still on his inside? No, he hasn't been able to make it. No. He got side by side for a moment. Sorry, Shea, go ahead. You're at the pit, in the pit lane for the Andretti car, are you? I'll try and fade you. No, you won't fade it up. Hello, Shea.
I did just get an answer. Broken left rear upright from contact with another car. They have the Michelin that, well, let's put it this way. If it was battered and bruised, it definitely would stand out from everybody else I've seen today. This poor little Ligier back in the garage. They're trying to fix it, but it looks like another bad race for them.
Really have had no luck but bad luck this year. Stepping up to GT or into GTD next year, Jeremy, with the Aston Martin, and I mean, fair play to them for wanting to come back, because actually it's been a season to forget in some respects.
Boy, hasn't it just? I mean, everything that can go wrong has gone wrong with that team this season. Yeah, the first 2 races, we talked about it several times, the last few races, the first 2 races they did, Gabby Chavez didn't even get a racing lap under his belt, because Jared Andretti was taken out in 2 consecutive races before.
Not of his own making as well.
Not exactly, taken out, completely innocent victim.
And it sounds like that might have been a similar issue with contact at the rear there for the upright. So Campbell leads by 2 seconds from Sebastian Bourdais. Porsche number 7 from Cadillac 01 from Mike Rockefeller. What a run this is for JDC Miller Motorsports. And back onto the pit lane, the purple number 83. Nick Damon, you'd been watching that one. That was suspension problems as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it has just gone past its pit, flashing its lights, say thank you guys. Yeah, it was obviously a relatively easy fix, either a toe link or an upright, but they decided to do it in the paddock rather than actually doing it on the pit wall, as we saw earlier with the Acura.
Nick,
yep.
Did it stop at its pit?
No.
That's going to be a penalty then.
Really?
Yeah. you have to stop with your pit when you come out back from behind the wall.
It waves it. It's a kind of all right. It kind of moved about 2 yards towards the pit. And kind of go, look at me. It was more like an aircraft dipping its wings. You know, as it goes to say hello as it goes over an airfield.
Yeah, the pattern is full though. Sorry, request for flyby denied. Negative Ghost Rider, as Shay's just said about it. I'm right in saying, Shay, that when you come from behind the wall, you're supposed to stop at your pit stop?
Well, I thought that was the case, but when the 93 came back out earlier on, that was the Acura. They went straight from behind the wall out onto the racetrack. So either they got away with one.
Well, keep an eye on that. That might have been a rule that's changed. It certainly used to be the case. 7.5 hours still to go. The leader crosses the line now underneath my feet and heads down to turn 1. When I say underneath my feet, we are here trackside at the Global Broadcast Centre, is pretty much aligned with the stripe up on the second floor of the magnificent Michelin Tower. If you've got iRacing, by the way, it has been modelled in iRacing, and you can actually view around inside it on iRacing as well. You can actually get inside the tower and move around. Great view from the roof, particularly when the sun starts going down tonight over the Fox Factory Bridge. There'll be plenty of photographers checking out the wonderful vistas that are to be had here. Great. I mean, as I said earlier on, Jeremy, the infrastructure's been improved. Whether it's the internet, whether it's the Michelin Tower we're standing in, the character of the track and the character of this race is exactly as it was back in 1998, 1999, which is full on, head down, no nonsense, let's get to the end of the 10 hours. And this is a proper track that has proper consequences for mistakes.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's pretty daunting around here, particularly in inclement conditions like we've had earlier this week. But thankfully, right now, the blue sky is pretty prevalent. So it's a gorgeous day right now, and a big crowd here enjoying some exciting action. And we're now 99 laps completed by Matty Campbell. 100 next time around, and he's stretched out a lead of almost 2 seconds now over Sebastian Bourdais, but yeah, still very early stages for these GTP contenders, and all of the top 6 at least will be happy they're keeping the cars on the lead lap and in contention. But hats off particularly to Mike Rockefeller, number 5 team for JDC Miller Motorsports. Privateer Porsche getting absolutely zero help from the Porsche organisation himself, which seems bizarre to me, but confirmed to me by several people, and it's the same for the Proton team as well. Porsche not working with its customers, oddly, very different to the old regime of Porsche, but that's the situation, and there is Rockefeller hanging in 3rd position.
Let's go to Shay in the pit lane. Dwight Merriman's brought the Aero Motorsport number 18 in. We've also had the 04 CrowdStrike Racing by Algarve Pro Racing and the TDS number 11 in. Both of their starting drivers have got out. Shay, what's going on down at the number 18, the Aero Motorsport car?
They're trying to change the tail, but it's not really working. The damage to the right rear of the car was pretty minuscule. Dwight Merriman jumped out, walked over to the wall. It is Ryan Diallo who has taken over. Ryan, who has won this race twice before. The new tail is not seating properly onto the 18 Oreca, though, so this is a lengthier stop. And yeah, you mentioned George Kurtz coming in and getting out of the car. Does that mean we've had 2 hours, 30 minutes, and then some time elapsed, because that would be minimum drive time for each of these bronzes?
Nick Damon is watching the pit stops at the other end. We'll get to him.
Oh.
Go on, Nick.
No, I was all kind of breathing in, ready to go. I'm going to grab weather with Stephen Thomas, just finishing a chat with his engineer. Well, that was a very, very busy 2 hours and 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. We have a really good car. We have the best crew. It's a lot of fun out there. A lot of traffic, and that's a lot to navigate.
I mean, it's an interesting fun. We see a lot of people have not had fun. We've had a lot of people coming together. Is that people being over-optimistic, or just a result of how many cars there are on the track?
Well, I mean, there are cars everywhere. and you see the traffic, and you can see the other P2 cars are around you and how they're getting through traffic. So you have a pretty good idea. But, you know, sometimes you hit traffic right, and sometimes you don't. And you just have to stay patient and try to get them out of the corners.
Are the GTP cars being polite? There's not a massive speed difference between you and the GTPs. Are they being polite? Are they overtaking you or just pushing past?
No, I haven't had any problems with the GTP cars all year, honestly. They've been pretty good. I mean, we're actually a little faster in the corners, so they get us on the straights. And, I mean, to me, those guys are professional drivers, and at least in the first stints when I'm out there, you know, they're respectful. And I'm trying to be respectful of them. They're doing this for a living, so I give them some room.
Is this you done, or will you get another run later?
I'm not sure. I think I've done my full drive time, but honestly, I just got out of the car and I'm not sure.
Great stuff, well done, mate.
Thanks a lot, man.
Great drive by Stephen Thomas early on in that mayhem.
Yeah.
And, you know, those cars are quick cars that he's driving, the LMP2s. These aren't pro drivers, as you heard him alluding to there. I like that attitude, Jeremy. And, you know, you mentioned it in qualifying. He came to racing fairly recently, so he hasn't got the racing background and the experience, but his attitude has been superb this year.
Yeah, absolutely superb. I mean, it's 2018, he did his first track day. It wasn't until 19, I think, he did his first race. So, he got on board with Ross Bentley as his driver coach back from the very, very start. And Ross is here with him again this weekend. And he's just come on in leaps and bounds, Stephen. He did a fabulous job yesterday to qualify within 0.02 of a second of Ben Keating. He was a little bit more circumspect in the race today with Stephen. Quite happy to run, you know, to slip down a place or two and not run the same sort of pace as Ben Keating, knowing that there's a long, long way to go in this race. And his pro drivers from here, Mikkel Jensen and Scott Huffaker, are more than capable of taking to the fight to the other LMP2 cars.
A word with George Kurtz once he's finished his debrief with the team. And he's working with them there at the moment. It's IMSA Radio and TV together from the 26th running of the season finale of IMSA's WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. It is Motul Petit Le Mans. Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta playing host, as tradition dictates. And it's been interesting so far. If you are just joining us, here's a recap. Cars going off on the warm-up and formation laps. We have already lost the number 6 Porsche, although I'm hearing that car will be coming back shortly, but out of contention. That was a championship contender for GTP, for Porsche and Penske Motorsport. Nick Tandy at the wheel when he was collected in a multi-car accident triggered by the number 20 high-class racing car driven by Dennis Anderson, for which Dennis received a stop and 120 seconds, a stop and 2-minute hold. He and 3 other cars damaged in that incident. The Inception McLaren, I don't think, will be coming back. That was the number 70 car, 023. A Ferrari did make it back into the pits, and that car has continued for the Triazi Competizione organisation.
I saw the race engineer for that car a little while ago before the start, and they've been struggling with that car this weekend. Some of the other Ferraris have been fairly stout, but conjecture there that those cars have had to add 20 kilos of weight to the Ferrari since the last race that the Triazi Competizione team did, which was Watkins Glen, just doing the Michelin Endurance Cup this season. And so it's just kind of taking the car out of the window.
4.5 minutes to the first tranche of Endurance Cup points. It's the end of the lap after the 4-hour mark. Championship points as they run. Sorry, what am I saying? It's still a wee while before that, but as they run in the championship, as of right now, there's an 11-point gap between the number 10 Konica Minolta Acura and the number 7. This is in the Drivers' Championship. The number 7, Matt Campbell and Felipe Nasr, Porsche. Then the 31 Cadillac of Sims and Durrani, Alexander Sims and Pete Durrani. That's GTP drivers. In LMP2, Paul-Luc Chatin and Ben Keating on 2045 have a 53-point advantage over Mikkel Jensen and Stephen Thomas, with Ben Hanley and George Kurtz 137 points down. That's the 52, 11 and 4. Bit of damage, I think, on the Lexus number 14 at the front. And let's go down to the pits. We'll give you some more championship updates throughout the race. Nick Damon, first of all.
Yeah, it was the Paul Miller, the championship winning BMW, has rejoined the race, and he did stop its pit. He did actually come in and stop its pit box. That's mainly because they wanted to put some fuel in it. So I'm not sure what that rule is or not, but they haven't fallen foul with Paul Miller. They stopped, put some fuel in, made sure the nuts were tight, and off they went out again to try and catch up some many laps there behind.
Adam?
That's the update I was going to give you too.
Yes. Okay, sharing information as well. Now, 7 hours, 15 minutes still to go. That first tranche of points for the Michelin Endurance Cup, by the way. That will come at the 4-hour mark, then the 8-hour mark, and then the 10-hour mark. So a little way to go yet before we get down to that. Jeremy Shaw has got a guest with him. Sneaked in behind you there.
So he has. Yeah. Jagger Jones. Great to see you, Jagger. You had your introduction to sports car racing this weekend. Of course, from a very famous family. His father is Parnelli Jones. His dad, PJ, who had a lot of success in sports car racing. You're following some illustrious footsteps. Jagger, you've been doing Indy Next this season. You've got an opportunity to drive an LMP3 car in the VP Racing Sports Car Challenge for this first weekend. You almost woulda, coulda, shoulda, right? Describe your weekend.
Yes, we had a very productive weekend.
There it is.
Yes, we had a very productive weekend. First, thank you guys for having me up here in the booth. It's a pleasure to kind of tell you a little bit about my experience and my weekend in the VP Challenge Series. Yeah, like I said, first time driving an LMP3 car. It was quite the experience, and I'm super grateful to Remstar Racing for choosing me and trusting me with the car this weekend. We had 2 really close races. On Thursday, I was making a pass for the lead with 3 minutes to go in a really heated battle. It was great, my first multi-class race, and a little incident kind of caused me and the leader to both get penalties and took us out of the contention for the win. But I learned a lot that day and applied it all to Friday morning. We had a really successful race, pulled away from the field. I had about, I think, a 14-second lead with 2 laps to go, and a mechanical issue stopped us from getting the win. So we showed the speed. We were the ones to beat. I learned a lot. I really appreciate this type of racing. My family does have a lot of history in sports car, and I've driven everything from NASCAR to IndyCar stuff, off-road, and now getting to show my skills in sports car racing is super cool.
Did it live up to expectations? Is this what you were expecting? I mean, you only had one brief test here in that LMP3 car before you raced it for the first time.
Well, I can say the multi-class racing was a lot more intense than I expected it to be. Us there with the GSX cars, we're about 11 seconds quicker in the LMP3, so that was definitely something for me to learn, and I learned a lot of that in the first race. And I feel like I grew a lot as a racing driver this weekend, and hopefully it can lead to some more opportunities in sports car racing in the future.
You've been watching this race, I take it, Jagger. You think that was intense yesterday? What do you think this has been today?
This is insane. With 20 cars on the racetrack was a lot, and with over 50 on the racetrack, it's crazy. The traffic and the different speeds of the cars and they have to deal with through the S section is so tight and it's so hard to pass. It's like the bull ring of sports car racing.
Is this where you aspire to be in the WeatherTech Championship or in the Michelin Pilot Challenge?
Yes, I still, I'm kind of exploring my options right now. I would love to obviously be kind of further my career in the open wheel side, and I think along with that, I really look up to guys like Scott Dixon and other IndyCar, Elio Castroneves, Pagano, all these guys that are running up front in IndyCar and then come here and they're super fast in sports cars. So I would love to be here in the future.
I was very interested to hear what you said there about multi-class racing. I have often contended that you can't learn multi-class racing unless you've done multi-class racing, and it doesn't matter whether it's LMP3 and GSX, whether it's GS and TCR, or whether it's GTP and everything else in here. There is something there that is just different from racing either single manufacturer or single formula.
Yeah, it's definitely different. And I did a ton of laps and tons of multi-class racing on iRacing and different simulators just to get ready for this weekend, because it was a box I haven't ticked in the past, and that's what the VP Challenge Series is great for, is for drivers like me to be able to, learn that multi-class racing and dealing with the different speeds before I do get an opportunity in the WeatherTech Championship. So I'm grateful for IMSA putting on that series and allowing drivers like me to come in and be able to learn at a lower level and then apply what we learned once we do get those opportunities.
So what is the plan for next year? What is the hope for next year? I know nothing's settled yet, but what would you like to do in 2024?
We still have some time in the off season, and I've been working really hard. Along with me graduating college in December, I've been really working hard on what I'm going to be racing next year. It takes a good financial situation and good partners behind me, and that's what we're working on right now to really iron out the details. I have some opportunities in Indy next, possibly for next year, maybe some more LMP3 and VP, maybe some LMP2. So nothing official yet. We're really exploring our options and kind of see where the best place for me to develop as a driver is going to be.
Out on the circuit at the moment, gentleman who was at the first race behind the wheel of the number 88, Emmanuel Collard, the AF Corsa LMP2 car, just rounding turn 7 and heading off down the back straight. He wasn't just here, he had won the race with Eric van der Poel and Wayne Taylor in the Ferrari 333, and still racing, still enjoying himself. So you could be setting yourself up, that's 25 years ago, so you could be setting yourself up for a big career here, Jagger.
Yes, I see there's a future for me in racing, and that's all I've wanted to do since I was 2 feet tall, and it's all I want to do to this day.
I know before you started your road racing career just a couple of years ago, you had to sit out a couple of years, didn't you? So how galling was that?
Yeah, it was tough. I didn't have much racing going on in my life through COVID. Unfortunately, some deals we were working on didn't come together. It was a tough time, and I went to college, and every day though I was working on how do I get myself back in a race seat, and that's really when I made the transition into the road course stuff.
Got a problem at turn number 5, car off the circuit, and let's see if it gets going again. Looks, I think it's the Volt Porsche. I think it is moving again though. No, it was the 36 that car again with trouble, and we've got a full course yellow. It is the Andretti Autosport number 36. This our 5th full course yellow now, Jeremy, is that right?
Yes.
And, well, we were just getting in towards having a full stint there and getting some sensible data. And it's well beached in the gravel for a car that had been going well, then had some mechanical issues. It was reported as suspension issues, wasn't it, for the number 36, Jared Andretti, and he will get towed out. Was that a mistake, or was that further issues? Here's how they run before the safety car changes everything. Matt Campbell for Porsche Penske Motorsport in the 963. The number 7 leads from the 01 Cadillac. That's Sebastian Bourdais in the gold-fronted machine. JDC Miller Motorsports all yellow Porsche, the 963. Mike Rockenfeller, the number 5 car, is in 3rd. Then in fourth, it's Acura the Acura number 10, and the top 6 made up by Marco Wittmann for BMW and Michelin Racing, the number 60 from Elio Castro Neves. Let's hear from Jimmy Bruni, who's out of the Porsche from Proton Racing. He's with Nick Damon.
Jimmy, you've come in just before that yellow flag. That must play into your hands.
Yeah, I mean, we had, honestly, because we only changed one side of the tires, and we didn't have so much time on practice to explore this strategy, so it was a bit on the edge in terms of grip. So I tried to come early and change the tires, full tires with the drivers, and yeah, I mean the race so long. So anyway, it's I'm happy that we did it because it was getting not on the very good on the safety side from the rear left tires. So all okay.
How are you finding the traffic out there? Because we've had a lot of coming together. We've had a lot of incidents with the GTP cars, sometimes with themselves.
You know, I'm coming from Rome. It's a big city with so much traffic, so you have to play around the Rome to survive. So it's a similar situation with such a high-speed cars. No, it's part of this championship. It's also something good that we will maybe mix next year with not anymore the P3 cars.
Jimmy, I spoke to you at Le Mans and you were very, very excited about getting into this car. Has it been everything you expected it to be?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously it's a fast car, completely different than what I used to drive the last 15 years. And obviously we get the car very late in July with not so much testing, actually nothing. But we get used to, all three of us, and the team especially, all the boys on board are getting used to. So I'm looking forward for the last race of WC and next year for sure.
Next year with this team?
Of course.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you.
Down at the other end of the pit lane with George Kurtz. George, you've gotten out of the 0-4 crowd strike by APR. Your job is done now, effectively. How much more nerve-wracking is it for you now that your championship and potentially your Le Mans entry is in someone else's hands?
Well, the good thing is we had a very good first stint. We put our time in. We didn't have any issues, and the car was very good. So, you know, worked through traffic well and got it to where we needed to be to put Ben in. And really, we're right on strategy. We're just dealing with the yellows, dealing with the chaos of all the traffic. It's so many cars. It's just crazy out there at the moment. But we feel good where we are, and now we've got two great drivers that hopefully are going to take it home for us.
Well, and the good news is the last time we had an endurance race was you and your two co-drivers who came home first. So 130-odd points out of the lead of the championship. That's not daunting to you, is it?
Well, you know, we didn't have a great Road America, even though we were pretty fast. So unfortunately, we're a little bit behind there. But we've still got the Endurance Cup to play for, and we've also obviously got the Le Mans entry. So that's been our focus, and however it shakes out after that, we'll see what happens. But so far, we're just heads down.
You got to run this race last year, but now you're back as a Le Mans winner. So is Petit Le Mans any different when you have that honor?
Well, you know, it was a great honor, and something I'll never forget. Now, you know, it's always about your next race, right? Only as good as your next race. So we'd love to win this one and put this on the resume, and then we'll focus on next year.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure talking to George Kurtz, another one of the non-pro drivers who thoroughly enjoys his motor racing. Been working with Colin Brown for a few years now, getting on for a decade, actually. And Colin Brown, of course, there's another driver who we want to know where he's going to wash up next year. As to rock up into which team, we do not know. LMP2 at the moment, PR1 Matheson leading for the number 52. AF Corsa, Emmanuel Collard has just gone back out in second place, but of course they've made their pit stop before the yellows, so that's good news for them. Then Ben Handley in the 0-4, the crowd strike that he shares with George.
Did the number 88 car come in before the yellow, or was that emergency service?
No, they've changed driver, so
okay.
It can't have been emergency service. Let me just check.
No, Collard was already at the wheel.
Stand by.
Sure. Because the car's just gone out of the pits. I think that came in after. The number 52 car was in, I think, right before the caution period, I believe.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
It was the Jimmy Bruni car that came in beforehand.
And the 52, which was leading in LMP2.
Yeah, let me scroll through the race control. It's funny. Can't say. Oh, yeah, Collard entered the pits So 88 and 36 entered closed pits, but it would have been emergency service for Emmanuel Collard then. Yeah. Because he's just on his out lap now. All right, pit
So
stops
he'll
for
fall
GTP.
back from second place.
Nick
Here we
David.
go.
Here they come menacingly towards me. Actually, only 5 of them have come in. The 01, we got the 24 BMW, the 7 Porsche, the 10 Acura, the JDC Miller Motorsports car, and of course the leading, or have been oscillating in the lead, the 01 Cadillac Racing. At the moment, it is full service for, say, the Cadillac. Rutger van Zander's going for that one. Been a driver change in JDC Miller Motorsport. They've not put Jensen in the car, I can see him watching over. At the moment, everything seems to be just about okay. The fuel fill is so long, and also apparently we had the six Porsches returning to the race and away, and the first car away is the 35, the 31, the 35 Wheeler Cadillac won that sprint from the pit lane. The 10 was second, and then the 01 Cadillac was third.
Well, the 52 had such an advantage over the rest of the P2 field that PR1 Matheson was able to give a splash of fuel to that car and send it well before any other LMP2s managed to hit their marks in their boxes. We also had a driver change for the number 74. That was Gar Robinson's car that he started, where I believe now it has gone to Josh Burden behind the wheel of that one. Fuel and tires for the 74.
Jagger Jones with Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhaugh in the Global Broadcast Centre.
So just very quickly there, John, as Nick was saying there, just 5 cars came into the pits in GTP. They're the only 5 cars on the lead lap right now. The 59 car that came in right before the caution period had fallen off the lead lap, so he stays out. Also, the number 60, the number 31 and the number 25 car that had their problems early on. Number 60 car was hit, and the 31 and 25 made contact at the end of the pit lane, had lost a lap. They've stayed out once they will get the wave around, because before we go back to green, the field will be reset behind the safety car, and those cars are between the safety car and their class leader, in their case the overall leader, will be allowed to go past the safety car and then pull into their rightful position, because they have not been lapped at that stage by the race leader, because he has been into the pit lane. Then they will pull it to the back of the field, and then they will make their pit stop, and they will be back on the lead lap.
Here come all the leading GT cars. We've also had a new visitor, number 6, that Penske Porsche car that was very unlucky that incident a couple of hours ago. That has been repaired. They've come, stopped their box, taken its full set of fuel. Both Lexuses, Lexi, Lexu, whatever they are, they're both stopped in their position. They're leading there through. We have the final race and one of the final stops, of course. A few more to go for the Corvette. The number 3 came in 4th place, and a complete plethora of machines all the way up to Shea, who's got even more GTDs than I have.
Important from down here from the lead of the GTD class. Indy Doncha has taken over the number 57 Windward Racing Mercedes. We've got Laura Spinelli in the number 78 Lamborghini. That was chasing him on the racetrack, now chasing him down the pit lane. Another big driver change, number 97, Bill Oberlin. So if you're standing next to the racetrack, take half a step back. And the other big driver change I noticed, a guy I'm going to have to go and get a word with, because I think Alan Brynjolfsson has just gotten out of the 77 Volt Racing Porsche for the last time. He's handed over to Trent Edmonds.
And I believe it was the Corvette that won the race off pit lane there, and almost contact as well as they were going out. Huge amount of work for the Porsche Penske Motorsport team to get that number 6 back out on the track, and that is Mathieu Jaminet behind the wheel of that car. As it is back running again, they lost the best part of an hour, didn't they? Or thereabouts. There are 67 laps, an hour and a half that is, off the lead now. So let's see how many they can pick off back. They'll stay out there because it is essential for them to get as much data as they possibly can for these still relatively new cars. The wave-by is ongoing, and that means you'll see cars going at speed. You're listening to the 26th running of Motul Petit Le Mans, IMSA Radio, IMSA TV, Sirius XM 207, and around the circuit here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta on 98.1 FM. Let's head to the pit lane. Shay Adam.
With Alan Brynjolfsson, who just drove since the start of the race. And Alan, your crew said you're on a racecation now because you get to sit back and enjoy the rest of this one. But how much did you enjoy that opening stint?
It was by far the best stint of my life. Had a ton of fun, going for 3 straight hours, and I kind of felt like I drove the best I have, and I really enjoyed every moment.
I hope that's not the last time we see you in a race car, just the last time for a little while.
Just for a year. We'll see. I'll be back.
At the pit out part of the pit lane, a very unexpected stop for the 01 Cadillac. It's come down the pit lane again. They put a bit of extra fuel in Renger van der Zande's car, which they just do anyway. But the main thing was they opened up the passenger door and had a good old fiddle about in there. Now I think that maybe that's where the radios are contained, or maybe it's the electrical side. I'll see if I can find out what it was. But Shane probably knows better than me what's on that behind that right-hand door. We'll go from there and we'll see if we can find out what that problem was.
Okay, mark that one down. An extra run down pit lane for the 01. Renger van der Zande, though, will still get the GTP class split. So he's just doing that now and trying to get his way through the GTD cars. It's actually quite a stressful time for everybody concerned as Renger took the opportunity. But, of course, you can do that nowadays because of the GTP class split. Also in the pit lane, we've got the 31 Whelen Cadillac as well. Before we go back to green, let's have a quick word with Sebastian Bourdais, who'd been in that 01 gold-fronted Cadillac since the start of the race. Mega move at the start of the race to take the lead.
Sebastian, you've been in that car since the start. It was a very, very good start by you to take the lead.
Yeah, we seem to be able to turn on the tires pretty well. This Michelin's been pretty high performance for us. Maybe a bit higher on the tire deck than we'd like so far, but sun's come out, the wind's picked up, so that's not a huge surprise. We've really tried to put a strong point for the balance at the end of the race, where Renger should be able to take us to the front. So yeah, trying to stay out of trouble, I guess measure the risks in traffic. You know, we want to run up front, but we don't want to run up front at all costs. So definitely a lot of guys willing to take a lot of chances out there. So yeah, just a little bit difficult as well to follow in the rhythm because the race has been so broken up so far with all those yellows that makes it hard. You keep being on the right and the wrong side of the fence strategy-wise, depending whatever you do, because every 20 or 30 minutes it keeps getting reset. So it's a bit hard, but we're all running laps right now. It doesn't really matter what's happening. So we'll try and keep the car, that 01 Cadillac, in one piece and keep those Michelin tires under us and see what happens when it's money time.
It's great to see you out the front, leading the race, but has it been a difficult transition to these new cars, these brake-by-wire hybrids?
Yes and no. I mean, it's definitely a bit of a trickier car to drive than the DPI, mostly because it just doesn't have the downforce. The systems now are obviously helping a bit. Car behavior. It just took us a bit of time to figure it all out, just to debug the system and make sure that, you know, unintended things didn't happen. We've had a few of those. Unfortunately, it cost us a bit sometimes, but it's all part of the learning process on the team side and on the driver side.
So therefore, it must be. Do you now think, well, we're going into next year? This is the year we can really start going, drop on the ground at Daytona, ready to go for 24.
Yeah, to be honest with you, it kind of feels like this is the start of 24 for us. It's been such a crappy season, honestly. I don't know. I thought last year was bad with all the incidents we've had. It was kind of win or bust, but this year has been mostly bust and not much to show for. So, you know, we'll keep digging. Obviously, we've had pace. We've done some good things, but we just need to be a heck of a lot more consistent and maybe a bit more things going our way as well, not getting hit so many times.
Great stuff, great stuff. Cheers, Sebastian.
Great to hear from Sebastian Bourdais. As ever, considered. He spent the better part of, 3 hours in the car there, but considered, brought it all down, understands what's going on, sees the big picture.
Yeah, exactly. Great. He's got a really, really good attitude. Especially, there's a problem for one of the AWA cars. That was running fourth in the class, number 17. That's Wayne Boyd at the wheel of that car right now. That's the car that won the most recent LMP3 race at Indianapolis.
And it's dead stick. He's had to turn it all off. The lights have gone off, the position marker lights and the panel on the side is switched off. He's doing it the old three-fingered salute, isn't he? This is Control-Alt-Delete from Wayne Boyd, who second in the championship. Anthony Mantella, Nico Varone, his teammates. Oh, this is frustrating for him. This will feel like a year. Might actually delay the restart here. Jeremy, whilst we're hearing that interview, just working out who got back on the lead lap there for the GTPs. We saw the 31 Whelan car come into the pit stop to get topped off. Yeah, that car, by the way, that number 17 car for Wayne Boyd, that's just died on him. That's absolutely died, and we will stay under full course yellow. I saw him come into the pit lane, Alexander Sims. I think, though, he got out before the safety car, so they got the wave by. So they're back on the lead lap. Have we got all
8? 9, excuse me, yes.
9, yes. Only the number 6 car, which is many laps down, the
Correct.
Porsche. So the top 9 are back on the lead lap, are they?
Yeah, they are. They were with the pit stop for the number 59 car right before the caution period, just on schedule for them. They
was Harry Tinknell, wasn't it?
That was Harry Tinknell to taking over the wheel from Jimmy Bruni.
Yes, exactly.
They fell off the lead lap, making that stop, but now with the wave around, they're back on the lead lap again. So that's good news. And there's the other 4 cars that had the problems early on, number 60, 31, and 25, or 3 other cars, excuse me, have all regained the lead lap. So game on again for all those contenders, and very much, all of them. Well, 2 of them, and you have championship aspirations.
So we've stayed under yellow, and BMW are taking the opportunity to come back in again. Nick Yellerly is the 9th of the 9 prototypes, and he's going to top the car off. Also coming in is the number 18 Ryan DL, Era Motorsport, running 6th of 6 P2s at the moment. They're going to top off as well. Hearing from the pits that Wayne Boyd's car will need help to get it back to the pits, so the team have let race control know that will need assistance to get back to the pits. And now, in fact, Shea, it sounds even worse than that. Shea Adam.
They don't know why it stopped working, so they don't even want it to the pit lane. They want it to the garage to see if they can even get it to turn on again.
Oh, wow, it's that bad?
Yep.
Oh, dear. Iron Dames back into the pit lane after that suspension failure. Dorian Pan was driving away from a quality GTD field and had the GTD pros behind her as well, but that car sadly gave up the ghost, so they're on a comeback trail at the moment. And there was a couple of other cars followed in there as well. Heart Racing Aston with damage to the front end of that car. Obviously got that a bit earlier on, and still waiting for race control. Well, I can see that the 17 is moving. It's coming down towards turn 10, but it isn't moving under its own power, and it's being towed. I can see on the tracker that it's just coming down the braking area. And good towing etiquette being showed there by the recovery. The driver sticking his hand out and doing the old hand flapping. That's proper old-fashioned hand signals. It used to be in the highway code in the UK for your hand signals. And if you're being towed, you should try and keep the toe strop as tight as possible. Jeremy's just done the circular motion, which in a right-hand drive car would have meant I am turning left. You stick your hand out if you're turning right. Obviously changed over for a left-hand drive car. I'm really impressed to have seen that from the tow vehicle. And Wayne Boyd obviously knew exactly what he meant, because he kept going nice and slowly into the pit lane again for the much delayed and damaged and banged about number 6 Porsche Penske. And that car, we put Mathieu Jaminet in that car, didn't we? So he's coming in. They were 67 laps down, and they've actually dropped another lap by doing what they've just done. but they're going to top that car off as well. And actually, in fact, Nick Damon can give me more on that, because this is not just a top-up.
No, they've taken the rear deck off. It's, I suppose, the advantage they've got is they've been able to run a couple of laps at medium to full speed. And of course, the thing's been completely mucked up, so they've got to make sure that the bits they put back in again are to the actual same dimensions. You know, they've got the right length on the third shock, and the second shock is bent. So they're giving it a very precautionary look around and a bit of a waggle about as well, which I like to see. And I'm going to get a bit closer and see exactly what they're doing. And then we'll go back to Shea.
We should be going green the next time around, but we did just have a pit stop from the number 52, PR1 Matheson. Now, I remember calling a pit stop from them not very long ago, but they brought the car in, they did full service, fuel tires, and Paul-Loup Chatin is now behind the wheel.
Shea Adam and Nick Damon in the pit lane. The examination of that number 6 that Nick has just described. That's as much as I've seen of the underneath the back end of a 963. Nick Damon, there's a hole appeared in the roads and the local council are looking into it. I mean, it is a bit like that at the moment, isn't it? There's a bit of staring at the back of the car.
Yeah, my feeling is that the driver's gone round and gone, this doesn't feel quite right, lads. It's not quite on. And they've had a good old shake at everything, making sure the various, because everything moves, making sure everything that moves is in tolerance, nothing's a bit loose. I didn't see them actually tighten anything. There is a complete set of very advanced, and very expensive spanners on it, and everything else on the side. But they seem to be okay. They seem to be happy with it. And now all they've got to do is make up 69 laps in, 6.5 hours.
It's doable. It is doable. Thank you, Nick. Jagger Jones, thanks for being with us. Enjoy the rest of the race, and good luck with whatever you're doing next year. Nice to have you.
Thank you guys for having me.
As we go back to green with 6 3/4 hours on the clock, 2 yellow cars side by side into turn 1, and that is a position being made up by the number 01 Cadillac on the restart. That was on the JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche 963. That was the battle for third, and Timon van der Helm gets overtaken by Renger van der Zande as they started. They are chasing, however, Matt Campbell, who got a phenomenal jump off the line. Ricky Taylor in second for the Cunningham and Alder Acura. Then that's that battle for third, Renger versus Timon. Then Philip Eng for BMW M-Team RLL. Then Proton's Harry Chingle in the white WeatherTech 59. Then Whelan Engineering with Alex Sims. Elio Castro Neves in the 60, the pink and white Acura. Then Nick Yellerly in the ninth position. Right, let me go through all of the penalties after the pit stop. This is, I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
This is every pit stop cycle now.
Yeah,
So I've never seen this before.
No, exactly.
No, exactly. I wouldn't normally just do the numbers, but I could be here all day. 88 penalty, more than emergency service in a closed pit. So that will be a drive-through for that car, and that is the AF Corsa 79, which is the WeatherTech AMG. That's fuel infraction. That's a drive-through, and the 23 outside their pit box. So that means Heart of Racing Aston Martin number 23 will be driving through as well, and that's in fact is being served right now. Oh, Porsche keys to the waist, no penalties. Unbelievable.
No one's listening.
No, clearly. And also car 17, he's another one outside of the pit box. That's AWA.
Well, that was the one that had the problem out on the racetrack too.
Yes, good point. Good point. Now, looks like the FAF Porsche has got damage as well. Front left on that number 9 car. Shea just spotted as it went through. Aaron just told me in my ear as well. And that sounds like there's something scraping on the floor, as Shea mentioned, as it went by. So we'll keep an eye out on the left front of that number 9 Porsche as it comes through this time around. Here it comes. Oh yeah, it's thrown the front wing off again. We've seen this with the 992 RSR the GT3 car, and it's the left front wing fender wheel cover, call it what you will, has gone completely. We've seen a couple of loose ones in the past. It's tended to be the right rather than the left, in fairness, but that one has gone. That's made its bid for freedom. At the front of the field, Matt Campbell leads now by nearly 4 seconds. Great restart from the young Antipodean, Joe.
Yeah, he got he absolutely flew away at the restart there and extended his lead by another 0.4 of a second on that lap as well. Entered the 0.3 on the previous lap, so he is absolutely flying. Change of the lead there in GTD Pro at that restart, with Mauro Engel now taking over the lead in number 79 WeatherTech Mercedes from the erstwhile leader Jordan Taylor, making his final start for Corvette Racing before moving back to his family team.
But a penalty, as we mentioned, coming for that 79 car. So that's going to be a drive-through for the fueling infraction there. That's going to hurt them. That's annoying, isn't it, when you're leading the class? At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, thank you for all the kind words. Beautiful sunshine here. Track temperature, the warmest it's been all week. Similar weather to when I first arrived here on Tuesday. Perhaps a little warmer. Air temperature 23 Celsius, track temperature 33 Celsius. That's 91 Fahrenheit on the track and 73 in the air. Other cars that we are keeping an eye and an ear on as they come past us. We think either the 47 Chetelaar racing machine or Kelly Moss and the number 92 Porsche.
Just talk about LMP2. You were mentioning a little while ago that quite a few of the gentleman drivers have completed their minimum drive time in this race. Among those, however, I think is not Ben Keating. He didn't. He made a switch before that 2 hours and 30 minutes. So Ben, I think we'll have to get at the wheel of that car a little bit longer. Number 52 car. Stephen Thomas, we know is done in number 11 car. George Kurtz, we heard from number 04. I think the same for him. And so interesting to see how that...
Engel pits in the leading GT from WeatherTech Racing, and that is for that fuel infraction drive-through. He's serving it now. Battle for second place coming down to turn 10 in GTP in the overall. The blue and black number 10 has Ricky Taylor on board. It's the Acura being chased by Renger van der Zande, who's had a great restart in the Cadillac V-Series R01.
I took it that the Mercedes coming into the pit lane in GTD Pro, leading now in GTD Non-Pro is number 78 car. That's the Lamborghini Huracan of Forte Racing, powered by US Electronics. It's Loris Spinelli who's now taken over from Patrick Liddy, who drove this the last stint after an excellent start by Misha Goikberg. And that car now running up front again in GTD and ahead now of Indy Doncia. They made that pass after the restart because number 57 car was ahead, I think, wasn't it? Yes, it was. So they made that pass the last couple of laps. And then Kenton Cook in third position in GTD for Team Korthoff Motorsports. That's number 32 Mercedes. And then Frankie Montecalvo in the Vasser Sullivan Lexus car number 12. And Robbie Foley in the Turner Motorsport BMW. What a week it's been for Turner Motorsport. Yesterday won 2 championships. The VP Racing Sports Car Challenge with young Francis Seldorf, and also the Michelin Pilot Challenge yesterday in somewhat dramatic fashion for Robbie Foley and Vin Barletta.
Dramatic and controversial fashion,
yes.
With another team helping them out to win the championship. Damage to the left front of the Porsche number 9 that we mentioned. It looked like there'd been a little bit of bumping on that car, and the whole of that left front wing that I mentioned has come off, leaving it sort of looking like almost like a late model grass tracker on that side of the car, and the whole wing's come off in one piece, and it's sitting just at the exit of turn 12, just off the circuit, I should mention. Maybe we need Blur Fiends, a qualified Porsche technician who, not content with taking Porsches apart and putting them back together again during the week, is tuned in, watching and listening whilst assembling his Lego 911 RSR. Hello, Blur. At IMSA Radio, what are you doing whilst you're watching and listening? And where are you in the world for our international feed? Live, uninterrupted and free. Good to have your company wherever it is. With a bit of luck, we'll get a bit of green flag racing now, and Jeremy and I will feel a lot better about that.
True that.
I think the teams will as well, Jeremy, and so will the drivers. It's, you know, you want to find out as much as you can about where you are, and we've not had temperatures like this at all through the early part of the week. We've not had the sunshine as such. The FAF car, by the way, still circulating, and Klaus Bachler is behind the wheel. He won 21-1 last time around. Most of the cars around him going a little bit quicker. Dakota Dickerson just putting in the fastest LMP3 lap of the race for Junior 3 Racing as he leads that class, a 1:17.427. In GTD Pro, Corvette from Vassar Sullivan from Iron Links, and those three are absolutely together as they come down under our feet right now, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's fun, isn't it? And that Lamborghini running in third position right now. The Corvette leads, Lexus second, Lamborghini third, but Lamborghini started right at the back of the field. You remember that was the car that had qualified second fastest yesterday, but got a penalty afterwards, had to start dead last on the field. So he's made his way past 24 of the, or 23 I should say, of the 26 cars in this class.
It's Jordan Taylor, Corvette Racing from Ben Barnicut, from Vassar Sullivan. Those are the two yellow cars at the front of the class. And then Jordan Pepper in the green Iron Lynx, number 63. Behind that, actually, is the class leader in GTD, Laura Spinelli, in the 40. Number 78 car, another green car, but this time with a bit of black, the Arrow sponsorship on there. Race leader coming round on his right-hand side. Goes through.
Very impressive run by that team as well. The Lamborghinis are certainly strong this weekend, no doubt about it. We saw the Iron Dames car was fast as well until it had its problems. So dropped it a long way back down the field. Meanwhile, up towards the front, Harry Tinknell in number 59 Proton Porsche just got past Philip Eng in number 24 BMW. So that's a past 4 position. Proton car up to 5th position.
Stunning effort from Proton. And from JDC.
Absolutely, yes.
So taking delivery of those cars relatively late, very limited amount of testing, particularly for the JDC car going over the top of turn 2 and 3 right now, the bright yellow number 5. And they did their shakedown in an adjacent car park to their facility, didn't they?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the race car drivers had never sat in the car before they got to the racetrack.
Francois Perroda, by the way, has come in to serve that penalty for too many crew members working on the car in the AF Corsa number 88 Orica. And we still have 6.5 hours to run here of the 26th running of Motul Petit Le Mans. You're listening and watching on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV, as well as Sirius XM 207 if you're in North America. RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited Network, a 24-hour channel devoted to IMSA racing. Get it via imsaradio.com or radiolemans.com.
So now just over half an hour away from the first lot of points that will be awarded for the Michelin Endurance Championship, and that's certainly been on many of these teams' minds. For the prototype cars, we went green with at 3:14. Yeah, so they should be able to stay out. They don't need to make a pit stop, I don't think, before that 4-hour mark in this race. The LMP2 cars, however, will need to make a stop before the 4 hours.
A couple of things to note on the track. Francois Perrodo did not come in to serve that penalty within crossing the line 4 times, so he'll get another drive-through for that. That's a massive error from AF Corsa. And also there's some concern from the trackside marshals and from race control about some liquid out of the back of the Jordan Taylor driven Corvette, which leads GTD Pro, clearly visible on the windscreen and the camera of Ben Barnicott's car. And he's been talking to the pits, to his pits as well in the Lexus RCF. And so that is something that we're going to have to keep an eye on. And if it gets any worse or doesn't clear it up, there is the opportunity for race control to throw the black and orange flag, often called the meatball flag, because there's a black background and a bright orange circle in the middle of it. Matt Campbell, 4 seconds to the good from Ricky Taylor, who has a bit of a battle on his hands with that Cadillac. Renger van der Zande still only 3/4 of a second away in third. Then Timer van der Helm for JDC Miller Motorsports in the first of the customer Porsches. Harry Tinknell in the second one. That's the Proton 59 car. He is in 5th position in the WeatherTech car. Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhoff in the Global Broadcast Centre. Nick Damon, Joe Bradley, Shea Adam, our pit lane team. And we say good evening to those of you who are joining at just after 9 o'clock Central European summertime, 8 o'clock in the UK. What is it, 8? And hello to Kerry Corp, who's just joined Edith, our producer, in London.
Change for second position now with the number 01 Cadillac, Renger van der Zande finding his way ahead of Ricky Taylor.
That was on that, that was on the last lap. He was closing down on him.
Yep. So I was just about to say that you talked a little while ago about the kind of championship points as they stand, with the number. Which car were you talking about would have taken the lead? Anyhow, that puts the number 10 car still now, I think, will be in the best position in terms of the championship points. But long way to go.
Joe Bradley is down in the pit lane in this segment of the race, as we mentioned. Joe Wayne Boyd, whilst well up in the category, had a car that just died on him. It had to get towed back. This is the number 17 AWA machine we were talking about that he shares with Anthony Mantella, the Canadian, and the Italian-Argentinian Nico Varone. What's the news from that car?
Well, it's a fuel pressure issue. What we saw, Wayne wasn't exactly control underneath. What Wayne was doing whilst he was trying to get the car back to life was changing to the secondary fuel pump. Still no fuel pressure when he did that. So that's why the car has had to be towed back, and now the team are working on that number 17 back in the paddock.
Mayhem at the restart, with more penalties coming, jumping the restart. 2 cars here. The number 63 is the Iron Lynx Lamborghini, and the number 78, that is the other Lamborghini from Forte Racing, powered by US Racetronics. So GTD leader and third, in the GTD Pro classes. Extraordinary. Both pinged for jumping the restart last time around. Jeremy makes a note of that on his impeccably kept lap charts.
That is bizarre.
I honestly have not seen this many infractions of all types, possibly ever. And fair play first of all to the corner workers and marshals for spotting this, to race control for running the replays on their own machines upstairs and working with the TV company. This is just, it's just poor from the teams and the drivers. It really is. We must be well into the 20s of penalties so far in this race.
Yeah, you've got to be right. I mean, just half of what you've been talking about is penalties, it seems like.
Shea Adam will have that number for us in a moment or two's time. Just going to come and talk to one of our pit officials, Richard, who is actually down at the penalty box. And
he hasn't had any rest, has he?
No. He hasn't been able to sit down, put his feet up, read a couple of chapters of the latest novel that he's going through, has he? No. Neither of race control. Now, and listen, all of that, whatever you think about the decisions, whatever you think about race control, they have turned these decisions round very quickly indeed, and that is really important to do so. Oh, off for at the top of the hill for the number 92, and there's problems with the right rear of that Porsche. This is the Kelly Moss machine, and it is moving again for the Brille skincare machine. And now, is the tyre completely gone there? And it's not quite, but there's very little of it left, and it's almost a full lap to come all the way around, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate for David Brule there, because he's got to limp his way all the way around. Not quite sure what the cause or effect was there on that puncture. Just noting, Renger van der Zande last time around. Let's have a look at
contact with the 88. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's the Emmanuel Collard car, but it's Francois Perrodo in that AF Corsa Starburst Chrome car, and just sticking the right front ailerons, if you like, on the front, the canards on the front left of his car into the right rear of David Brule's car. That's going to be a penalty for that car. So the 88 will get a penalty for incident responsibility. Now, the penalty we got for incident responsibility earlier on was a stop in 120 seconds. We then had a penalty for incident responsibility in the pit lane, which was a drive-through. So where on the spectrum does that come? Because that has absolutely crippled that car, and he's having to do basically a full lap bar 2 corners on 3 wheels.
Yeah, that's going to cause a lot of damage potentially to the right rear corner of that car. Not just the tyre going down, but that rubber flailing around in there as well. What's just the rubber?
Just to drive through for that one, apparently.
Tell you what, Matty Cabell's got his got the hammer down again at the front of the field. He just had a bit of good luck through some traffic on the last couple of laps. All of a sudden, that gap has extended itself to over 7 seconds between himself and Renger van der Zande, who just turned a lap within 0.2 of a second of his best lap of the race just a couple of laps ago.
Hearing from Shea in the pit lane, that was the 29th penalty called in 2.5 hours of this race, or thereabouts. Joe Bradley is watching that number 82 Kelly Moss car come into the pit lane. Afternoon, Joseph.
Yeah, afternoon, guys. Yeah, the 92's made it back to the Brule, I believe. Is the driver, you can confirm that?
Yes, it is.
It's right rear. Right rear, he's done a great job getting that car back, because the carcass of the tyre has moved to the inside edge. They're just checking now for damage. What the problem can be, of course, is as that tyre starts to disintegrate, the carcass of the tyre can then start flailing. He hasn't managed to do that. He's done a cracking job, and they basically just put a wheel and tyre back on, and he's been given the nod to get back out straight away. Just getting waved off, just finding the gear. Just finding the gear still. He's been told to go. He's been told to go. He can't quite get the car moving. Now he does. Great stuff. Great job by David Brule, bringing that car back at a pace that hasn't caused any further damage.
Not letting him phase him either, Joe. That's the point. You get attacked by a prototype, and it was the barest of contacts. no more or less contact than caused the 4-car incident down towards 10A, but it cut the tyre. Well, no, not the initial contact. I think it was probably more contact that Perodo put on that car. It's the consequences are slightly different. I accept that, but David did it. I think David did a very good job there. Got back on the track without interfering with anybody else's race. Stayed off the racing line as much as he could, which is never an easy thing to do. And they've had a good look at that car and sent him. So fair play.
Yeah, hats off to David there. And my hat's off to him in any case, because he's 75 years of age, and you wouldn't know it looking to him, talking to him, watching him drive even.
No.
So
we all want to be David Brolin when we grow up.
Yep.
Hope for us yet. Matt Campbell continues to control the race for Porsche with a 5.5 second lead now in that number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport Porsche 963. From the Cadillac V Series are of Renger van der Zande.
The two privateer Porsches have exchanged positions on a couple of laps ago. Harry Tincknell now moving himself up to 4th place. He's absolutely flying in that Proton car. Looked like Jimmy Brewery was struggling a little bit. We heard from Jimmy. They only put on 2 tires, I think, is his previous stop. He was struggling a bit towards the end of it, but Harry Tincknell absolutely not. He's flying along there now. Made that pass on Tymon van der Helm and get himself up to 4th place in that car number 59.
LMP3 battle heating up, and Felipe Fraga now leads for Riley there in the number 74 from Dakota Dickerson for Junior 3 Racing in the 30 in second. Those are the 2 Ligiers. Then Lars Kern in the Duquesne in 3rd position.
Right. Fraga, I think just on that last lap actually that Fraga got past Dakota Dickerson.
Correct.
Yeah.
Lars Kern, of course, famous for driving cars from Porsche very quickly indeed around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Also a very decent race car driver in his own right. Yeah, that's just happened, and Felipe Fraga holds a scant 10th of a second advantage. Meantime, in the battle for 7th, 8th and 9th, Alexander Sims has Helio Castroneves and Nick Yellerly behind him in the GTP. So Alexander, the Wayland engineer, in the 31, sorry, is what I was trying to say. Helio Castroneves for Maishank Racing and Nick Yellerly for BMW MT. Now, something happened recently at turn 4, and that was the high-class racing car
again
contact with the Magnus Racing machine, the Magnus Flexbox Aston Martin. However, that's just a warning at this stage. It does come up as a penalty, but it's a penalty, it's a warning, but it is, it's a yellow card in soccer terms, that one.
Keeping an eye on Ricky Taylor here, because he's dropping quite a bit of ground all of a sudden to Renger van der Zande, and coming under increasing pressure now from Harry Tincknell. So that number 10 car that was running so strongly not so long ago was overtaken by Renger van der Zande, and now he's almost 8 seconds behind him. He's pulled out that gap in the last 9 laps.
We're joined in our Global Broadcast Centre by head of BMW M Motorsport, Andreas Rus. Andreas, how are you?
I'm fine. Thank you that I have the chance to be here.
Well, thank you for joining us. And what a cracking race. It's a bit too exciting, perhaps, for some of you manufacturers at the moment.
I mean, again, Road Atlanta Petit Le Mans shows that it's one of the greatest races. We had already, I think we are now not even 4 hours into the race, and we saw already a lot of spectacular things outside on track. Also some, let's say, moments for us manufacturers, as you said, but it's incredible to see the cars out there.
Augusto Farfus in the 24 car avoided that big accident that took out Nick Tandy in the Porsche. heart-in-mouth moment for all of you guys? on the pit wall?
Yeah, for sure. This was a bit, we have to say we were lucky to avoid this and to get through. But yeah, these are things which can happen here with so many cars on track. I think somebody told me that in ideal world with all the cars, it's every 77 meters we have a car on track. And they are for sure not always ideal, so they are packed up. We have a lot of traffic on track. And everybody is fighting, and for sure then things like this can happen. But yeah, unlucky moment. Unfortunately, it took quite a lot of cars out, but that's how it is.
Battle going on at the moment between your Nick Yellerly and Elio Castro Neves. They're scrapping over 8th and 9th, but crucially still on the lead lap here. You used the opportunity of the last yellow to get one of your cars back on the lead lap.
Yes, for sure. With the 25 car, we were, let's say, a bit unlucky with the pit stop and then the red at the pit exit, where we did a mistake. It was our fault. And but we managed to come back. We are back in the lead lap. That's the most important thing, and now we have to go through the next hours, keep it clean, try to stay with the pack, and then hopefully we see some exciting moments at the end.
A little bit of bodywork has come off the number 60 MSR Acura from the right rear behind. It's either the cheese wedge behind the wheel or the inside of the wheel arch. I think the former rather than the latter. It's fallen off the car coming out of turn 7, and it's on driver's right there, so it's not causing an issue. Andreas, it's hardly believable for me that about a year ago I was standing on the roof of this building watching the first public-ish test of GTP cars, which your cars clearly were at, and seeing how everybody was struggling through turn 12 and watching the pace of the cars, and I went out and watched up the back to see what has happened in less than a year, because you've been racing since Daytona. It's scarcely believable for me. Have you ever experienced anything that's happened this quickly?
Yeah, it's really crazy, especially for us at BMW. I mean, we developed the whole car in 18 months before the first race in Daytona. And when we see, like you said, the struggle we had during testing phase, and there were also some throwbacks where not everything went well, but we all managed, all LMDH manufacturers, to have all the cars ready for Daytona for the 24-hour race there, where everybody still struggled. But when you see now how much exciting racing we see outside there, it's incredible. And how much development we all did, all manufacturers also together with IMSA, with our partners, with the spec parts and everything. So it's really incredible.
The fastest lap actually been put in by one of your competitors, 1:11.317, but all of them are roughly similar. That is faster than Alan McNish's lap record for LMP 900 that was set back in 2000. That was an 11.782 in the mighty Audi R8. This is a car in its first year of development. How much more performance have you guys got to find?
As you said, we are still in the development phase of the car. For sure, we did already some big steps from the beginning of the testing phase until the first race, and also in the races we had until now. But we all pushed the limits on manufacturer side, on driver side, on team side. We everywhere pushed the limits, and I think there's still a bit to come. For sure, the steps are getting smaller, but I think we are not there yet, that we exploit everything from the cars.
You concentrated for the early development on the car here in the US, and with your partners RLL, of course. You've just started, or relatively recently started, in Europe with Vincent Voss at WRT. I saw you at Spa testing there. How's that coming along, and how important is that for the whole program that you've got extra data coming in?
Yeah, there are two things for us. We clearly decided at BMW M Motorsport that in the first year of running the LMDH car, that we said we concentrate on the IMSA Championship. We concentrate on one championship with two cars with one factory team. But then we were lucky that we also decided, let's say, to go to the WEC Championship. And for us, it's perfect now to have also the car running in Europe, generating a lot of data. We generate just more mileage, more data, more information, and this helps us to develop the whole program. So at the end, we are happy with the situation that we can run here in North America. We can run now in Europe the testing program, and this should speed up our whole, let's say, process to find more performance in the car.
You've been involved in sports car racing for a long time. You and I have known each other and seen each other at racetracks for a long time. I've not been as excited as I am now at the end of this season, looking forward to the next season here in IMSA. I think probably since I came here in 1998 for the first time. Full grids here in IMSA with a backup list, 57 cars for the bigger races. WEC having to turn people away. I mean, it's not great, but it's a great problem to have. Are we starting another golden age here, Andres?
We definitely started. We definitely started a golden area of prototype and endurance racing. As you said, here in the IMSA Championship, we have already now 4 manufacturers competing. We see great races. I mean, at the end, we are here in the last race of the year. Everything is still possible for everybody. So it's great that we have such a competitive championship. We have a very good relationship between all us manufacturers, because at the end we want to have a good racing and we want to bring everything forward. Next year we have even more manufacturers coming to here in the WEC Championships with all the hypercars. I mean, it's incredible to see so many brands and so many big manufacturers involved in the program.
BMW, down through the years, with all forms of their motorsport on 2 and 4 wheels, have had some phenomenal partner teams. You've got RLL here, you've got WRT in the WEC and in Europe. Is there an opportunity for some of your other teams to step up into the LMDH category, assuming there's even room in the championships, considering what we've just talked about?
Yeah, generally, there's a big interest in prototype racing at the moment, because, as you said, all manufacturers are involved. Everybody wants to join this, and for sure we have also teams and also partners who are asking us. But we clearly decided that in the first year we do the IMSA Championship with the 2 cars. Next year we continue with 2 cars or come on top with 2 cars in the WEC Championship. So we run in total 4 cars worldwide. I think we have enough to do in 2024 for this, but we are open to discuss, and because there's also 2025 coming, and so maybe we do it step by step and hope to do it well.
And all this without neglecting your GT customers as well. We've had a championship won by Paul Miller Racing. They've won 5 out of the 10 races, which equals the record. They're not looking in such good shape here after that incident earlier on. BMW clinching the Manufacturers' Championship in GTD as well. It's a good time to be boss of BMW Motorsports.
Yeah, for sure. We have good time at the moment, but as I said, in motorsport, everybody's pushing, and we still keep to push, and everything you can do, everything better, and for sure there is a big motivation, because also results help for the motivation. But I have to say there is a general, a big motivation in BMW and motorsport, but also with our partners, our teams. It's great to work there. It's great fun. And as you said, we are successful at the moment with our GT4, GT3 car, also with the LMDH prototype. And yeah, it's fun. But we have to keep pushing and keep there.
BMW Motorsport and the BMW M in your street cars are, well, you can't pull them apart. There's nothing between them. What happens on the track is benefiting the street, and in some ways other ways as well, because I know that there's a technology transfer going both ways, and that's really important for BMW.
It's really important for us, and I mean, the M in our BMW M motor cars is coming from the motorsport. So at the end, this is where the DNA is of BMW M, and this is why we also like to race and like to promote. And for sure, we have this technology transfer in both directions. We have great products on the street with our street cars from the M GmbH, and we like to convert them into very successful race cars, and also vice versa. We develop things on the racetrack which maybe at one stage you will find in our road cars. So at the end, this is very important for us to have this road relevance and this link between the MGMBH and the motorsport. So we are one family, one part.
And here we've seen, if you don't mind me saying, we've seen rather too much of the beautiful X50M at the front of the field. But my goodness me, what a machine that is for a car of that size and that comfort to be easily usable as a safety car. That's incredible.
That's incredible. And when you see our BMW XM here, I mean, we talk about it's a V8 hybrid. What do we run in our LMDH car? A V8 hybrid. So there are synergies what we use in. For sure, it's not exactly the same drivetrain, but there is an exchange. There is exchange between road cars, race cars, and this is what we like, and where we hope that we can get always better products on the street.
Chetelaar Ferrari was going slowly a minute or two ago, and I'm not convinced it's quite back up to pace. The voice you've just heard is Andreas Ruiz, who is the head of BMW M Motorsport. We had Philip Eng right up the tailpipes of Tijmen van der Helm as well, battling for 5th and 6th a moment or two ago. That's the bright yellow JDC Miller Porsche 963 and the BMW M Team RLL M Hybrid. Meantime, Harry Tinknell in the Proton WeatherTech car, Jeremy Shaw, has continued his advance.
Yeah, he's got past Ricky Taylor. Ricky Taylor clearly is struggling with something right now, whether it's older tyres. I don't know what they did on the last tyre stop. I didn't hear what our pit reporters told us, but I'm guessing he's on an older set of tyres. He's been slipping back quite rapidly, well, very rapidly actually, from Renger van der Zande, and he's now already fallen 5 seconds behind Harry Tinknell, who's still flying along in that number 59 Proton Porsche.
It's Philippe Albuquerque and a set of stickers for that car when it comes into the pit lane. I've just been told by Shea. Penalty for TDS Racing number 35. That's the 4th place car in LMP2. Guido van der Garde. And too many people over the wall working. That'll be a drive-through there. We set it out keys to the race, Andreas. No penalties. You've had a penalty, but not as many as some people. But mainly get to the darkness on the lead lap. Is that what you guys are aiming for?
That's definitely the goal. That's definitely the goal, to keep it clean now, to go into the dark time, let's say, of the race, and then we have to keep fighting and hopefully have a good result at the end. At the moment, everything is quite open because you don't know exactly who is on which tire strategy. People are double stinting, some people are fuel saving, so this is all a bit of a mix now, I would say, but we keep pushing. We try to keep pushing to stay in the lead lap, and hopefully at the end we see a nice battle.
How's the tyre wear going? Because we've not seen temperatures like this on the track all week.
Double stinting here, the tires is for sure a challenge for us. You see that the drivers have to manage really then the pace, that we keep a good lap time over 2 stints when we have to do it, and but we have experienced drivers, so at the end it's they have a lot of work to do, but it's good.
I think it's 2 maybe stints, so they have to do doubles on sets.
Yes, for sure you have to, because of the limitation of tires. But sometimes you double stint, sometimes you split and change just half sets, and so this is at the end a strategy topic, and how you feel most comfortable, and at the end where you have the quickest lap times.
Andreas, thank you very much for coming to see us. All the best to your BMW teams. We wish everybody all the best, of course we do. We have to be impartial here. It's been a cracking year and a half just watching this happening, and to know that we're just at the very start of this is so exciting.
Yeah, at the beginning of the season, as we said, everybody was struggling a lot, and it was difficult to get everything together, but I think we saw incredible races. We see here the final as an incredible race, and also we from BMW side, we can be super happy with the season until now. I said it before, we had in the 8 races until now, we were 5 times on the podium, so you can't be disappointed with something like this, and a year like this.
The president of IMSA, John Turnan's just joined us. All right, I should have asked you this before he came in, because now you'll have to be nice to him. What's it been like working with IMSA as a manufacturer and a manufacturer group?
it's like working with a family, I have to say. We are always in exchange. It's very good. As we said, we have a good exchange between all manufacturers. There is really, we try to move it forward and push it forward. We have a very good exchange with IMSA, with governance, to really bring this prototype sports forward. And I think you see it, we are on the right path, and there are for sure some great years coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy the rest of the race.
Thank you.
I know what an enthusiast you are, so I know how important this race is to you. Andreas Roos joining us in the Global Broadcast Centre ahead of BMW M Motorsport. Jeremy Shaw just a few minutes away from the first tranche of Michelin Endurance Cup points.
Yeah, and somewhat surprisingly, a number 5 car coming in to make a pit stop. I wouldn't have thought they quite needed it to do it just yet. I think we're going to see everybody else trying to stay out until the 6-hour mark in the race. But it's going to be a busy pit lane right after that, 4-hour mark in the race, 6 o'clock. 6 hours. 6 hours to go. 6 hours to go. Yeah. So
you were right.
Yeah. Absolutely, you're close enough. But I tell you, the pace at the front is really good. 2 laps in succession, low 12s for Matty Campbell. His best lap in that car during this race, he did said it, was a 11.9. So 2 other laps just in the last 3 or 4 laps have been within a tenth of a second or 2 of his best lap of the race. With all that traffic out there, that's pretty amazing.
And it is the lap after the top of the racing hour. Side-by-side action going down towards turn 10. That is the battle for position between the BMW and I think it was it was the 24 BMW. No, it was. I thought. I actually thought it was the JDC Miller car. It was, but it wasn't the Porsche. Meantime, into the pit lane, Ricky Taylor, who's been losing a bit of pace. We think on double-stinted tyres on the Konica Minolta car. Let's head down to the pit lane where our reporters are watching this one. It is exactly now 6 hours to go.
Meaning they are not going to get the endurance points that they would have gotten had they stayed out on the racetrack, but they needed this pit stop. Waiting for fuel, tires, and the driver change. Philippe Alkirk taking over for Ricky Taylor, so hopefully we'll be able to get a chat with Ricky once he's had his debrief with the Wayne Taylor Racing crew. Waiting on the refueling and left rear tire, right front tire. There we go. Tire change is now complete. Now we're just waiting on the fuel.
Jeremy.
Yeah, the reason for them coming in a little bit earlier than that we had perhaps anticipated is the fact that that car did not stop during the previous caution period because it had stopped right before it. So it stayed out to get the lap back, and they would have liked another full course caution to get those Michelin Endurance Cup points. But of course, that car's not in contention for the Michelin Endurance Championship, so no big deal for them. But finally now, Philippe Albuquerque, who's really been struggling in number 10 car, does come in and make that. Ricky Taylor, who's struggling, has come in and handed the car over to Philippe Albuquerque, who now has a fresh set of Michelin tyres.
So the number 18 Era Motorsport Orica has now got the reigning Indy Next champion, Christian Rasmussen, at the wheel. It was Ryan Diel who's handed the car over. Ryan, small grid in LMP2, you guys have got to be thinking about staying out of trouble and being there at the end.
That was our goal, but I guess we got hit a few times with GT cars. The P2 cars they struggle to get out of their own way, out of the slow speed corners. So we kind of get tripped over by the P3 and the GT. So I think we're on our 3rd rear bumper at this point. So that's how we ended up a couple laps down. We had to change a tail. We have some damage, but I think we're 2 or 3 laps down. But
the GTD car just hasn't quite got the performance of the old experience of racing against. So is there is there more disparity between the classes? Because you guys shouldn't be tripping over one another on paper, that is.
No, we shouldn't be, but that's the package that we got from IMSA this year, which is the cars are fast in the corners and they're slow on the straights. So, I think the GTs get probably just as frustrated as we get. But yeah, we can't out-accelerate a GT3 car 2nd or 3rd gear, and unfortunately, a couple of the GT guys got a little bit impatient and give us a bit of a ram up the butt to get us going. So it is what it is. We'll keep fighting. We already got one of our laps back, so a couple more to go and we should be in at the end.
Ryan DL with Joe Bradley and John Doonan with Jeremy and me, John Hindorf, in the booth. Good afternoon, Mr. Doonan. How are you?
Hey guys, so good to be up here. So good to see you. Finally, I haven't really seen either of you all weekend. We've all been so busy. You guys have been calling every session, it seems, since we opened the front gates here. And hello to your audience around the world. Really appreciate everybody tuning in. And what a week it has been. And who would have thought we'd come down to today with such an anticipated and last minute, down to the last lap, I bet, championship.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, John. When this all came together, IMSA were all, I mean, if we go back a little bit, and we've got to go back before COVID for this, to set this up, IMSA were already planning to move from DPI to what was sort of internally called DPI 2.0. And those are the regulations that pretty much unaltered have become GTP, as in comes Alexander Sims. We'll keep an eye on that. COVID, in some ways, slowed things down, but in others, proved that convergence was probably more important than ever.
Absolutely. January 24th, 2020, we sat at the Rolex 24 with our partners at the ACO and the WEC and announced that convergence was coming. Ironically, with my old shirt on, the Mazda shirt, I was involved in some of those meetings about what DPI 2.0 was going to look like. Of course, we ended up with LMDH regulations. We brought the GTP name back. And again, if someone had told me back in January that we would show up here at Motul Petit Le Mans with 4 teams eligible for the championship, I would have told them they were crazy. But you're exactly right. COVID, I think, slowed us up a bit with supply chain issues and that type of thing. But when we got there, and you and Eve and the team were here last October on Monday after the race, and these GTP cars were testing. And as you know, I walked the whole track and was filming with my cell phone because I just couldn't believe we were there. And now look at what we've had all the 2023 championship.
Shea Adam has been watching a pit stop. More from John Doonan in a second. Shea, what was going on there?
It was fuel and tires only for Alexander Simpson, the number 31 Whalen Engineering Cadillac, but left sides only for the 24 BMW, which is just waiting on fuel.
Thank you, Shea. Look, after that voice, we've still got a ways to go yet. That said, the confidence and the enthusiasm with which the current manufacturers and those yet to come in have attacked, and I use that word absolutely advisedly, attacked this project has been impressive. Yeah. And what we're reaping the benefits now of something that in some ways actually goes back to 1998 and Don Payno's here. You knew Don, you know what a sort of character he was, and if somebody had told him that convergence couldn't have happened, he would have went, really? Yeah. Just hang on a second. And, you know, he created something now that this convergence in some ways has brought it all round full circle because he wanted to pull the whole community together.
Don did 100%, and I said on the stage before the race, one of his famous sayings, as you all know, was for the fans. And I think we believe that. Jim France believes that. Ed Bennett, myself, we all believe that, and that's what today is. And the fans are the beneficiaries of this great racing.
Let's go down to Shea with the leader in the pits.
Into the pit lane also came the number 60 Myers Shank Racing actor Elio Castroneves is out, and he comes over looking at the left rear of the car. They actually decided to put a new body piece on it because there was that much damage. Also into the pit lane was the leader, the number 7. It is Matt Campbell out of that car. 4 tires and fuel, and also in right behind me the number 01 Cadillac Racing entry. This is 4 tires, fuel, drinks bottle change, but it looks like the driver Renger van der Zand is staying aboard.
Joseph Newgarden in the number 7 Penske Porsche Motorsport. A little bit of steam coming off the front brakes of that Porsche, waiting for the fuel and the energy replenishment. And it takes such a long time. He's not used to this as an IndyCar driver. He'd have been down and away by now. Now he gets to go
and
on
you hear the electric power. That's
Just
so special. And
incredible.
During that stop, the points championship as they run popped up.
Yeah.
And the top three separated by 49 points, John. Can you imagine what's going to happen when the sun goes down?
Well, we can make that happen again because Aaron, who's up at Charlotte, is listening to us. Can we have the GTP points as it stands back up on the screen whilst we're watching the erstwhile leader coming back up? Aaron is the little voice in my head that we talk to at NASCAR Productions, and we'll get that up in a minute. So a slick stop there. Now, let's go down to Shea Adam down in the pit lane for an update.
I'm not going to throw out which team it was, but I just heard a new one. Working outside of the box, being argued as, yes, but the guys working on the car were inside of the box. Sorry, that's not what it says in the rule book.
We were leaning over a very long way, honestly. Yeah, fantastic. John, as you look back on this season, it's in some ways, there's change. There's always change. So we lose an LMP3. Some drivers are moving over from one thing to another. We're losing the current Corvette, but we get the new one next year. There's a little bit of churn going on. What do you look at with most pride that you and the rest of the IMSA team have achieved in 2023?
Well, I said earlier as I watched who was leading in the GT categories, 18 auto manufacturers choose to race with us. As of yesterday's Michelin Pilot Challenge race, 16 of those 18 automakers have stood on top of the podium with a race win this year in either Michelin Pilot Challenge or in the WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. Depending on who wins in GT today, you could go to 17 or you could even go to 18 manufacturers winning a race. I'm super proud of that. And looks like you guys have some
This is the
news to
Lexus
share.
number 14, and it's been around, and it's pulled up just outside of turns and lost just out of the pits. This is an outlap. The front end of the car is gone. It looks like it should be on a dirt oval somewhere, right at the top of the hill. It's gone straight on, wiped off the front splitter, and that is severe damage. I'm not sure that car is coming back under its own steam. Frankie Montecalvo in the 12 has immediately dived into the pits in the sister car. This is the car that took the championship as they went across the line, and they've been so careful all week. Jeremy Shaw, a whole host of cars diving into the pits before we go full course yellow. If we go full course yellow, because we've got a safety team there. Is he off the side of the circuit at turn 5? Seven. It is on the exit of turn 7. I thought that was my original. They might be able to push him back there under local yellow.
Yeah.
There's an exit road there from the skid circle, isn't there, at the top of at turn 7?
Yeah. No, I think he's out of harm's way at the moment.
Well, great work.
That was the car that was leading the class.
It was indeed. Great work by our hard-working marshals, and Ben Barnicat will be absolutely gutted by that. He's got a little bit further around the track. Stairs, he's got the 1,000-yard stair on. So what happened at the top of the hill? He was recently out of the pits, takes the curb. Oh, big slapper. Got a big swapper on. I don't see he did much wrong there. Took the curb, the back wiggled, it went right, it went left, and then he was into the downhill as a passenger.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what happened? The splitter just dug into the dirt and just dug up all this dirt and destroyed the front of the car. Really unfortunate, actually. Really unfortunate.
Yeah, and that is game over, I'm afraid. Not the way they wanted to end the season. It's been a successful season, Jeremy, for Lexus in both of the categories, and particularly for that car.
It has a fantastic season. I mean, they've had a huge long string of podium finishes. And
it is a full course yellow. That must be for the debris, and in fact there is some debris on the track. I thought it was confined to the grass between the car circuit and the motorcycle circuit, but there's some of that debris has gone a very long way indeed, so no choice but to go for yellow.
We just had a change of lead. Did that happen right before this caution period came out? I think it probably did.
Yeah, you're right, Jeremy. So
just got it-
slicks
just
to the
got it
left, slicks to the
sideways,
right.
yeah.
What's happened is, actually, I think the back wheels have popped up off the ground.
Yeah.
And as you say, Jeremy, the split have popped into the dirt. The whole of the front of the Lexus is like a clamshell, and it's pushed it right up and over the top. Bits of the car going all over the place. Very spectacular from the roof-mounted onboard camera, and not the way they wanted to finish. They're going WEC racing with that car next year as well in private hands. New car coming for Lexus stroke Toyota in 2025. What we now know is the Lexus RCF could do a decent job at a ploughing championship, because that is a decent divot that they've pulled out of there.
I just want to go on record that when I was on the air with you all at Le Mans, there were several safety cars that came
Yes.
out. I want to go on record that I'm not responsible for this full course yellow by being in the booth with you, because I think people are tying my presence in the booth. It's a creator of full course yellows.
Yes, absolutely right. We'll catch up with what's going on in the pits in a moment. John, we talked about change. We talked about cycles. When I first came here, it was a one-off event. It became a series. The series created the ALMS radio web. When the two series amalgamated, we had then a United SportsCar Championship. We came back after the first year of that in a different capacity as a co-production with RSL, and that's been the case for the last 9 years. The broadcast landscape is changing. I'm getting a lot of questions on Twitter, as you might imagine, and I know you won't shirk this, and you know why I've got to ask it, but I'm not going to put you in a difficult position. Things change, and the whole landscape of broadcasting changes. What, if anything, can you tell, in particular, our international viewers and listeners about how they will be able to follow this championship in the biggest year that it's had probably in its existence next year?
Well, appreciate the question. On Thursday, we had our State of the Sport. We talked about our ongoing discussions with NBC. NBC, of course, will be our broadcast partner in 2024. We plan and hope to have that extended for a long time to come. We see a 20% increase in television viewership on linear television. We see a 45% increase in folks watching on Peacock, which we're really proud of. And as you know, our IMSA fans take in the content in a variety of ways. And of course, our relationship with you all, long-standing and has reached a massive audience as well. As you all know, we're continuing to have discussions about what that looks like going forward. We have opportunities, and we showed that broadcasting remotely. We have opportunities to broadcast on site. We have Concord and Charlotte as broadcast opportunities going forward. So we're going to continue to work on that. Our audience, both domestically and internationally, is critically important to us. We're not going anywhere with an IMSA broadcast platform. We'll certainly keep everybody informed, but what you, what Jeremy, what Shay, what Eve, which everybody in the pits has done for our sport in telling the stories over the years, obviously a critical part. We worked together a lot when I was on the Mazda side. We're going to keep doing that, hopefully for many years to come, best we can.
Does that mean that the international, particularly the live flag-to-flag free international feed, will continue as a world TV feed?
That's certainly our hope. There's no question that the international audience, especially with convergence, is critically important to us. So we need to work on what that format looks like, what the back end of that looks like, to be as efficient as we possibly can in telling those stories. You know, you asked me also about what I'm proud of. Obviously, Thursday was a huge day for us at IMSA to be able to announce that WeatherTech will continue as our entitlement partner through 2030. What David, Melissa, Devin, Rory, and Cooper McNeil have done for this sport and the WeatherTech brand, Pat Womack, Fiona, is remarkable. And we're thrilled to have that stability for many years to come. The same for VP Fuels till 2030, the same for Michelin till 2028. So the stability that you mentioned is critically important.
We've got the president of IMSA, John Toonan. We've asked for questions. They're flooding in. Right, let's do some other stuff, because I know there's lots of moving parts in what we've talked about with that broadcast, and it's not really fair for me to be the one having to ask those questions, as well as you having to answer them to me. So we'll move on. Do you see a future for hydrogen cars in IMSA? We've seen the H24 project, the new iteration of that, announced actually this week in a stunning looking machine. Where do IMSA sit on that and working with Pierre Fillon and the ACO?
Well, convergence is critical, as we mentioned earlier. With 18 automakers here, we need to continue to have a pulse on the automotive industry, and they are our pulse. They tell us directionally what's relevant, comparing it to what's happening in their road car programs and in their powertrain programs going forward. That's how things like LMDH and a common hybrid system have come to be. And so as we work with those automakers, they're going to help us determine what's next in terms of the platform and the powertrains and what's most relevant for them. We'll continue to talk to Pierre and his team about what looks like relative to hydrogen, but we've got the most sustainable racing series in North America here with the GTP cars, from a hybrid standpoint, from an 80% renewable fuel standpoint, and obviously lower tire allocations from Michelin. So I think we're in a pretty darn good place.
With your Mazda hat on as well, because I know you're still a big Mazda fan. Idemitsu Mazda MX-5, there's another relationship that continues, by the way. Mazda announced that this week. We've had an increasing interest from drivers from other series. Ben Keating most recently.
James Hinchcliffe,
part of Kligerman.
Exactly.
We've had a couple of listeners and a couple of teams who have said, we could be up for that. What about a Mazda All-Star, an MX-5 Mazda All-Star race? Would IMSA sanction that?
I like your thinking, John.
That's right. It comes from the audience, John.
I like the audience's thinking. That I grew up in the era of IROC in the U.S. You remember that? The Porsche RSRs,
could be the
Chevy Camaros. Exactly.
Love it.
So you never know. I've always been akin to doing something like that with All-Stars. But yeah, to see Ben run this weekend, to see Hinch run back at Watkins Glen, to see Parker run at Road America, it shows you, and I know you guys know this better than anyone calling those races, you can't just show up and immediately run at the front. Hinch did a great job, Ben, of course, Parker, but these kids know how to run, don't they?
Dale Earnhardt Jr. tested the car on an
Yeah,
oval.
that was great. I was there that day at Martinsville. When
Did
Dale,
you drive?
I tried to get in, but all honesty, the seat they had in the car was too small, and I literally had the steering wheel in my teeth. So we decided that I should wait for another day, but I really wanted to get in the car and run some laps.
I think it's a great idea if the teams can be persuaded to do it. The drivers, I'm sure, would take it seriously. We don't want it to be a crash fest, clearly. What was the reason behind that oval test at Martinsville? Is there a thought that you could take something like MX-5 onto an oval?
There's no doubt. That car is so versatile, very well balanced. They're small enough you could probably run 40 of them on that oval. I think they run 36 NASCAR modifieds when they run there, but such a great platform. I was at the banquet last night. Shea did an amazing job on the stage. They announced Whelen as their new entitlement partner. They'll be switching from BF Goodrich to Michelin tires. Same family of company, but new Michelin brand, and we'll sanction that series for another 3 years.
Aaron's our producer up in NASCAR Productions in Charlotte. He reckons Bristol night race for an all-star Mazda race. On dirt. Yeah, absolutely. In the dark.
Anything's possible.
With only half the lights on.
There you go.
So that you have to have the headlights. Okay. Anything's possible. John, I've had a technical question here, and I'm not sure you can answer it, but just something to think about. This comes from Dave Alcock, who's one of our long-time listeners. He said, can the IMSA app be brought to an Android TV platform at some stage in the future. There's so many TVs that run this currently that can't use the current IMSA app. Is that part of the review of how people enjoy IMSA racing? Technology changes all the time, and although people will watch on their phones, on their tablets, on their PCs, so many more so-called smart TVs already have certain things pre-installed.
Yeah, I think David Pettit, as you know, leads our efforts there.
I've just given him another job, haven't I?
Yeah, good. I hope he's listening across the way and listening to the broadcast. But David Pettit, David McSpadden has joined us as our sort of chief technology officer, so he's playing a role in that. Obviously, Steve Stum and the whole team and at NASCAR Productions, Brian Herbst. So we got a whole group of people, but you know, as these audiences grow, it's certainly our intent and probably in our best interest to find a way to make sure people can watch in as many platforms as possible. That's our goal. And man, this race, every time I look, something new is happening on the screen.
I'm going to let you get back to doing what you need to do. It was the same with Scott Atherton, who preceded you in this job. I always actually feel a great deal of sympathy for somebody in your position and in Scott's, because you are race fans through and through, the pair of you. And Scott has told me that he's seen much more racing since he stopped having to do the job than he did when he was in the job, ridiculously so when he was at the track for all of them. I suspect it's the same for you, John. It's slightly frustrating.
Yeah, it is. My staff does an incredible job. I'm so proud to be a teammate with the best motorsports professionals in the business. And I've shared with a lot of people during the week, once the race starts, things have a tendency to calm down in terms of meetings and things like that. Today, perhaps, is a little bit of an exception because I've never seen a championship, and I've been going to IMSA races since I was 9 years old, that has been this anticipated, and we've never come into a season finale with a scenario like this with so many teams eligible for a championship. So you're right. I want to go watch a little bit. I can't imagine what's going to happen when the sun goes down based on what we've seen so far this part of the race. But thank you all so much. Thanks to all your listeners for tuning in. And I cannot wait for what's going to happen this evening, but also what 2024 is going to bring.
Well, you know from your own figures that the international audience really appreciates what's going on in this championship. Let me pass on their thanks and ours for all the hard work that you and David Pettit have done with us in the last few years. It's been an absolute pleasure. John Doonan, thank you very much indeed for joining us here in the RSL Global Broadcast Centre.
Thank you so much. Great to be here. Appreciate the opportunity. And God bless everybody tonight, tomorrow, and in the off-season.
Jeremy Shaw has been watching a myriad of pit stops. Let's go down and find out the headline news from our pit lane reporters, starting with Shea Adam.
I'm not Shea Adam anymore.
Oh, are you not? I'm sorry,
No, I've stopped being. I can try and sound husky, but I just can't do it.
She's got a huskier voice than you at the moment, mate. Yeah.
I was thinking, my God, this is a special treat for the last race, isn't it? Anyway, back to the racing again. Yeah, there's been a plethora of stops. Most recently, I've had some of the P2s in my end. I've been doing these run-through and top-ups. The 88 car, in fact, did a driver change as well. But I think I joined the pits just a bit late to miss the GTP stops, of which there is one going on right now, Mr. Bradley.
A GTP stop. I was with. I've been waiting to try and get a word with David Brule. However, David Brule, as you remember, brought that 92 Porsche in earlier in the stint with that puncture, did a fabulous job. He got out of the car. He looked absolutely fabulous, but very, very fit. And considering, as Jeremy reminded us, that driver is 75 years old. He's just literally walked off to get cool in the truck. Give him his dues, and he was telling me that it was quite a dramatic stint for him, and especially picking up that knock. He's not quite sure how it happened. He's not quite sure if he had picked up some damage from another car. All he did was feel the car go a little bit wobbly, and he did a cracking job bringing that car in without damaging it further.
Yes, he absolutely
brilliant
did.
stint from him.
We're just getting the restart order correct from race control. That's why the extra lap or so of full course yellow. How it stands at the front, I don't think is going to be affected here, Jeremy. with Renger van der Zande leading for the 0-1 gold-fronted Cadillac from Joseph Newgarden, recently installed into Porsche number 7 for the Porsche Penske Motorsport team. Harry Tincknell, star of the last hour and a half or so in the 59 Proton competition. Christian Reed's WeatherTech branded 963, the number 59 car in third. Then Philippe Eng, the best of the BMWs. They've had a good last hour and a half or so as well. Philippe Albuquerque with new-ish tyres just before that yellow flag came out in the number 10 Konica Minolta Acura is in 5th position. 6th is Alexander Sims for the Whelen Engineering Cadillac, the red and grey car. Then it's 7th place, number 25, Nick Yellowleaf for BMW, the bright yellow JDC Miller Motorsport, number 5 in the Porsche, and Colin Brown has been installed in the number 6. And now I'm being told that the 25 BMW has to go ahead of Philippe Albuquerque. So that is one change that will have to happen. So that will move up to 5th position. Philippe Albuquerque is 6th, Alexander Sims to 7th. Jeremy, do we have some points for the first tranche of Michelin Endurance Cup? He nods knowingly.
Yes, we do. We just got the final, the unofficial results, because they remain unofficial to after the end of the race.
Because you've got scrutiny of the cars, etc. Yeah.
But after 4 hours, and in GTP, the leader, as we saw, was number 7 car of Matty Campbell. He was out front at the time. In second position was the Cadillac number 01. And in third position was the BMW car number 24. As far as the points are concerned, the Whelen Engineering Cadillac team came in with a pretty handy 7-point lead that will have been trimmed just by 1 by Cadillac Racing, which now move on to 29 points to the 35 of the Whelen Engineering Cadillac team. In LMP2, the leader coming into this final event was CrowdStrike Racing by APR, the car number 04. They extend their lead because they were out front at the 4-hour mark. They have now 35 points to the 31 of PR1 Matheson Motorsports that were in third position at the 4-hour mark. And 1 point behind them, TDS Racing Montgomery 11, which was second at the 4-hour mark. In LMP3, well, guess what? Riley Motorsports leads away in car number 74 on 30 points. They extend their lead by scoring maximum 5 points at the 4-hour mark. In GTD Pro, that's getting really, really tight. WeatherTech Racing Mercedes had a 3-point edge over Corvette, which was 2 points ahead of Lexus, but Lexus was out front at the 4-hour mark. Of course, that was before the accident just happened. So they now will score, they will score the 5 points, 4 points for Corvette, and 2 for Mercedes. So now WeatherTech Racing leads by just 1 point over Corvette Racing. Vassar Sullivan is only 1 point farther back in third position, but they've just had the problem.
Yeah.
So, and then finally in GTD, out front at the 4-hour mark was the Winward Racing Mercedes. They had 20 points, they now have 25. The Harder Racing team Aston Martin led the points coming into this weekend. They had 31. They had 29. They will now have 31. Team Courthoff Motorsports, however, second place at the 4-hour mark, will move 1 point ahead in GTD team. So Team Courthoff will have a 1 point edge now going into the final 2 lots of points being scored.
We're going green at the end of this lap, but I very quickly want to introduce another guest, and then once we've got the restart over and everything settles down, he says, hopefully, we can have a proper chat. Jason Anzalone from Michelin. Very quickly, what have you guys learned this year, particularly with these new GTP cars? Because I could only imagine it hasn't been a curve, it's been straight up.
Yeah, John, first, great to be back here this afternoon talking with you. So GTP's been, I would say a roller coaster in some ways. We've certainly learned a lot, but we've had to be adaptable to the changing situations of weather on multiple races this year. We have to kind of expect the unexpected. All of the things we've known and have seen from a condition standpoint at certain racetracks, we had to throw that out the window. So we just had to really buckle down. We've certainly learned a lot about the tire, and as I've talked before, we're already working on the 2025 spec. So we're working on those developments here based on what we're learning this year.
It's I've probably just got time to ask you one more quick question. You did use 2 compounds at Daytona. Has there been any further discussion about possibly using 2 compounds here in IMSA as you do in the WEC if the weather conditions so dictate?
Yes, John, that's an active conversation with our partners at IMSA, our team and their team collaborating on what do we do next year. This year, like I just mentioned, we've seen some weather patterns that we didn't expect at certain racetracks, Road America, Indianapolis, for example, and truthfully, we would have probably been better suited to have a second spec. And so we're going to potentially address this next year, but through collaboration with our partners at IMSA.
Can you hang around for 5 or 10 minutes?
Absolutely.
Are you sure? Right. We're going back to green with 5.5 hours still to go. And here comes Renger van der Zande. He'll take the green flag first for Cadillac Racing. Gets a good jump. All of the restarts, other than the original start when the pole sitter was a little bit caught up, all of the restarts have been advantage the car at the front of the field. Joseph Newgarden takes the restart in second, current Indy 500 champion, of course, and he's got Harry Tinknell right up his tailpipes. Then the 2 BMWs, Eng and Yellowly, Philippe Albuquerque, Alexander Sims, Tymon van der Helm and Colin Brown. They are the top 9. They are all on the lead lap. Mikkel Jensen took the green flag of the lead for LMP2 TDS Racing ahead of Nolan Siegel for CrowdStrike Racing by APR, and then PR1 Matheson Motorsports. Ben Keating back in the car. As Jeremy suggested, he was a little bit short of his time, maybe 10 minutes or 15 minutes of his full driver time at the start of the race. However, try and keep Ben out of the car at this race anyway would, I think, have been fairly difficult. Good restart then, as I said, from the lead and down towards 10A, maybe 5-6 car lengths before they all get on the brakes and turn in the beautiful evening sunshine. Track temperature as warm as we've seen it this week at 34 Celsius. That is 93 Fahrenheit. Car peeling off. This is penalties, so this is going to be the 60 Acura working outside the box, and that is being assessed and it is being taken immediately. And also the 97 Turner Motorsport car, that's a fuel infraction again, fuel time infraction for Turner Motorsport and the BMW and the black and blue number 97 BMW, the Macintosh sponsored car, into the pit lane. Nice smooth start for the leader, and he'll be delighted to see that Joseph Newgarden has got, well, 6, 7, 8 angry cars behind him, because that's allowing Renger van der Zande, who is no slouch, but he's taking advantage of anything he can. Joseph Newgarden with his hands full, Jeremy.
Indeed he is, and Joseph there, he's just taken his first stint at the wheel of a GTP car now, having taken over from Matty Campbell. Did a great job. That car had been out front from lap 89 through 166 during that round of pit stops. Number 01 car, though, beat them out of the pits, and that's why Renger van der Zande leads right now. That's the 8th lead change in this race.
Perfect conditions at the moment, and Joseph Newgarden. Jeremy, I can hear you talking to Joseph when you were working with him at Team USA. He is hitting every mark. He is hitting his breaking point. Focus forwards. What's behind you is behind you.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, he's a consummate professional these days. Always was a smart young man, and he's relishing this opportunity to drive this GTP car. A lot of pressure on him, of course. This is a car that's contending for the championship. To have your first race it's not his first sports car race, because that was at Daytona in an LMP2 car, but his first race in a GTP car at Road Atlanta in Petit Le Mans with the championship on the line. That's a lot of pressure, but he's used to that, and he's doing. He's going to do what he can now just to keep that car where it is and in contention.
We're coming off a yellow flag that was caused by the problem for the Lexus. Ben Barnicat in the number 14 car getting a swapper on, hitting one of the advertising hoardings, and they're held down with a sandbag. And it was the sandbag that went up inside the air intake and popped off the clamshell hood, and that was the cause the turn, and off goes the WeatherTech Porsche. That is Harry Tinknell. Well, sorry,
From
Harry, did I
third
course you? Exactly the same place, but managed to get back onto the hard standing where the motorcycle chicane is. Has he held on to third place? No, he's given up third place, but he's held on to fourth place. So Nick Yellerly has gone through, and now Philippe Eng is right up behind him. So we've got a leader, then a pair of cars, then another half a dozen or 7 cars in a line as they are heading down the back stretch. And Newgarden for the moment has a tiny little gap. Looks to me as though the JDC Miller car as well, and Timon van der Helm is looking very racy at the moment. Alexander Sims fighting back from the Wheeling Engineering Cadillac. Bizarre penalty for him when he blew the pit lane red stop light and then got rear-ended by the BMW. Meantime, in GTD, we have the usual street fights from the street cars. Tommy Milner leads for Corvette from Indy Donchi for Winward Racing. New colours this weekend for that car, mostly black with the pink on it for breast cancer awareness. $5,700 the aim for each of their cars this weekend. Then it's Daniel Serra for Risi Competizione, so not the same class, but still battling for track position. And I suspect that Indy Donchi would want to keep Daniel between himself and the next one, because that's Michael Grenier for Team Korthoff Motorsports. Those battles continue. Jason Anzalone with us in the studio. I mentioned the temperature there, Jason. Oh, come on. I've seen nothing like this. It was down in the teens and early 20s Celsius with 34 now. That's a huge difference. Were you guys expecting this?
No, I could say honestly we weren't expecting this type of temperature swings. Certainly we talked about what are the scenarios. We brought 1 spec of tires here for this race weekend, just assessing the situation. So we brought the medium compound tires, and so far so good. They performed quite well. We've had wet weather, we've had dry weather, cool weather. The tires are certainly working, but thanks to our hardworking engineers, we brought great product to the paddock.
And how much are you taking that information back from the engineers who are working either with a number of teams or embedded with individual teams in GTP, when you set the standards and the pressures that are mandated now, and that's very, very important for safety races.
Yeah, correct, John. We're taking all that information from the teams, the feedback, and understanding what's happening with the tire. And of course, as we develop that 2025 spec of tire for GTP, all of these inputs are going to play into that. How do we make a better tire? Maybe a tire that has a larger operating window. Things like that. That's what we look at and we learn from what we're doing here at the racetrack this year to help feed that information for 2025.
Does that feed back to you? I mean, this is home ground for you because your headquarters is, an hour and a half, 2 hours up the road at Grainveld. So does that feed back into street tyres as well? Are you learning things now that I will benefit from the next time I need to get a set of tyres to replace my Michelin Pilot Sport 4S's?
Yeah, absolutely. What we do here at the racetrack, we use this as a test lab for innovation. How do we work with materials, making tires last longer? That's what's important to the consumer. So we take that type of learnings from the track and put it into our street tires.
And what's the trickle down time? Oh, you'd think I didn't talk for a living. Yeah. Trickle down timeline for that. Does it depend on what the innovation is?
I think it depends on what we're trying to achieve. I don't think there's a certain approach that works for every tire. We just need to use racing as a test lab and innovate for our passenger tires.
One question that I'm going to finish with here. Is it possible for you guys in the IMSA series to provide the sort of tyre data that we see in the WEC and that one of your competitors was providing last weekend in Formula One, where everybody was on used tyres, so that we can see what tyre is going on the car from the RFID chips on the exit pit lane?
Yes, John. We've had a project being worked on all year. A little bit of a delay versus where I'd probably want to be, but at the end of the day, we're working on this. I think there's a great story to tell. With 1 spec of tire running in a race weekend, maybe not as interesting, but still important to understand for the consumer.
If you have to double stint, as we saw the number 10 Acura there towards the end of the stint. Is the driver getting tired? Oh, hang on a second. He's still doing good lap times, but we now know he's double stint at that time.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the story.
That is the story from a single spec. But next year, as we potentially evolve into multiple specs and the double stint, now you have an even greater story to tell. So we're working hard with our partners at IMSA to develop this and get this going. Disappointed that we didn't get it here in 2023, but expect something different in 2024.
Are we going to be talking about coloured sidewalls as well?
Yeah, it remains to be seen. You might see a sticker on the sidewall talking about soft, medium, hard.
Well, that was a boon at Le Mans. Yeah. I'll tell you that now, and we learned them all off by heart, so that at least our pit lane reporters could see that. What's been the biggest surprise, either positive or negative, for you this year in what you've had in all through? It doesn't have to be with the GTP, because let's not forget you've renewed as Solus tyre supplier again, and you're looking after all the categories here.
Yeah, I think it's we now are here till 2028, and I think we've learned a lot this year. What we've seen in GTP has been very exciting. We're very pleased to see the success of those cars. Next year in GTD, I think we have a really exciting story with a new product coming to GTD. So things that we've learned through testing that product here in 2023 with the GTD teams is going to be really, I think, an exciting story for us in 2024.
Well, one thing I'll know, you guys never stand still, and you certainly never go backwards. So if there's something new for GTD next year with the influx of more teams and more manufacturers, I guess we're going to be crossing more lap records out, are we?
Yes. Yeah. You know, we like you say, we're here to innovate. We never stand still. We're going to bring double stint technology to GTD, so reducing allocation, but while maintaining high levels of performance. So that's what we're all about, because it's easy to make a tire last longer, but if the performance isn't great, well then that I don't know if that's a great story. So this is going to be tires lasting longer while delivering great performance.
Jason Antonon, thank you very much.
Yeah,
thank you for Michelin's support through many years. In fact, all 9 years that RSL's been involved with IMSA, in IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. You guys have been our partners. Thank you very much. It's appreciated by us as individuals and by the audience all around the world. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks so much,
Have
John.
a good off-season, such as it is.
Thanks, John.
Brilliant stuff then. More innovation for next year? Oh, yes, please. That's exactly what we expect from Michelin. They've been in the motorsport tyre game for well over a century. And the race at the front of the field, hotting up again. Renger van der Zand has cleared out by about 2.5 seconds. Dick Yellerly for BMW now second. He's dealt with Joseph Newgarden a lap or two ago, and Joseph now with Harry Tincknell right in his wheel tracks.
Yeah, that's right. The customer car is right on the tail of Joseph Newgarden. He's working his way through traffic. He's not going to be concerned in the slightest about losing one position. He's still showing really good pace here, running in the third position at the moment is Newgarden, but right behind him once again Harry Tincknell. Since he got behind the wheel of this car from Jimmy Bruni, this car has really turned up the wick, and it's going really well in this stage in the race, and putting the pressure on the factory car.
Well, we've been charting the LMP3 battle, and what a roller coaster that had been. The AWA number 17 has been right at the sharp end, but has disappeared from our timing screens. Nick Damon has the story.
Well, whilst you've been chatting to the various guests, he's come down the pit lane 3 separate times, I think, to perhaps do a close-up bit of broadcasting to the pit lane, have a chat, see what's going on. The final time, a couple of minutes ago, it came in, it stopped in front of its pit. There was various, we can't do anything, and they just rolled the car down the pit lane and right behind the pit lane into the paddock again, behind the wall, and an engineer said to me, look, we're just not going to risk it. It's out of contention now. We're not going to risk the car, so I think that's probably the last we'll see of the 17 car.
Thank you, Nicholas. Down the inside for Harry Tincknell on the number 7 Porsche, and Tincknell goes up into thirds. Turn 10A, easy as you like. This is Joseph Newgarden playing a role here that he probably isn't that used to. He's normally all about himself. He's a single driver in a single seat car, has some sports car experience, but right now, the experience that he has got from IndyCar, when particularly you may be on a fuel-safe portion of the race or something like that, the battle was not the battle with Harry Tinknell right there. His job as the third driver, and let's remember ourselves, and my goodness, it's busy out on the circuit, as the M&Ms will tell you as we're swirling them around the soup ball, the Road Atlanta shaped soup ball, or the dancing ants as Brian Till calls it. His job now, Jeremy, is to treat that 963 as the most expensive hire car he's ever had, and he hasn't got CDW or any insurance on it, so he's got to take it out and bring it back in exactly the same shape that he took it out of the lot.
Almost agree with you. I think treated like it's his car.
Well, no, that's
very
good. Yes.
Yeah. Look, I mean, look. He and Harry Tinknell, they were edging away from Philip Eng when they were those two cars the other way around. So he'll be happy now if he could just tuck in behind Harry Tinknell. Then that'll be absolutely perfect as far as he is concerned. There's a gap of about 5 seconds or so back to Philip Eng in the second of the BMWs, because the other one is running in second position yellowly at the wheel. So it's been a good middle part of the race here for BMW. No question about that. And all of a sudden, the Acuras that were running so strongly early on in the race are kind of, they're running 6th and 9th at the moment.
Temperature's still going up on the track, Jeremy. It's up to 37 Celsius, so we're now almost in triple digits Fahrenheit as far as the track's concerned. The good news is that if that is track heat related, that track will cool down. When we get to 7:05 is when it's officially sunset. That's the sun going down, and 7:30 is official darkness. So any drivers who didn't get their night laps in on Thursday, they have to be out of the car before 7:30. Nick Damon with more news from the pit lane.
Yeah, more P3 rows. This time it's the 38 Performance Tech Motorsport car, the Ligier. Came in, parked, up went the rear deck. They had a go look at it, and then they got the high-powered air hose, and so they tried to blast out every single air intaking orifice